Chapter 583. There was no day or night in Crimson Flame Country's main altar. The cold night pearl lifted up a corner of the darkness. The dim yellow light made the huge python look like a ghost. Yi Hongyi kowtows in salute to Sect Master. Since the beginning of history, no one had been able to master the heartless art in a month. Yi Hongyi was the first. As expected, you didn't disappoint this Sect Master. Now that you have a divine technique protecting you, even the lowly commoners of Eastern Continent are no match for you. The golden mask on top of the huge python's head was cold. Yi Hongyi didn't dare to act rashly. He respectfully knelt there and waited for Sikong Mu's instructions. Yi Hongyi will never forget Sect Master's kindness. Yi Hongyi cupped his fists and bowed even lower. Listen, after you leave Crimson Flame Country, you only need to do one thing. Bring Qi King Feng Yihan and Xia King Di Feng back to Crimson Flame Country. Remember, don't harm them. Sikong Mu's voice was deep and distant. He was very close, but his voice seemed to come from the horizon. It felt unreal. Hongyi is willing to serve Sect Master. Yi Hongyi lowered his eyes. Leave. There will naturally be someone to help you leave Crimson Flame Country. Sikong Mu waved his hand. Sect Master. Hongyi hopes that Sect Master can send Nameless to help Hongyi. Yi Hongyi hadn't forgotten for a moment how Nameless had abandoned him that day. As a result, Great Chu's land had belonged to Yi Junqing. Permitted. But remember, Nameless is a person of Crimson Flame Country. Sikong Mu looked meaningfully at Yi Hongyi. A trace of determination flashed through his heart. He also wanted to see if Yi Hongyi could overturn the heavens. When Yao Moan had shaken Diao up, she had been very displeased. However, when she heard Yao Moan's question, Diao instantly sobered up. Did you dump Han Genie because he wasn't a virgin, or did you intentionally set him up with this saintess because you wanted to fulfill Han Genie's wish? In front of the bed, Yao Moan looked towards Diao, her eyes cold and emotionless. Master, why would you have such a strange thought? Diao naturally dumped him because I disliked him, said Diao guiltily. Really? Yao Moan's gaze clearly told Diao that her words couldn't be trusted. Really, all right. That's right, I'm the one who wants to bring you and Han Genie together. What's the problem? These past few days, Diao had tried her best to convince herself that if you loved someone, you had to see them be happy. However, every time she saw Han Genie doing everything for her, her heart would ache. When she saw that Yao Mo didn't even look Han Genie in the eye, she had the urge to slap Yao Mo awake. So you still like him, right? Yao Moan sighed lightly as she looked at Diao with heartache. This stupid girl was much more adorable than Huan Luo. What's the use of me liking him? A melon that's forcefully picked won't be sweet. Aside from Yao Mo, there's no one else in his heart. Diao became spirited from Yao Mo's teasing. She simply placed her hands on the bed and leaned against it. It's Yao Moan again, heh, Yao Moan really is remarkable. But Diao, you clearly know that I'm not Yao Moan. Also, you shouldn't have given up so easily, said Yao Moan solemnly. I haven't given up. From the beginning, I just wanted this man to be happy. As for you, of course you're not Yao Moan, but think about it, if Yao Moan appeared, she would definitely choose Yi Junqing or Chu Maobei. Han Genie wouldn't even be on the list. Since he's destined to not be able to obtain Yao Moan, then I'll let him obtain a Xing Wan, who looks exactly like Yao Moan. That can be considered a form of consolation. Diao's explanation truly broadened Yao Moan's horizons. So in your eyes, this saintess is just a thing that you can shove to anyone. Yao Moan lifted her brows as she looked at Diao. She wasn't in a very good mood. Of course you're not a thing. Diao is only thinking for your own good. If a true lord appears one day, you'll be nothing at that time. It's better to grab onto one as soon as possible so that you won't have to use a wicker basket to draw water in the future. Diao Diao argued forcefully. Oh. Yao Moen nodded slightly. Master, you've thought it through. Seeing Yao Moen's expression of sudden understanding, Diao Diao inwardly sighed in relief. And this saintess has thought it through. In your eyes, this saintess isn't even a thing. Yao Moen concluded. Look at you. Why are you so conflicted about things? Do you understand what Diao Diao is saying? Diao Diao was a bit anxious. This saintess understands what you're saying. This saintess also hopes that you can understand that it's impossible between me and Han Genie. Yao Moen said firmly and then strode away. Master, this matter can be discussed. Seeing Yao Moen slam the door and leave, Diao Diao couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why did she have to go through all this trouble? But she really wanted Han Genie to be happy, so what could she do? The next day, when everyone was still daydreaming, the door to Gathering Immortal Restaurant was suddenly kicked open. Immediately after, there was a roar that led everyone in Gathering Immortal Restaurant downstairs. Bingxin. Leng Bingxin. Come out, a beggar with disheveled hair and a dirty face stood in the middle of the hall. His black and swarthy eyes swept across the entire Gathering Immortal Restaurant and his voice was clearly trembling. You dug up his family's ancestral grave. Yao Moen sucked in a cold breath when she saw the bloodshot eyes of the person in front of her. She turned to look at Leng Bingxin. When she looked, she didn't expect that Leng Bingxin would actually start crying. With this shopkeeper backing you up, he wouldn't dare do anything to you. Yao Moen completely assumed that Leng Bingxin was scared. After all, this person's aura was too valiant. There's going to be a good show. Before Yao Moen could finish speaking, Yi Junqing pulled Yao Moen to his side in case the city gate caught fire and the fish in the moat got caught in the crossfire. What are you shouting for? Is this your home? This miss is right here. Leng Bingxin choked back sobs as she walked forward, her limpid eyes sparkling. Bingxin. Bingxin, I missed you so much. The imperial decree has already been issued. You're my wife, so why are you running around? Do you know how many places I've searched and how many pairs of shoes I've worn out? Do you know how scared I was that you'd die, just like Ting Yu? Bingxin, Ben Lei has been searching so hard for you. The moment he saw Leng Bingxin, Ben Lei finally dared to cry. When he found out that Leng Bingxin had gone missing, he forced his tears back. Bingxin hadn't died yet, so what reason did he have to cry? That's why he endured it. Even when he couldn't find Leng Bingxin's whereabouts even after searching the entire 7 countries of the eastern continent, he still persisted. But at this moment, he couldn't hold on anymore. Ben Lei. Leng Bingxin strode towards Ben Lei, her tears falling like pearls from a broken necklace. At first, she didn't know how much she loved him, but now she understood. It turned out that she loved him to the bone. Bingxin. Whoa, where did you go? I thought you were dead. I thought I'd never see you again. Ben Lei rushed over and pulled Leng Bingxin tightly into his embrace. His tears flowed freely as he did his best to vent all of the fear and unease he'd felt these past few days. Nonsense. Do you think I'd die that easily? Leng Bingxin hugged Ben Lei's neck tightly. Her tears soaked through her clothes and into Ben Lei's heart. Yao Moen didn't notice the tears falling soundlessly. She only knew that this scene was too emotional and moved her heart. There was no need to ask, this was another legend, an unjust experience. Who's Ting Yu? For some reason, this was the only word that left a deep impression on Yao Moen in her moving speech. Moen's personal maid was harmed by Yi Hongyi. After Moen went missing, we conferred on her the title of Princess in Lo. When Yi Junqing heard Yao Moen's question, he was slightly startled and explained in a low voice. Oh. Yao Moan didn't pursue the matter further, causing Yi Junqing to feel a bit disappointed. However, he believed that there would come a day when Yao Moan would remember everything, remember the times they went through life and death together. Due to Ben Lei's unstable emotions, Yao Moan intentionally gave Leng Bingxin a day off and warned her sternly that if Ben Lei still looked like this when he returned, then Jushan Tower still had to do business and wouldn't be able to take him in. In the forest at the back of the mountain, Leng Bingxin and Ben Lei sat side by side under a towering ancient tree. Even now, Ben Lei was still extremely emotional. How could you leave just like that? Do you really not want to marry me? Ben Lei wiped his tears and looked towards Leng Bingxin, choked with sobs. It's clearly you who doesn't want to marry me. Master said that the one you like is Chun Xiang from the palace. Since you already have someone you like, it wouldn't be good for Bingxin to cling on to you, right? Ever since Ben Lei appeared, Leng Bingxin's eyes had never left him. Even if his hair was disheveled and his face dirty, even if his clothes were ragged, Leng Bingxin still felt that Ben Lei had never been more handsome than he was right now. There's no Chun Xiang, there's no one I like. Other than you, Ben Lei will never look at another woman in this life. Bingxin, believe me. I really like you. Really, in this life, I'll only marry you. Ben Lei looked towards Leng Bingxin seriously as he held Leng Bingxin's hand with both hands. Ben Lei. Leng Bingxin knew that Ben Lei was very clumsy, so clumsy that he would always make Master and Yi Junqing unhappy. Anything that came out of this clumsy mouth was definitely the truth. Bingxin, it doesn't matter if you agree to marry me or not, don't sneak out again. Ben Lei really can't bear it. If I lose you again, how am I supposed to live? Seeing that Leng Bingxin wasn't reacting, Ben Lei tightened his grip on Leng Bingxin's hand as he begged. Tomorrow, go to Jushan Tower to fetch the bride, said Leng Bingxin abruptly, her eyes sparkling. What did you say? Ben Lei looked towards Leng Bingxin, his thin lips trembling, unable to say a single word. Happiness came too quickly, he really couldn't react in time. If you don't want to marry, then forget it. Leng Bingxin sighed lightly, lifted her brows, and got up to leave. However, Ben Lei bounced up and held Leng Bingxin's arm tightly. All right. Tomorrow. I'm going to get a wife. This is great. Thank the heavens. Ben Lei jumped up and down in joy like a child. In the next second, he actually knelt down in front of Leng Bingxin and started sobbing. Ben Lei. Leng Bingxin slowly crouched down and gently stroked Ben Lei's head. This period of time had truly been too hard to endure. She couldn't imagine how Ben Lei had managed to overcome his fear and hesitation. She was already content to have a man like this willing to die for her. When Leng Bingxin told Yao Moan about her decision, she received Yao Moan's strong support. Yao Moan even took out her own silver to buy a three-way residence across from Jushan Tower for Ben Lei and Leng Bingxin. She then immediately dismissed all the guests in Jushan Tower and ordered everyone to start preparing Jushan Tower for Leng Bingxin and Ben Lei's wedding. The entire wedding hall was only set up around 5 in the evening. There was no need to send wedding invitations since Ben Lei and Leng Bingxin didn't have any relatives in Xinjiang. However, this didn't affect the fact that Jushan Tower was filled with guests. The day of the wedding was extremely lively. Besides Yi Junqing and Yin Shui who were already in Jushan Tower, Han Jini, Chu Mabei, Chu Maxin, as well as Xinjiang Prefecture's magistrate Lu Jing and Li Zhongran were also present. Yao Moan originally didn't want to start a massacre, but since people had taken the initiative to deliver themselves to her door, there was naturally no reason for her to let them go. Thus, without Leng Bingxin's permission, Yao Moan asked for 3,000 taels in banknotes from every guest who came to congratulate them. Of course, Yao Moan didn't pocket any of it herself and gave it all to Ben Lei and Lang Bingxin. During the wedding ceremony, Yi Junqing naturally sat in the seat of honor. Under Lang Bingxin's numerous requests, Yao Moan also sat in the seat of honor and accepted Lang Bingxin and Ben Lei's 3 bows. Even though Yao Moan wasn't familiar with Ben Lei, after these 3 bows, Yao Moan felt like a burden had been placed on her shoulders. From now on, Yao Moan felt like she had a duty to protect Ben Lei and Lang Bingxin. Chapter 584. After the newlyweds were sent back to their residence, the first floor of Jushin Tower was in an uproar. In a private room on the 2nd floor, Yao Moan, Yi Junqing, Han Jini, Chu Mabei, and Chu Maxin were sitting together. The atmosphere was extremely strange. Aside from Yao Moan, they all disliked everyone else. "Warner, this fish isn't bad." Yi Junqing was the closest to Yao Moan, so he picked up a piece of fish and placed it in Yao Moan's bowl. However, Chu Mabei flicked his finger. Yi Junqing didn't dodge in time and dropped his chopsticks on the table. Wasn't this bullying? Yi Junqing exerted force in his feet and kicked out with a sweeping kick. The table shook slightly and everyone's expressions changed slightly. Han Jini had joined in with the intention of mediating, but Chu Maxin couldn't care less. He was naturally helping his imperial older brother. In an instant, the table filled with delicacies was hit by waves, each wave higher than the last, until the cups and plates were all over the place. Pa, the main character abruptly stood up and slammed the table fiercely as he looked coldly at everyone around the table. "Since everyone's here, then Warner will make something clear. I, Xing Warner, am not the Yao Moan you're all looking for. Although we look similar, that's all there is to it. Today, you guys fought over me, Xing Warner. If the real Yao Moan appears in the future, what will you do to me? In the past, Warner only thought that you guys missed Yao Moan too much, so I didn't pursue the matter. But from now on, all of you listen up. I'm not Yao Moan, this is the truth. You'd best remember this." Yao Moan stood up straight, enunciating every word clearly. The private room fell silent. Everyone's gazes landed on Yao Moan, their eyes flashing with an indecipherable light. There was another "paw" sound. As the door closed, everyone looked at each other in dismay. "If she isn't Yao Moan, then what should we do?" Chu Maxin heard Yao Moan's words and looked towards everyone suspiciously. "Look at the way she slammed the door. If she isn't Yao Moan, then who could she be?" Chu Mabei patted Chu Maxin's shoulder before getting up to leave. The main character wasn't here anymore, so what was the point of them gathering here? Chu Maxin naturally left with Chu Mabei. At the table, Han Jini glanced towards Yi Junqing. "If she isn't Yao Moan, then we've gone too far." Han Jini slowly stood up and walked away. Only Yi Junqing remained seated. He picked up a piece of fish from the chaotic table and placed it in Yao Moan's bowl. Junqing is very stupid, but a person who has gone through fire and water with his life on the line wouldn't make a mistake. Around 11:00, Yi Junqing finally managed to find Yao Moan on the roof of Jushin Tower. As the night breeze blew, Yao Moan's black hair flew in a beautiful arc. Just the sight of her back was enough to capture all of Yi Junqing's attention. "You're angry." Yi Junqing pursed his lips slightly as he looked at the wine pot in Yao Moan's hands, then slowly sat down. "Are you sure who you're talking to?" The clear voice carried a hint of self-mockery. "Actually, what's wrong with watching the show? Why did she care so much?" It was true that she didn't want to be someone else's substitute, but what she didn't want even more was for these people to suddenly turn around and treat her coldly. She wouldn't be able to take it. Xingwan, To Yi Junqing, names really weren't important. They've all left. Yao Moan sighed softly, then tilted her head back to take a sip of the strong wine. The wine was rich and fragrant. And it's Juanqing's fault. I didn't consider your feelings. Today is Leng Bingxin and Ben Lei's wedding, it should be a joyous occasion. Yi Juanqing's heart ached when he saw that Yao Moen was frowning slightly from the strong wine. It was Wan who ruined everyone's mood, but I just wanted to let you know that there's no Yao Moen here. The person you all hope to see isn't here. Yao Moen lifted her eyes to look at the stars in the sky. A trace of loneliness flashed through her eyes. Let's not talk about this anymore. Junqing will drink with you. Ever since they met again in Xinjiang, Yi Junqing had never thought that the person in front of him wasn't Yao Moen. Even though Yao Moen had denied it over and over again, he hadn't changed his mind. Yi Junqing, if the real Yao Moen appeared one day, would you leave me without hesitation? Yao Moen asked this question for some strange reason. Then she wanted to bite off her own tongue. How emotional was this? I wouldn't. Yi Junqing swirled the wine pot and took a sip as he spoke with great determination. Who would believe that? Even though Yi Junqing's words weren't true, Yao Moen still felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Perhaps she wasn't any worse than Yao Moen. The moonlight shrouded the forest, making it look bright and clean. Mo Chang and Bai Zhan strolled through the forest, looking at each other. Don't go back. Bai Zhan shook Missouri Chang's arm as he begged. No, if we don't go back, Nameless will definitely be in danger, said Mo Chang solemnly as he patted Bai Zhan's shoulder. It's Nameless again. That old thing really is a troublemaker. If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have followed him in the first place. Now it's great, I can't bear to part with him. Forget it, we've already come this far, so let's just go back. Bai Zhan sighed. He was also worried about Nameless, which was why he was hesitating. That's right. Let's go, we'll reach Xinjiang in another 7 or 8 days. Mo Chang knew that Bai Zhan wasn't such a cold-hearted person, otherwise he wouldn't have liked him. Suddenly, a cold wind blew past. Bai Zhan and Mo Chang abruptly stopped and looked at each other, leaning against each other's backs. That true energy was too strong. They'd encountered a formidable opponent. Who is it? Come out, said Mo Chang coldly, his eyes burning. Old friend. The deep voice had a hint of mischief as it came from midair. By the time Bai Zhan and Mo Chang raised their heads, that person had already arrived in front of them. Who are you? Mo Chang looked at the newcomer in alarm as he silently gripped his hidden weapon. Mo Chang, Bai Zhan, said Nameless excitedly from behind the silver-masked man. When they saw that it was Nameless, Mo Chang and Bai Zhan couldn't help but sigh in relief. I was wondering who it was. You old fart. You scared us. Bai Zhan patted his chest and walked slowly toward Nameless. Mo Chang followed behind him. How did you leave the Crimson Flame country? I thought you'd, Just as Mo Chang walked past the silver-masked man, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck, and blood spurted out. Mo Chang. Before Nameless could recover from the excitement of their reunion, Mo Chang's throat was cut in front of him. What's wrong? Mo Chang. Seeing Nameless' expression change, Bai Zhan turned around and felt a chill run down his spine. Under the moonlight, Mo Chang clutched his neck tightly. His eyes were wide open, and blood gushed out from his hand. Mo Chang. I'll kill you. Bai Zhan was shocked. His eyes turned red, and he immediately threw a hidden weapon at the silver-masked man. However, he didn't expect that a stream of air would return, and Bai Zhan's hidden weapon would pierce through his heart. Bai Zhan. Mo Chang used his remaining strength to walk to Bai Zhan's side. He hugged the dying Bai Zhan with both hands, and the two of them fell to the ground. Looking at Bai Zhan and Mo Chang on the ground bleeding profusely, Wu Ming's heart suddenly stopped. He desperately knelt in front of Baijian and Imo Chang, one hand tightly covering Imo Chang's bleeding neck, the other hand continuously wiping away the black blood flowing from the corner of Baijian's mouth. Why? Baijian looked at Nameless with hatred, his eyes filled with endless bitterness. It's not me. It's not me. Why did you kill them? Ah. Nameless turned around and glared at the silver-masked man. When he turned back, Baijian and Imo Chang were no longer breathing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Nameless pounced on Baijian and Imo Chang. Tears streamed down his face, and his blood-stained hands clenched into fists. From the Iron Blood Army to the Crimson Flame Country, whether it was Baijian or Imo Chang, whether it was Meiji or the Thousand Faces, they had never abandoned him. They had even begged Gue Daozi to help him advance. But what had he done? He had brought this silver-masked executioner to find Baijian and Imo Chang. He had harmed them. I'll kill you. Nameless eyes bulged. His fists swept toward the silver-masked man like a hurricane. Unfortunately, before the wind from his palms reached him, the silver-masked man had sealed his acupoints. Kill me. Why? The silver-masked man snorted coldly and walked in front of Nameless. His mask looked ghastly under the moonlight. Why? They are my men. They are from the Crimson Flame Country. I will tell the sect leader. You bastard. Nameless eyes were bloodshot. Why? That's what I wanted to ask you. Why did you abandon me, abandon the Chu Kingdom, and destroy the Iron Blood Army? Where were you when I needed you the most? Nameless. The ones who should die are not them, but you. The silver-masked man roared fiercely, his voice as cold as ice. You are. The moment he heard the voice, Nameless' pupils constricted. He looked at the man in front of him in disbelief. How long has it been? You can't even recognize my voice. The man slowly took off his silver mask, revealing his terrifying face. Yi Hongyi. How could it be you? How could the sorcerer send you out to carry out a mission? That's impossible. Impossible. Nameless looked at Yi Hongyi in fear, his heart as cold as ice. There are too many things that are impossible. Just like how we still can't believe that you were a child of the Crimson Flame Country, and the most unremarkable kind at that. But it was you who played us in the palm of your hand. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat, and wouldn't have been tortured over and over again. Yi Hongyi's vicious gaze seemed to want to kill Nameless, but he didn't know that Nameless also wanted to tear Yi Hongyi into pieces. You used public office to avenge personal grudges and killed Baijian and Imo Chang. This old man will report this matter to the sorcerer. Yi Hongyi, you will die a horrible death. Nameless roared. Ha, Nameless, don't be so naive. Who are they? In the eyes of the sorcerer, they aren't even comparable to ants. What do you think the sorcerer will do to us because of them? Right now, we are a popular person in front of the sorcerer. As for you, you're just our follower. If we wanted to kill you, we could do it in a minute. But we won't kill you. We want to let these idiots know the consequences of following you. Yi Hongyi laughed sinisterly, the cold light in his eyes like a blade. Yi Hongyi. You will die a horrible death. Nameless roared hysterically as he looked at Baijian and Imo Chang on the ground, tears streaming down his face. The one who will die a horrible death is someone else. Nameless, we will give you a chance. Whether Thousand Faces and Meiji can live or not will depend on whether you can find them before us. Yi Hongyi's lips curved as he looked towards Nameless. He slowly put on his silver mask and leaped into the air. Like a bat wandering in the night, he instantly disappeared. Yi Hongyi. This old man swears to crush your bones and scatter your ashes, the shrill voice echoed through the entire forest, startling the cawing of crows. Lang Bingxin and Ben Lei's married life could be described as being stuck together like glue. When she saw that Ben Lei wasn't letting go of Lang Bingxin's hand, Yao Moen rubbed her brows. Diao Diao ah, go to the back kitchen and get a kitchen knife. Master, why do you need a kitchen knife? Diao Diao looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. Chop off that hand, that lowly bastard. Yao Moen's clear eyes glanced towards Ben Lei's hand, her light voice carrying a biting cold dignity. Master, Ben Lei was wrong, I was wrong, all right. When Ben Lei heard this, he immediately let go and looked towards Yao Moen with a pleading expression. Chapter 585. Go get the knife. Yao Moen urged when she saw Diao Diao standing next to her. Master, he moved his hand away. Diao Diao looked towards Ben Lei with a smile. Cut off his tongue. Yao Moen put down the account book and glanced coldly towards Ben Lei. Master. Holy manager. Ben Lei suddenly changed his words. On the wedding night, Lang Bingxin had selectively told Ben Lei about Yao Moen. Although Lang Bingxin said that there was evidence to prove that this Xing Waner wasn't Yao Moen, Ben Lei didn't think so. If they weren't twins, how could there be two people in this world that looked so similar? Furthermore, even His Majesty had confirmed it, so it naturally couldn't be wrong. Ben Lei, due to your appearance, you won't be able to help much at the front. How about this, you just work in the back kitchen. If this manager doesn't call you, you're not allowed to come out. Understand? Yao Moen truly regretted taking Ben Lei in. Although there were more people now, with him sticking to Lang Bingxin like this, there was actually one less person working. Ben Lei didn't dare to object and nodded firmly. Just as Ben Lei was looking towards Lang Bingxin reluctantly, the sound of fighting suddenly came from upstairs. Something's happened. Diao Diao was shocked and immediately rushed up to the third floor. Ben Lei could also rush up to the second floor and then jump up to the third floor. The only ones who suffered were Yao Moen and Lang Bingxin. Other than climbing the stairs, they didn't have any better shortcuts. The sound came from Yi Juanqing's room. When Yao Moen rushed into the room, she saw that the tables and chairs were all over the place and broken. What exactly happened? Yao Moen ignored the mess on the floor and looked towards Yin Shui and Han Jini. It's just a child, why did you have to be so heavy-handed? Han Jini held the flute in his arms as he looked coldly at Yin Shui. If Yin Shui wasn't Yao Moen's hidden guard, he would have definitely taken Yin Shui's life. Holy manager, His Majesty has been poisoned. If he doesn't hand over the antidote, His Majesty will definitely die. There was a bone-piercing chill in her eyes. Right now, the only thing that was meaningful to Yin Shui was to protect Yi Juanqing until Yao Moen recovered her memories. His Majesty has been poisoned. When Ben Lei heard this, he immediately rushed over. On the bed, Yi Juanqing's face was deathly pale. His thin lips were a dark purple and even his hands were faintly black. Yi Juanqing, fix the flute, antidote. When Yao Moen saw Yi Juanqing's haggard face, she felt as if there was a rock pressing down on her heart, making her feel stifled and uncomfortable. It wasn't me. I didn't release the snake to bite him. Qi Xiudi looked towards Yao Moen guiltily as his voice trembled slightly. Excuses. I personally saw you hide the snake that bit His Majesty in your sleeve. If it wasn't your snake, how could it listen to your orders? By the time Yin Shui noticed the little snake on Yi Juanqing's body, it was already too late. Xiudi, hand over the antidote. Yao Mo Wan watched as Qi Xiudi's eyes gradually turned cold and her voice was as low as water. Little Blue's poison isn't that strong. He wasn't poisoned by Little Blue. Seeing Yao Moen's cold expression, Qi Xiudi hurriedly explained. This is bad. The emperor began to twitch. Moss. Sacred manager, hurry and think of something. At the edge of the bed, Ben Lei looked at Yi Juanqing's trembling body with heartache and urged loudly. So it was your snake that bit King Chu. Xiao Di, a life is at stake. If you're not willing to hand over the antidote, then hand over Little Blue. I know that snake blood can also cure poisons. When Yao Moen looked back, Yi Juanqing's thin lips had already turned a deep purple. Don't. Little Blue didn't do it on purpose. Also, you've been poisoned by Little Blue before. This isn't the case at all, you know that. Go away. When Qi Xiaodi saw Yao Moen approaching step by step, he abruptly jumped out of Han Jini's arms and ran towards the door. Diao Diao. Capture the green snake. With a life at stake, Yao Moen didn't have the time to carefully investigate Qi Xiaodi's so-called symptoms. Master. When Diao Diao saw that Qi Xiaodi was so anxious that tears were welling up in his eyes, she hesitated. Since you call me master, then you should know what to do. Could it be that you want Yi Juanqing to die in Jushan Tower? Do you want all of Great Chu to raze Jushan Tower to the ground? Yao Moen's eyes turned cold as she angrily rebuked. It was true that her explanation was very convincing, but in Yao Moen's heart, she really didn't care about any Great Chu. The only thing she cared about was Yi Juanqing's life. Don't. You bunch of bastards. It's not like Little Blue did anything wrong. What are you guys doing? Wah. Little Blue. Return my Little Blue. Godfather. No matter how strong Qi Xiaodi was, he was still just a child. Now that Diao Diao was personally taking action, the little green snake naturally had no way out. When Qi Xiaodi saw that Diao Diao was holding the little green snake in her hands, tears streamed down Qi Xiaodi's face. He rushed towards Diao Diao with a heavy sob, but in the next second, he was caught in someone's arms. My blood can temporarily protect Yi Juanqing's life. Return the snake to Xiaodi. Han Jini, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly walked in front of Diao Diao and reached out to take the green snake back. Supreme Lord Han, now isn't the time to indulge him. This concerns a human life. Forgive Wan for offending Diao Diao, but Diao Diao, let out the blood. Yao Moen only thought about saving Yi Juanqing, but she ignored Qi Xiaodi's tear-filled eyes and the flash of loneliness in Han Jini's eyes. If I can't save Yi Juanqing, then Jini will pay with his life. But right now, return the snake to Xiaodi, said Han Jini sternly. His gaze was resolute. Wah. They're bullying people, Uncle Jini. Qi Xiaodi's arms wrapped tightly around Han Jini's neck as if he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw. He sobbed like a little beast, making one's heart ache. Yao Moen was speechless. She suddenly felt too ashamed to show her face. Master. When Yao Moen didn't say anything, Diao Diao shrugged and turned to return the green snake to Qi Xiaodi. It's fine. With Uncle Jini here, no one will dare to bully you. Han Jini placed Qi Xiaodi on the ground lovingly and turned to walk towards the bed. When Yao Moen saw that Qi Xiaodi was still sobbing, she didn't know what else to say. When she turned around, she saw that Han Jini had cut his wrist and was feeding the blood into Yi Juanqing's mouth. The room was completely silent. The only sound was Qi Xiaodi's sobs. After about 10 minutes, Yi Juanqing's condition improved slightly, but he still didn't wake up. King Chu has been poisoned by an extremely cold poison. This Supreme Lord's blood can only buy you 3 days of time. After 3 days, if you can't find the antidote, then even a deity wouldn't be able to save you. Han Jini sealed his injured left wrist and walked around Yao Moen to stand in front of Qi Xiaodi. Qi Xiaodi, give me the green snake. Qi Xiudi wiped his tears and hesitantly handed the green snake over to Han Genie. Suddenly, the green snake bit Han Genie in pain. Uncle Genie. When Qi Xiudi saw Han Genie like this, he immediately stood up, his little face covered in tears. It's fine. This Supreme Lord only wants to prove that if King Chu really has been poisoned by the green snake, then Genie's blood is enough to cure it. Han Genie used facts to prove Qi Xiudi's innocence. Even though Qi Xiudi was small, he still understood Han Genie's intentions. He immediately pulled over Han Genie's arm that had been bitten by the snake and choked with sobs as he blew on it. Xiudi, I'm sorry. Yao Moen was silent for a moment, then slowly walked forward. However, she was pushed away by Qi Xiudi. Uncle Genie, let's go to Qi Xiudi's room. I'll bandage it for you. Qi Xiudi pulled Han Genie out of the room without even looking at Yao Moen. When Yao Moen saw Qi Xiudi and Han Genie leave, she couldn't help but sigh lightly. Behind her, Lang Bingxin hurried forward. Shopkeeper, what do we do now? Yin Shui, when did you notice that King Chu was acting strangely? Yao Moen restrained the emotions in her eyes and turned to look towards Yin Shui. Replying shopkeeper, just now. Before this, Yin Shui had been secretly protecting His Majesty the entire time and didn't notice anything suspicious. Otherwise, Yin Shui wouldn't have wrongly accused Qi Xiudi. Yin Shui's eyes were filled with shame and worry. How are your martial arts? Yao Moen didn't blame Yin Shui. When she saw how Yin Shui had risked her life to save Yi Junqing, it was reasonable for Yin Shui to have such a reaction. Shopkeeper, Yin Shui's martial arts are top-notch in the Central Plains, but, compared to Qi Kanglan and Huan Luo, she's far inferior. How could Yao Moen not know what Lang Bingxin was implying? Mei Ji, close the door. Immortal Assembling Tower isn't doing business today. You guys look after King Chu well. I'll be back soon. Yao Moen's expression was cold as she turned to leave Yi Junqing's room. In an inn 2 streets away from Immortal Assembling Tower, Huan Luo was sitting in front of a bronze mirror. The face in the mirror was devastatingly beautiful. It was still as elegant as a snow lotus on an iceberg, as beautiful as Chang'e flying to the moon. Her appearance hadn't changed, but her emotions had faded. You're back. A light breeze brushed past. Huan Luo restrained the emotions in her eyes and got up gracefully. Just in time to see Qi Kanglan appear in front of her, covered in dust. N. Qi Kanglan nodded slightly as he tightened his grip on the letter. Did Venerable One have new orders? Huan Luo asked despite knowing the answer. What did you say in the secret letter to Venerable One? Qi Kanglan's eyes were cold and his expression was stern. If it wasn't for you, how could Huan Luo have sent a secret letter to Venerable One? Huan Luo feigned innocence as she looked towards Qi Kanglan. If it wasn't for you, how could Huan Luo have found out about the devaluation of flame coins? Now that the promotion of flame coins has stopped, Venerable One's resolve has already wavered. The consequences of this matter could be big or small. Do you understand? Qi Kanglan's brows were tightly furrowed as he rebuked her. What consequences could there be? At worst, we'll just go to war. With the millions of soldiers of Crimson Flame Nation, it's not impossible for them to destroy the 7 nations. Qi Kanglan's gradually cold expression made Huan Luo feel extremely uncomfortable. How could that be the same? Yao Moen. Qi Kanglan wanted to explain, but Huan Luo beat him to it. It's Yao Moen again. Before Yao Moen wasn't around, this was our original plan. You didn't object at the time. Whenever Qi Kanglan said the 3 words Yao Moen, Huan Luo's heart would ache. Qi Kanglan was about to speak again when he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. They looked at each other, but neither of them said anything. A moment later, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside and Yao Moen walked in fiercely. Qi Kanglan, antidote. Yao Moen knocked on the door bolt with the back of her hand. Her expression was ice-cold as she walked in front of Qi Kanglan and extended her hand. What antidote? Qi Kanglan's long silver hair fell over his shoulders as he looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. Yi Junqing has been poisoned and is on the verge of death. Don't tell Wan that you don't know about this. Yao Moen's eyes were as cold as water as she looked at Qi Kanglan indifferently. She was certain that this was Qi Kanglan's doing. Even if it wasn't him, he definitely knew about it. Xingwan don't forget your identity. You're just a holy maiden, how can you be so rude in front of the great priest? Huan Luo's eyes were as cold as ice when she saw Yao Moen standing arrogantly in front of Qi Kanglan. And what identity do you have? We're both holy maidens, so what right do you have to point fingers here? Yao Moen's eyes shone with extreme anger as she continued to speak. Qi Kanglan, whether it's you or Huan Luo, Yi Junqing has no reason to die. You've already made him suffer so much. Do you really want to take his life? He also has no reason not to die. The beautiful face suddenly darkened. Qi Kanglan's words caused Yao Moen to be extremely disappointed. Chapter 586. It's really you. Qi Kanglan, even if you want to harm Yi Junqing, shouldn't you use a more honorable method? Because of you, Xiao Di was wrongly accused as the murderer. Yao Moen's bright eyes became misty and her voice trembled uncontrollably. The method isn't important. What's important is that you recognize your own identity. Don't forget what we left Crimson Flame Country for. The promotion of flame coins has been stagnant all because of Yi Junqing. Since his existence hinders our plans, then it's good that he's dead. Qi Kanglan had always thought that his heart was as clear as a mirror, but at some point, it had been tainted by dust. If Yi Junqing dies, Wana won't promote flame coins anymore. Great priest, do as you see fit, said Yao Moen coldly. You dare. Qi Kanglan hadn't expected Yao Moen to say such ruthless words. His heart was instantly filled with shock. What? Great priest wants to strangle Waner to death. All right. Do it. Yao Moen's icy gaze met Qi Kanglan's. Her voice was as clear as pearls falling onto a jade plate. Waner, if you don't want Han Genie, then Chu Ma Bei and Chu Ma Xin will be the same as Yi Junqing. It's best if you go back and think about how to push flame coins out of Xinjiang. Otherwise, this priest really can't guarantee what will happen to them. Qi Kanglan's words were sonorous and powerful. His ink-colored pupils were as deep as the sea, making it impossible to see its boundaries. So you don't plan on giving the antidote to Waner? Yao Moen looked towards Qi Kanglan coldly as she slowly retracted her hand. Qi Kanglan's gaze never left Yao Moen. His expression was complicated and hard to understand. Seeing that Qi Kanglan wasn't speaking, Yao Moen's lips curved in a strange smile. If something happens to Yi Junqing, Waner will use her own methods to prove to you that you made a grave mistake with this move. Yao Moen said powerlessly before turning to leave. The door was tightly shut. All of Yao Moen's ruthlessness had been defeated. In this moment, she suddenly felt helpless, just like when Crimson Flame Country had just woken up. How could a single Yi Junqing be worth Yao Moen's anger? It seems that even with amnesia, her intuition can't be wrong. Inside the room, Huan Luo looked at the tightly shut door with schadenfreude. She inwardly rejoiced that Qi Kanglan didn't indulge Yao Moen like before. You did it. What exactly did you do to Yi Junqing? Qi Kanglan looked towards Huan Luo coldly as he spoke with a bone-chilling tone. Great priest first suspected that Huan Luo had secretly written a secret letter to you, then suspected that Huan Luo had done something to Yi Junqing. Since when did Great Priest become so distrustful of Huan Luo? Since when did the high priest get angry just because of a few words from a lowly commoner? When Huan Luo saw the raging waves in Qi Kanglan's eyes, she knew that she had been wrong. She had originally thought that Qi Kanglan didn't want to save Yi Junqing because he didn't want to indulge Yao Moen, but the undisguised jealousy in his eyes caused her heart to sink. I don't even know when the holy maiden became so unreasonable. Qi Kanglan left the room with a flick of his sleeve, leaving Huan Luo standing there with an icy look in her eyes. When Yao Moen returned to Gathering Immortal Tower dejectedly, everyone's gaze landed on her. "Shopkeeper, did you get the antidote?" Ling Bingxin walked over to Yao Moen with a hopeful expression. "No. Go find a doctor. It doesn't matter if it's a doctor from Xian Xiang or Great Chu, as long as Yi Junqing can be cured." Yao Moen walked up the stairs weakly. Now that Qi Kanglan wasn't willing, who else in this world could force him to hand over the antidote? 3 days, how could we make it in time? Could it be? Ling Bingxin's hands were clasped together as she muttered with a frown. When she was about to speak again, she saw that Yao Moen's expression was weary, so she didn't say anything else. After finding out that there was no hope of getting the antidote, Yin Shui suddenly thought of someone, so she sent a messenger pigeon back to Phoenix Feather Manor. Ben Lei and Ling Bingxin took turns taking care of Yi Junqing while Yao Moen returned to her own room. She sat on the chair in a daze, her mind a mess. It was that bastard Huan Luo who did it. Diao Diao pushed open the door and entered, then closed it behind her. Other than her, this holy maiden can't think of anyone else. "Diao Diao, you can't cure Yi Junqing's poison." Yao Moen's clear eyes sparkled. At the time, Chu Maxin had been in imminent danger, so Diao Diao had only needed a single pill to cure him. Diao Diao saw the poison Yi Junqing was afflicted with. It really wanted to take his life, but Diao Diao didn't have the ability. If it weren't for Han Genie's blood, Yi Junqing would already be dead. Diao Diao felt a bit helpless, but she wasn't as sad as Yao Moen. After all, she and Yi Junqing had only met by chance. Then what should I do? Diao Diao. Am I really the holy maiden? If I am, then why is Huan Luo so amazing? I'm just like an idiot. If I'm not, then who am I? Yao Moen looked towards Diao Diao in confusion, her mind filled with Yi Junqing's pale face. Yao Moen. She wasn't. But towards Yi Junqing, her heart had truly been moved. "Master, you've fallen for Yi Junqing, right?" Diao Diao avoided the main point. There were some things she really couldn't say. "I don't know, but I can't let him die like this. No matter what method I have to use, I have to save him." Yao Moen felt that this feeling didn't make sense. Whether it was Chu Maobei, Han Genie, or even Qi Kanglan, they were all more outstanding than Yi Junqing, but she only saw Yi Junqing in a different light. Love at first sight? Perhaps. Yao Moen pursed her lips in self-mockery as tears fell silently. But Yi Junqing really can't compare to Han Genie at all. When Diao Diao saw the tears in the corners of Yao Moen's eyes, she felt indescribably depressed. Han Genie had sacrificed so much, this shouldn't be the result. Now isn't the time to talk about this, no. I can't just sit here like this, there has to be a way. I'll go find a doctor. Yao Moen didn't listen to Diao Diao's words at all. "Master, if Huan Luo did this, then no doctor will be able to help. I'll go find Huan Luo." After interacting with Yao Moen for so long, Diao Diao's heart suddenly started to think of Yao Moen as her master. "You have to be careful." Yao Moen's teary eyes flickered with hope. The night was deep and the moon was hazy. In the forest behind Xinjiang, Diao Diao was leaning lightly against a branch of a towering ancient tree. Her snow-white and translucent body seemed to be plated with a faint layer of silver. It was incomparably beautiful. "What business do you have with this saintess?" A clear and cold voice came from behind her. Diao Diao lifted her brows and stretched out her arms. Her entire body was already suspended in the air as she faced Huan Luo. You already know the answer, but you're still asking. What business do you have? Diao Diao had always been one to look at food, so there really was no need for her to be polite with Huan Luo. It's Yao Moen again. Diao Diao, do you really think that you're Yao Moen's errand boy? Huan Luo's voice was filled with unconcealable disdain and contempt. Why do you care who I am? Hand over the antidote. Diao Diao just hated Huan Luo's arrogant attitude. It was as if everyone in the world owed her money. What antidote? Asked Huan Luo, even though she already knew the answer. Do you dare use Qi Kanglan's life to swear that you weren't the one who poisoned Yi Junqing? If you're lying, then don't even think about getting Qi Kanglan in this lifetime. Diao Diao's mouth truly lived up to her name. You. So what if I was the one who poisoned him? I won't give you the antidote. Diao Diao, do you really want to save Yi Junqing? Huan Luo's cold eyes darkened. What else would I be looking for you for? Diao Diao glanced at Huan Luo resentfully. Ha, so your so-called helping Yao Moen and Han Genie get together was nothing more than a game of cat and mouse. Huan Luo looked towards Diao Diao with a cold sneer. What do you mean? If you really want Yao Moen and Han Genie to be together, then this is your chance. As long as Yi Junqing dies, who else would be able to compete with Han Genie? Huan Luo's words tugged at Diao Diao's heartstrings. She truly loved Han Genie, so she couldn't bear to see Han Genie's desolate expression. Diao Diao, you're so close to Yao Moen, so you're naturally able to see things more clearly than this saintess. You know what to do, said Huan Luo when she saw Diao Diao's confused expression. A human life isn't a joke. Diao Diao hesitated for a moment, then looked towards Huan Luo solemnly. Ha, it's just a lowly life. Diao Diao, if we really fight, you might not be a match for me. Huan Luo lifted her brows confidently as she spoke in a cold voice. On the branch, Diao Diao lowered her eyes slightly. After struggling for a long time, she finally left. As she watched Diao Diao leave, Huan Luo's lips curved into a smile. Yao Moen. I'd like to see just what kind of ability you have to bring Yi Junqing back from the dead. Just as Huan Luo was feeling pleased with herself, a cold light suddenly shot towards her from behind. Huan Luo's gaze turned cold and she leaped up, dodging the hidden weapon. When she turned around, she clearly saw a man dressed in black robes standing in front of her. Who are you? Asked Huan Luo coldly as she stared at the man in the silver mask in front of her. There was no response. The black-robed man spread his 10 fingers, and the coldness from his fingertips turned into sharp blades that shot towards Huan Luo's heart. A powerful gust of air whistled through the air. Huan Luo used all her strength to throw out the white gauze. The two gusts of air collided violently, creating a cold white light in the dark night. The white gauze suddenly let out a hissing sound. Huan Luo's chest gradually tightened until she felt suffocated. The salty taste of blood reached her throat, but she forcefully swallowed it back down. Bang! A meteor-like beam of light suddenly landed on the silver-masked man. The man retracted his strength and dodged it. When he looked up again, the silver-haired Qi Kanglan was already standing in front of Huan Luo. Who are you? Suspicion flashed through Qi Kanglan's eyes. In the entire eastern continent, there shouldn't be anyone who could fight against Huan Luo. Great Priest, you're truly forgetful. If it weren't for Great Priest's grace, how could Hongyi have cultivated such a divine art? Under the moonlight, Yi Hongyi slowly took off his mask. His cold eyes flickered with a strange light. Damn it! Huan Luo clenched her fists tightly when she saw that it was Yi Hongyi. Her pride had suffered a huge blow after being forced into such a sorry state by a lowly commoner. Yi Hongyi. You've already cultivated the heartless technique. The astonishment in Chi Kanglen's eyes wasn't any less than Huan Luo's. In his opinion, Yi Hongyi no longer had any value in existence. Leaving him alive was only to test whether Yao Moen had really lost her memory. Someone who had been ignored had actually mastered peerless martial arts in just a few months. No one would be able to remain calm. What a pity. No matter how skilled Hongyi's martial arts are, he's no match for a single move from Great Priest. Yi Hongyi lightly flicked the corner of his unwrinkled shirt. There wasn't a trace of respect in his eyes. You think you're worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as us? Shouted Huan Luo fiercely from behind Chi Kanglen. I wouldn't dare. Hongyi is very clear about his position in Crimson Flame Country. He's just a lowly commoner. However, it's fortunate that Cult Master thinks highly of me. Hongyi can also be considered a member of the Imperial Sect, and my actions are directly accountable to Cult Master. I've come to Axian Xiang this time to pass on Cult Master's words. If the promotion of Flame Coin still doesn't show any results, then there's no need for Yao Moen to continue struggling. The cold moonlight fell on Yi Hongyi's face, making him look like a demon. What do you mean? Asked Huan Luo deliberately as she glanced at Chi Kanglen. I mean that if Yao Moen continues to stagnate, she'll be disloyal to Crimson Flame Country. This kind of person is a scourge if left alive. It's better for her to die cleanly. Yi Hongyi pursed his lips as he spoke evilly. Is there anything else? Chi Kanglen looked indifferently at Yi Hongyi, his clothes whiter than snow and his silver hair fluttering in the wind. Chapter 587. That's all. I've offended you just now. I hope Holy Maiden and High Priest won't stoop to my level. Goodbye. Yi Hongyi's gaze turned cold as he turned around. Originally, he had ambushed Huan Luo to take her life. This way, he would fulfill his promise to Crimson Flame Emperor. However, he hadn't expected Huan Luo's martial arts to be so strong. It seemed like he had to find another way to get rid of Huan Luo and Chi Kanglen. Stop. The sound of rain hitting porcelain had an icy tone. Yi Hongyi trembled slightly when he heard this. When he turned around, he had a servile expression. Thanks to Chi Kanglen, he had even fought with dogs for food. He had long forgotten what dignity was. When people were lowly, they were invincible. In order to be invincible, Yi Hongyi could be even more lowly. High Priest, what orders do you have? Yi Hongyi bowed in front of Chi Kanglen with a smile. Even his voice was lowly. You're not allowed to touch a single hair on Yao Moen's head. Otherwise, this High Priest will make you wish you were dead. Chi Kanglen's icy voice rang out. His gaze was as cold as ice. How would Hongyi dare to touch the person High Priest has his eyes on? Yi Hongyi sneered as he glanced at Huan Luo behind Chi Kanglen. When he saw the bitterness in Huan Luo's eyes, Yi Hongyi had an idea. Chi Kanglen's heart sank as he watched Yi Hongyi leave. Pfft! While Chi Kanglen was deep in thought, Huan Luo coughed up a mouthful of blood. Are you all right? Chi Kanglen turned around and saw that Huan Luo's snow-white clothes had been dyed red. Do you still care about whether Huan Luo is all right or not? Cough cough. Huan Luo clutched her chest with one hand and powerlessly pushed Chi Kanglen's hand away. She left alone. If Yi Hongyi could injure Huan Luo like this, then Diao Diao might not be his match. If that was the case, who could guarantee Yao Moen's safety? As Chi Kanglen was worried, he flew in the direction of Gathering Immortal Tower. Huan Luo thought that Chi Kanglen would catch up to her. However, when she turned around, there was nothing behind her. Her heart felt as if it had been thrown into a bottomless abyss. The feeling of rapidly falling was even more unbearable than the pain in her body. It looks like Great Priest has truly fallen in love with Yao Moen. This Yao Moan is truly blessed by the heavens. At first, Hong Yi treated her like a treasure, but after she betrayed Hong Yi, there was Yi Junqing who continued to treat her like a pearl. After that, there was Chu Maobei, Han Jini, Yan Nanxing, and even Chu Maxin. TSK, this woman must be a demoness in disguise, right? Now even the high priest's heart has been stolen by her. Just as Huan Luo was feeling extremely resentful, Yi Hongyi appeared again. You didn't leave. Huan Luo immediately wiped away the blood at the corner of her lips and looked at Yi Hongyi coldly. Hongyi hasn't finished speaking, how can you leave now? When he saw Huan Luo's blood-stained white clothes, Yi Hongyi had an idea. Given his martial arts, it was more than enough to deal with Huan Luo. Since that was the case, he might as well spare her life. Perhaps she would be of great use to him. What is it? Huan Luo sighed inwardly and glanced at Yi Hongyi coldly. Is Holy Maiden willing? Why can Yao Moan be revered by the masses while Holy Maiden is abandoned like an old shoe? Yi Hongyi's words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Huan Luo's heart. The jealousy that had been pent up in her heart for a long time suddenly erupted. Of course she wasn't willing. When Huan Luo clenched her fists, Yi Hongyi restrained the light in his eyes and continued to speak. Right now, Yi Junqing and that bunch of idiots are certain that Yao Moan is Yao Moan, that's why they're spoiling her and sticking to her. If they find out that this Yao Moan is fake, then things will get interesting. Yi Hongyi seemed to say this carelessly, but this carelessly said sentence was the beginning of his revenge. Yao Mo could endure hardships and allow herself to fall step by step until she was living a life that was neither human nor ghost. He could also endure humiliation and make Yao Mo fall into a state where she had nothing. Yao Moan, this time, Yi Hongyi, want to see how you're going to turn things around. Yi Hongyi, a lowly commoner like you wants to use this holy maiden. Shouted Huan Luo coldly, her eyes cold. I wouldn't dare. Hongyi was just lamenting for a moment. Holy maiden isn't feeling well, so how about I send you back? Said Yi Hongyi attentively. However, Huan Luo flicked her sleeves and flew away like a fairy. The night was cold and serene. The moonlight was hazy like a veil as it spilled through the window. On the bed, Yi Junqing's dry lips were dripping with blood and his brows twitched slightly. Yi Junqing. On the side of the bed, Yao Moan used a wet towel to wipe Yi Junqing's lips. Her eyes were filled with deep worry. Wanner, don't leave me again, without you, how am I supposed to live? In his daze, Yi Junqing subconsciously grabbed Yao Moan's hand. Once he grabbed it, he couldn't bear to let go. I also want to know how to let you live. Yao Moan allowed Yi Junqing to hold her hand as a trace of bitterness flashed through her lips. You shouldn't have fallen in love with him. A clear voice came from behind her. Yao Moan was startled and immediately put Yi Junqing's hand back into the blanket before turning around. If Lord Priest didn't come to deliver the antidote, then please return. Yao Moan looked towards Qi Kanglan indifferently. There wasn't a trace of warmth in her voice. Is Yi Junqing really that important? Important enough that you don't care about your own life? Qi Kanglan's voice trembled. If it wasn't for what happened just now, he wouldn't have subdued Yin Shui and appeared at this time. Wanner isn't in the mood to listen to Lord Priest's lecture right now. Yao Moan's eyes were like water as she turned around and returned to Yi Junqing's side. She tightened the towel in the wooden basin and carefully wiped Yi Junqing's lips. If the promotion of flame coins continues to stagnate like this, Master will give up on your suggestion and attack Eastern Continent. At that time, it won't just be Yi Junqing, Chu Maobei, Han Jini, and the others will all die. Eastern Continent will instantly become hell on earth. Qi Kanglan clenched his teeth as he spoke solemnly and turned to leave. The hand holding the towel froze in midair. Yao Moan cleared her throat and her eyes dimmed. It didn't matter. She was just a little woman who couldn't even remember her own name. How could she shoulder the rise and fall of Eastern continent? If the man on the bed died, she felt that there was no meaning in living anymore. Her hand fell on Yi Juanqing's thin lips. Yao Moan was frightened by her own thoughts. Love had come too suddenly, she hadn't even been prepared. The window frame was blown open by the night wind. Yao Moan gathered her thoughts and got up to walk to the window. By the time Yao Moan closed the window and turned around, the window suddenly opened. Yao Moan abruptly turned around, her clear eyes cold. Who is it? In the pitch-black night, it was impossible to see anything more than 100 meters away, but Yao Moan felt like someone was watching her. An indescribable chill surged up from the bottom of her feet. In the darkness, Yi Hongyi gritted his teeth, his sinister eyes filled with hatred. The stone in his hand had already turned to dust. In the past 2 days, all the doctors that had come to Juxian restaurant had been helpless against Yi Juanqing's poison. Diao Diao lied to Yao Moan and told her that she wasn't a match for Huan Luo. When Yao Moan saw that Yi Juanqing's breathing was getting weaker by the day, her heart burned with anxiety. She had originally planned to go ask Qi Kanglin again, but the moment she reached the door, she saw a man dressed in a charming red robe appear in front of her. He had a jade-like face, resplendent eyes, and an exquisite and perfect silhouette that seemed to be a product of the heavens. The man in front of her had a beauty that could make the sun and moon lose their luster and change the color of mountains and rivers. Even though Yao Moan was in a terrible mood, she was still stunned by the man's appearance. It's been a few months since we last met, beauty. Nanqing really misses you. Yan Nanqing's voice was gentle and melodious. When paired with Yan Nanqing's appearance, it was as if he had walked out of a painting. It made one feel like everything was unreal. Alliance head, His Majesty is in grave danger. Yin Shui was no longer in the mood to dwell on yesterday's temporary coma. She hurriedly took a step forward and said this worriedly. Save him first. In a bit, Nanqing really wants to catch up with the beauty. Yan Nanqing's thin lips were moist and his smile was as brilliant as fireworks. Yao Moan couldn't help but shake her head to get rid of the love-struck expression on her face. She thought that this androgynous fellow must have gotten the wrong person, but now wasn't the time to explain. When Meiji saw Yan Nanqing walk up to the 3rd floor with light steps, the light in her eyes instantly dimmed. At first, she was the daughter of Longshi's richest man, so she could be considered a suitable match for Phoenix Feather Manor. Later, she became the vice-commandant of the Iron Blood Army, so she was worthy of the title of Alliance Head's wife. But now, Yan Nanqing was still the young master of Phoenix Feather Manor, the publicly acknowledged Alliance Head of the martial world, while she had become a waiter for Juxian Tower. There was no reason for this marriage to continue. Thus, when they met again, Meiji's heart was filled with bitterness. Everyone followed Yan Nanqing up to the 3rd floor, but Meiji put down the tray and silently walked out of Juxian Tower. When Yan Nanqing stuffed a pill into Yi Juanqing's mouth, the entire room was filled with a foul stench. Is this pill really effective? On the edge of the bed, Lang Bingxin covered her nose with both hands as she looked towards Yan Nanqing suspiciously. Those 2 old geezers of Phoenix Feather Manor hid this thing at the head of the bed. Do you think it's effective or not? Yan Nanqing wanted to express just how precious this pill was, but when he saw the shock and doubt in everyone's eyes, he was instantly displeased. Aren't your thoughts too impure? Alliance Head's words make it impossible for one to be pure. Ben Lei shrugged. On the bed, Yi Juanqing slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the people in front of him, he suddenly felt like a lifetime had passed. Moan. Yi Juanqing, who had just regained consciousness, abruptly stood up, his eyes filled with hesitation. At this moment, everyone's gazes landed on Yao Moan. There are some things I really don't want to say anymore. Yao Moen shook her head helplessly, but didn't show any intention of going forward. However, the instant she saw Yi Junqing open his eyes, her heart finally calmed down. Junior brother, how are you going to thank this alliance head? If it wasn't for this alliance head's pill. Just as Yan Nanxing swaggered over to Yi Junqing's side, Yi Junqing mercilessly pushed him away and looked towards Yao Moen with deep emotion. Prioritizing a lover over a friend. Black lines appeared on Yan Nanxing's forehead, but he still tactfully left the room. Everyone else did the same. Just as Yao Moen was about to leave with everyone, Yi Junqing struggled to get off the bed. Warner, are you leaving as well? A weak voice escaped Yi Junqing's mouth. In the next second, Yi Junqing lost his balance and fell off the bed. Your body hasn't recovered yet, why are you getting off the bed? When Yao Moen saw Yi Junqing like this, she had no choice but to turn around and help him back. At this time, Lang Bingxin had already shut the door tightly. I heard everything. A smile appeared on Yi Junqing's pale face as he subconsciously wrapped his hands around Yao Moen's. What did you hear? Yao Moen really wanted to pull her hands away, but for some reason, she didn't. Instead, she allowed Yi Junqing to hold them. I thought that you wouldn't care about my life or death. So it wasn't like that. You've been taking care of me while I was unconscious for the past 2 days. You couldn't bear for me to die, right? Yi Junqing hadn't been completely unconscious during the past 2 days. What else did you hear? Yi Junqing's words caused a chill to run down Yao Moen's spine. She couldn't be sure if Yi Junqing had heard what Qi Kanglan had said at the time, or how much he had heard. You said something else. Yi Junqing's eyes lit up with delight. Ahem. This shopkeeper also said that if your hands don't behave, I'll chop them off. Yao Moen sighed inwardly when she saw that Yi Junqing didn't seem to be lying. She then pulled her hands back and turned to leave. Chapter 588. Thank you. Even though they had lost their memories, their hearts were still alive. Yi Junqing was very grateful. He knew that he wasn't as good as Han Jini and Chu Maobei, but he swore that he wouldn't lose to Yao Moen in the slightest. Who are you thanking? Yao Moen's heart sank slightly as she looked towards Yi Junqing meaningfully. It's not Yao Moen, it's not Xingwaner. It's you, the person who's really standing in front of me, said Yi Junqing firmly. He knew what Yao Moen cared about. At this moment, he didn't want to dwell on the name. Lie down, this shopkeeper will have someone bring the food over. After hearing Yi Junqing's explanation, Yao Moen's heart warmed slightly. When Yao Moen left the room, she just happened to see Han Jini walking in from the main entrance of Ju Xianlu while holding the Qi Xiu flute. Yao Moen instantly felt her cheeks heat up. Ever since she wrongly accused Qi Xiu Di that day, she had been so worried about Yi Junqing's safety that she had neglected Qi Xiu Di and Han Jini. Now that Yi Junqing was safe and the facts had proven that the poison in Yi Junqing's body had nothing to do with the Qi Xiu flute, Yao Moen felt extremely guilty. You're back. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, Yao Moen very attentively walked to the side of Han Jini and Qi Xiu Di who were sitting in the corner, smiling from ear to ear. Uncle Jini, let's go. Seeing that it was Yao Moen, Qi Xiu Di didn't say anything further and pulled Han Jini away. It's already so late, it'll be dangerous for children to go out. Yao Moen reached out to pull on the flute, but the flute fiercely flung her hand away. Even if I die outside, would you care? When Yao Moen heard the indistinct grievance in Qi Xiu Di's voice, she suddenly had the urge to pull him into her arms. However, she also knew that the consequences of doing so could only be described in one word: asking for trouble. Ahem. Sorry, but at the time, little Qing really did bite King Chu, so it's normal to be suspected. Although Yao Moen felt that she had gone a bit too far with Qi Xiu Di, it was still pardonable. So you want to kill little Qing? Regardless of whether it was wronged or not. That's why you didn't come to apologize even though you knew that person wasn't poisoned by Little Blue. Hypocrite. You only came after that person recovered. Hateful. Although Qi Xiu flute was not big, his words were like knives that pierced people's hearts. That. Of course I wanted to come over earlier to apologize, but since you didn't really want to see me and you had Uncle Genie accompanying you. This was the first time Yao Moen was at a loss for words. In reality, she really had neglected Qi Xiudi's feelings. Thus, when she couldn't continue lying, Yao Moen shamelessly looked towards Han Genie with a pleading gaze. Saint Shopkeeper secretly came to find Uncle Genie. He hoped that Uncle Genie could take care of you for the next 2 days. Little fellow, don't be angry. Saint Shopkeeper cares about you very much. Han Genie looked at Qi Xiu Di and patted him on the shoulder. Really? Qi Xiu Di pouted and glanced at Han Genie, then at Yao Moen. The moment she nodded, Yao Moen felt her moral integrity shatter into pieces. At this moment, Diao Diao walked out of the kitchen. Xiu Di. Here is Little Green's favorite vole. Come here. Hearing Diao Diao call him, Qi Xiu Di raised his head and looked at Han Genie. You go first, Uncle Genie will follow in a bit. Han Genie looked at Qi Xiu Di dotingly. At the entrance of the kitchen, Diao Diao looked towards the person in the main hall with a lonely expression before turning to leave with Qi Xiu Di. Just now, many thanks. Yao Moen looked towards Han Genie with a bit of embarrassment. She casually picked up the teapot on the side of the table, poured a cup, and handed it to Han Genie. It's nothing, Xiu Di is just a child. His anger will pass in a bit. This Supreme Lord heard them say that Yi Junqing is fine. Han Genie held the teacup and sat down on the chair beside him. His handsome face always had a warm smile in front of Yao Moen. He's fine. It's fortunate that Supreme Lord Han was willing to bleed to prolong his life. Otherwise, no matter how good Alliance Head Yan's pills were, they wouldn't have made it in time. Wander thanks Supreme Lord on King Chu's behalf. Yao Moen's unintentional words caused Han Genie's heart to sink slightly. It's nothing, if it wasn't for Xiu Di, this Supreme Lord might not have been willing to bleed that bit. The corners of Han Genie's lips curved up bitterly. For a moment, he really wanted Yi Junqing to just die like this. But now, when he saw the smile on Yao Moen's face, Han Genie rejoiced that he hadn't been so selfish. Supreme Lord's blood naturally has the ability to cure poisons. Yao Moen saw that Han Genie didn't like Yi Junqing, so she changed the topic. If one day you're poisoned by someone you trust, then you'll have to think of a way. At the time, when he was injured in Great Shu's throne room, Master Qiao had secretly drugged him. Han Genie had spent a lot of effort to cure the poison in his body. After that, Han Genie had taken all kinds of rare medicinal ingredients to achieve the current effect of being immune to poison. Of course, if he really did encounter a powerful poison, he would also be helpless, just like the poison Yi Junqing had been poisoned with. Is that so? Supreme Lord seems to especially like Xiu Di. Yao Moen felt that this was going to be an extremely long story, but she just happened to not be in the mood to listen to stories right now, so she changed the topic. Because someone once said that they would give him the best in the world. Han Genie's clear eyes were as gentle as moonlight. When Yao Moen heard this, she was slightly shaken. She suddenly remembered that she had once said these words. She felt ashamed and indescribably grateful towards Han Genie. Waner went back on her words, but Waner will do her best in the future. Yao Moen revealed a guilty expression. This Supreme Lord has a matter that he wants to ask Saint Manager about. The smile on Han Genie's face calmed down and he looked towards Yao Moen with deep emotion. There's no harm in asking Supreme Lord, Wanner will naturally tell you everything I know. Yao Moen didn't notice the change in Han Genie's expression and vowed solemnly. Compared to Yi Junqing, just where does Genie fall short? This was a question that had always been in Han Genie's heart. At the time, Yao Moen hadn't lost her memories and she had gone through life and death with Yi Junqing. That kind of friendship wasn't something he could compare to. But now it was different. Yao Moen didn't remember anything from the past. He and Yi Junqing had expressed goodwill towards Yao Moen at practically the same time, so why was the result still the same? Yao Moen hadn't expected that Han Genie would ask this directly and immediately froze. Supreme Lord and King Chu each have their own merits. In Wanner's eyes, Supreme Lord isn't inferior to King Chu in the slightest. Yao Moen borrowed Yao's words, but these were also her true feelings. To be friends, Han Genie was one in a million. Even if this Supreme Lord isn't inferior to Yi Junqing in any way, you still care about him more, right? Han Genie wasn't good at expressing his feelings. In his mind, it was always women who took the initiative to flatter him. The red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple of myriad Imperial City weren't things he took the initiative to provoke. Ha! Of course Wanner also cares about Supreme Lord. If Supreme Lord is poisoned one day, Wanner will also be extremely worried. Yao Moen swallowed and then said with certainty. I hope so. From Yao Moen's eyes, Han Genie saw the word half-hearted. Since the truth couldn't be more obvious, why did he need to hear Yao Moen say it herself? Of course. Yao Moen felt that there was a need to confirm it again. However, Han Genie didn't reply and silently turned to leave. When Yao Moen saw Han Genie's lonely figure fade from her line of sight, she couldn't help but sigh in relief. When she turned around, she saw that Diao Diao was standing behind her. When did you get here? Yao Moen asked in surprise. Master, you're too bad. You really aren't worth Diao Diao doing this for you. Diao Diao stomped her foot, then threw the account book in her hands and ran out. Hey! Where are you going? If you leave, who's going to run the errand? Yao Moen felt a bit helpless. If there was anything that Han Genie and Yi Junqing were lacking, it was probably that little bit of fate. Yao Moen thought. On the main street, Mei Ji walked aimlessly. Her mind was filled with Yan Nanqing's alluring figure. Go back. What kind of mood should she use to face Yan Nanqing? Not going back. Where else could she go? Right now, Baijian, Mo Chang, and Thousand Faces hadn't returned. She didn't even have anyone to discuss with. Right at this time, a child suddenly stuffed a letter into Mei Ji's hands. After Mei Ji read the letter, she swept her gaze over the crowd. Seeing that there was nothing out of the ordinary, she suddenly turned and walked towards the forest in the back. In the empty forest, Mei Ji looked around but didn't see anyone come out. Thousand Faces. Mei Ji called out softly. Then she saw a figure scuttle out of the dense branches. Mei Ji, something happened. Although the person in front of her was very unfamiliar, Mei Ji could tell from his voice that this was Thousand Faces. What happened? Mei Ji was slightly shaken when she heard this and furrowed her brows. Nameless sent news that Baijian and Mo Chang were killed by Yi Hongyi. I don't know if you've returned to Xiang yet, so I had Nameless come to Longxi to find you. Nameless wants us to hide first after finding you. Thousand Faces' expression was solemn as he spoke concisely. What? Yi Hongyi killed Baijian and Mo Chang. How is that possible? Isn't Yi Hongyi in Crimson Flame country? Also, how could his martial arts be a match for Baijian and Mo Chang? When Mei Ji first heard that Baijian and Mo Chang had been killed, her heart ached. However, to say that Yi Hongyi was the murderer, she really found it unimaginable. People change. The once all-powerful vice-captain of the Iron Blood Army is also a waiter in Jushin Tower now. A soft and feminine voice suddenly rang out. Meiji and Thousand Faces' gazes turned cold as they both looked in the direction of the voice. They saw that Yi Hongyi was standing on a branch wearing a black robe. The silver mask on his face was as cold as ice. His entire body exuded a ghostly baleful aura. Just by testing the other's inner strength, Thousand Faces and Meiji were already shocked. Yi Hongyi. What do you want to do? With that kind of inner strength, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Rather than groveling and begging for mercy, it was better to just stare at him. What do I want to do? Naturally, I want your lives. Under the silver mask, Yi Hongyi's thin lips curved into an icy smile. He raised his hand and a cold light shot towards Meiji. Thousand Face knew that he couldn't win against that cold light, but he still stood in front of Meiji. In the blink of an eye, Thousand Face felt a sharp pain in his chest and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Meiji looked at everything in front of her in fear. It was just one move. Yi Hongyi used one move to take Thousand Faces' life. Thousand Faces. Meiji abruptly pulled Thousand Faces into her embrace. Tears streamed down her face as she choked with sobs. I'm sorry. I can't protect you anymore. Thousand Faces, can I call you this? In Meiji's embrace, Thousand Faces struggled to pull off the mask on his face. He just wanted Meiji to see his true appearance one more time. That way, she would remember him a little longer. You can call me anything. Thousand Faces, don't worry, I won't let you die. Iron Blood Army's 3 great captains and 2 great protectors had always been like brothers. Seeing Thousand Faces on the verge of death, Meiji's heart ached. Meiji. I know I can't compare to Yan Nanxing. My martial arts aren't as good, my appearance isn't as good, and my family background isn't as good. That's why I never hoped that your gaze would stay on me. But I'm about to die. I really want to tell you that from the first time I saw you, I fell in love with you. I just didn't dare say it. I was afraid that Baijian and the others would laugh at me for being a toad lusting after swan meat. Pfft, dark red blood flowed out of Thousand Faces' mouth. Tears fell from Meiji's eyes. I'm sorry. Thousand Faces, I'm sorry. Meiji hugged Thousand Faces tightly and cried. She didn't know, she really didn't know that Thousand Faces liked her. Chapter 589. It's not your fault, it's just that Thousand Face is too unpresentable. Thousand Feather, Thousand Face will definitely reincarnate into a beautiful one. At that time, Thousand Faces' hand fell to the ground and his eyes gradually lost focus. At that time, he wouldn't be able to say what he wanted to say in the end, leaving behind a lifetime of regret. Thousand Face. Meiji roared hysterically, her icy eyes glaring at Yi Hongyi. What a touching scene. Meiji, originally, we had a few one-night stands with you and we wanted to spare your life from the bottom of our heart, but since he cares about you so much, then we will fulfill your wish and send you to reunite with him. Said Yi Hongyi sinisterly. With a raise of his hand, another ray of cold light flashed. Meiji knew that she couldn't dodge, so she hugged Thousand Face tightly and slowly closed her eyes. At this critical moment, a brown figure suddenly jumped out. Meiji heard a muffled sound, and when she opened her eyes, she clearly saw Nameless covering his chest. Nameless. Meiji was shocked. Yi Hongyi. If you want to kill Meiji, you'll have to step over this old man's body. When Nameless saw Thousand Faces' corpse, he was filled with regret. This was all his fault. If it wasn't for him, Mo Chang Bai Zhan wouldn't have died, Thousand Face wouldn't have died. You think we don't dare? Yi Hongyi really didn't dare. At the time, Sikong Mu had specifically warned him that Nameless was a member of the Imperial sect. It was a simple warning that if Yi Hongyi dared to touch Nameless, his fate would be miserable. Yi Hongyi knew that his targets for revenge were Yao Moan and Yi Junqing. If he lost Sikong Mu's trust because of Nameless, then the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. However, at this moment, Yi Hongyi was extremely domineering. Nameless, leave. Meiji believed that with Nameless martial arts, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. If even you die, Nameless won't have the face to live in this world. Nameless blocked in front of Meiji, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Nameless, do you really think you can stop me? Ha! Then this emperor will let you see what is called unintentional schemes. Yi Hongyi's black robes fluttered even though there was no wind. His silver mask looked even more sinister and frightening as his black hair fluttered in the wind. Suddenly, 10 streaks of light shot out of Yi Hongyi's fingertips, like the roar of a flood dragon, heading straight for Meiji. Meiji closed her eyes again. Seeing this, Wu Ming flew to Meiji's side. Even if he had to die in front of Meiji. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get past his conscience. The expected pain did not land on the two of them. When Meiji opened her eyes for the second time, she clearly saw the white-clad Huan Radish standing before her and Nameless. Hongyi, I didn't expect the Holy Maiden to like to meddle in other people's business. Fantasy Vine's appearance surprised Yi Hongyi. Nameless is a citizen of Crimson Flame Country. He's also a member of the Imperial sect. You dare to attack him? The cold voice was filled with disdain. Huan Luo had never treated Yi Hongyi as a human. Holy Maiden, you've misunderstood. Hongyi only wants to kill the woman behind Nameless. He definitely has no intention of harming Nameless. Yi Hongyi's voice turned into a fawning one. Oh. When Huan Luo heard this, she glanced at Meiji out of the corner of her eyes. At the side, Nameless' gaze shifted and he immediately knelt in front of Huan Luo. Lady Holy Maiden, Meiji is the spy this old man placed by Yao Moan's side. Her existence is of utmost importance. Nameless knew very well that the only one who could save Meiji right now was Huan Luo. As for whether that person in Gathering Immortal Tower was Yao Moan or not, Nameless was betting on this. Is that so? Huan Luo lifted her brows and looked towards Meiji questioningly. Looking at Thousand-Faced in her arms, Meiji thought of Baizhan and Mo Chang who had died because of Yi Hongyi. Meiji felt that she couldn't commit suicide. Death was so easy, but she had to live. She had to get revenge for Thousand-Faced and the others. Replying Lady Holy Maiden, Meiji has indeed been hiding by Yao Moan's side on Nameless orders. Meiji replied to Nameless. She was incomparably shocked. Although she had doubted the authenticity of that person in Gathering Immortal Tower, Ling Bingxin had once said that person was most likely not Yao Moan. Lady Holy Maiden, don't listen to their nonsense. Aside from Cult Master, the High Priest, and you, only Hongyi knows that Yao Moan drank a phoenix tear and lost her memory. How could Nameless know? Now there's this Meiji. Yi Hongyi's words were clearly instigating Huan Luo to kill Meiji. You don't need to worry about this. From now on, this Holy Maiden needs Nameless and Meiji to work for this Holy Maiden. You're not allowed to harm them in the slightest. Huan Luo's almost commanding tone caused Nameless and Meiji to sigh inwardly in relief. That's not too good. Cult Master wants Nameless to help Hongyi. Before Yi Hongyi could finish speaking, he saw a flash of white silk shoot over like an icicle and hit his face. Yi Hongyi had the ability to dodge it, but he didn't do so. Yi Hongyi. Who do you think you are? You actually dare to use Cult Master to threaten this holy maiden? Listen up, I'll leave them here. You, scram. Huan Luo didn't give Yi Hongyi any face. She hadn't forgotten who it was who had ambushed her from behind and heavily injured her. If it weren't for the fact that she had a spiritual pill with her, she would probably still be lying in bed. Holy maiden, don't be angry. Hongyi will leave. Yi Hongyi chuckled softly, then cupped his hands in salute before turning to leave. He believed that Huan Luo was looking for help to deal with Yao Moen. Fine, he'd let Mei Ji and Nameless live a bit longer. He wasn't in a hurry to get revenge. This time, he believed that he would definitely be the one who had the last laugh. Huan Luo only turned around after Yi Hongyi left. Before Mei Ji could say anything, she flicked a pill into her mouth. Holy maiden, said Nameless in a panic. This holy maiden only gave her a pill to calm her down. As long as she listens obediently, this holy maiden naturally won't make things difficult for her. You can leave now. Huan Luo waved her hand to indicate that Mei Ji should leave. Mei Ji glanced meaningfully at Nameless, then dragged Thousand-Faced's corpse with difficulty out of the forest. Only after Mei Ji left did Huan Luo look towards Nameless. Nameless, this holy maiden remembers that a certain someone once said that he was willing to go through fire and water for this holy maiden, reminded Huan Luo gently. Nameless' life was saved by holy maiden. If holy maiden has anything, just tell me. Nameless will go through fire and water. At this moment, Nameless knew that if he didn't hold on to Huan Luo, this life-saving straw, Mei Ji could meet with misfortune at any moment. Thus, even if it was asking a tiger for its skin, he had no grounds to refuse. Listen, return to Crimson Flame Country immediately. This holy maiden doesn't care what method you use, but bring 2 people who look exactly like Yao Moen. Remember, you must train them to be 90% similar to Yao Moen, whether it's their voice or their demeanor. Although Huan Luo disliked Yi Hongyi's idea suited her very well. If those lowly commoners knew that Yao Moen was fake, would they still be so affectionate towards her? The feeling of being misunderstood and spurned by everyone wasn't a good one. I'm just afraid that Gue Dozi won't be willing to help. Nameless admitted that he didn't have the right to speak to Gue Dozi in Crimson Flame Country. Does Gue Dozi only have Leng Bingxin as his disciple? Asked Huan Luo coldly. Nameless obeys. But Mei Ji. Nameless looked towards Huan Luo apprehensively. Don't worry. With this holy maiden here, Yi Hongyi won't dare to act rashly. Huan Luo glanced at Nameless as a guarantee. When they returned to Gathering Immortal Tower, Mei Ji felt weak all over. The scenery in front of her swayed and she couldn't see clearly. Mei Ji, A red dress drifted past Mei Ji's eyes. Yan Nanxing never dreamed that he would run into Mei Ji here. He instantly felt his legs go numb. Sorry. What surprised Yan Nanxing even more was that Mei Ji didn't even notice his existence. She pushed him aside and continued to walk forward. There was clearly a table in front of her. You're all right, right? Yan Nanxing wasn't someone who held grudges. Plus, in principle, he and Mei Ji had some sort of relationship, so when he saw Mei Ji's expression change, he acted like a gentleman and didn't break into a run. I'm fine. I can't have anything happen to me. I can't. When she was burying Thousand Faces, Mei Ji swore over and over again that if she couldn't kill Yi Hongyi in this life, she would turn into a malicious spirit and tear Yi Hongyi apart. I'm really fine. Yan Nanxing shook his head helplessly as he looked at Mei Ji, who had fainted on the ground. Then he carried Mei Ji back to her room. That night, Yi Junqing found Yao Moen, who had been sitting there for a long time on the roof of Gathering Immortal Tower. This is for you. Yi Juanqing's body was still very weak, so when he handed the lifelike wooden sculpture to Yao Moen, he almost tripped over. Thankfully, Yao Moen held on to him so he didn't roll down. You made this. Yao Moen's cherry lips curved faintly as she looked at the wood carving that looked exactly like her. And, do you like it? A knowing smile appeared on Yi Juanqing's pale face. When did you make it? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Juanqing, her expression instantly turning solemn. This afternoon. Yi Juanqing answered truthfully. If Yi Juanqing remembered correctly, this should be the 100th Yao Moen sculpture he had. For the past 3 months, he had been using this to console himself from the pain of lovesickness. Your body is so weak, why are you still making this thing? The solemn expression on Yao Moen's face instantly disappeared. Since it was this afternoon, he had made it according to her appearance. Yao Moen knew that she looked exactly like the person in everyone's eyes, but she still felt apprehensive. I had nothing better to do, so I made it. If you like it, Juanqing will make one for you every day. When Yi Juanqing saw that Yao Moen couldn't bear to part with it, he slowly sat down next to her, his gaze as gentle as water. Are you very free? If you have nothing better to do, then go downstairs and receive a guest. Yao Moen's words caused the back of Yi Juanqing's head to instantly break out in cold sweat. Ahem. This shopkeeper meant to go downstairs and receive a guest, play the flute, dance with a sword, and so on. Yao Moen realized that she had misspoken and immediately explained. All right, in the future, Juanqing will listen to shopkeeper's orders. Juanqing will do whatever you say. Actually, this kind of life wasn't bad either. If he could live the rest of his life peacefully with Yao Moen like this, it would also be a blessing. However, these peaceful days were probably coming to an end. Yi Juanqing lowered his eyes and a trace of light flashed through them. What kind of joke is this? You're the king of Chu, the monarch of a country. One wouldn't dare to leave you here to be defiled. Yao Moen gently caressed the sculpture in her hands as a sweet feeling welled up in her heart. However, this sweetness didn't seem real. That's easy. As long as shopkeeper says the word, Juanqing can pass the throne to someone else at any time. Even if I have to give up this country, I'll still be at shopkeeper's beck and call. Yi Juanqing really did think this way. Once all the conspiracies were uncovered and the country was stabilized, he would give up the throne and live in seclusion with Yao Moen in the mountains. Or perhaps they could open a shop or do any kind of business. You said that. Yao Moen turned around, her clear eyes sparkling with resplendent splendor. Juanqing definitely won't go back on his words. As he looked at that elegant and beautiful face, Yi Juanqing's heart gradually sank and he leaned over. The hazy moonlight enveloped the quiet Xinjiang. The silvery light made one feel as if they were in a celestial realm. Everything seemed unreal. Yao Moen watched as Yi Juanqing's thin lips touched her cherry lips. For a moment, she forgot to dodge and let him have his way. This saintess couldn't tell it all. How could Yao Moen possibly be worth Yi Juanqing giving up his country for? Behind Qi Kanglan, Huan Luo looked on with delight at Yi Juanqing's light kiss on the roof and laughed wantonly. His heart felt like it was slowly sinking into the darkest corner of the ocean. Salty seawater invaded his chest, making it so uncomfortable that Qi Kanglan wanted to vomit. Her moon-like silver hair fluttered in the wind, drawing a faint arc in the air. She was a peerlessly beautiful person, but her heart felt like it was being twisted by a pair of red-hot iron pincers. Qi Kanglan had always been conflicted about what kind of feelings he had for Yao Moen. Only now did he realize that he had fallen in love with a lowly commoner. And his love had been so lowly. Chapter 590. Now that Yao Moen has fallen in love with Yi Juanqing, does this mean that the promotion of flame coins will end here? This was the first time Qi Kanglan hated Huan Luo's voice. Even just listening to it made him feel irritated. This priest has his own plans. If you act recklessly, this priest will definitely not forgive you. Qi Kanglan couldn't face that kind of scene anymore. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop himself from rushing over and crushing Yi Junqing to death. Qi Kanglan's figure leaped up. Under the blue dome of heaven, what could be more beautiful than that figure? Huan Luo was disappointed and disappointed. The wanton smile on her lips faded into a deep, indelible bitterness. He's really going to die. See if Diao Diao doesn't beat him into the wall so that he won't be able to get out. In another corner, there were also people watching the show. However, Han Jinyi swore that he had no intention of peeping. In reality, he had arrived on the roof of the inn across from Juxian Tower earlier than Yao Moen, so he had seen everything from start to finish. You need a reason to hit someone. What reason do you have? Han Jinyi pulled Diao Diao back, but there wasn't a trace of anger on his face. Yi Junqing, that brat, took advantage of him. Diao Diao said words that even she didn't quite believe. This kind of thing was consensual, so there really wasn't a need to talk about who was taking advantage of who. If this Supreme Lord remembers correctly, it seems that Yi Junqing had just gotten rid of the poison, so his body is a bit weaker now, right? Said Han Jinyi lightly. His voice was as clear and melodious as rain pattering on a banana leaf. However, everyone knew how much pain his heart was in. If one loved deeply, how could they endure this kind of cruelty? Han Jinyi. If you truly love him, then you should make a move. What are you doing cowering here like a coward? Helping him. In Diao Diao's eyes, this is the cheapest thing, the most cowardly display. As Diao Diao angrily rebuked him, she forgot what she was doing. Pa! A resounding slap reverberated through the night sky and didn't fade for a long time. Yi Junqing rubbed his swollen cheek as he looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. You dare take advantage of this old lady? What kind of lousy thing is this? Is it loaded with drugs? When Yao Moen woke up from her hazy dream, the first thing she did was to give Yi Junqing a serious warning. The second thing she did was to fiercely throw the wooden sculpture away. The last thing she did was to get up and leave the roof as if she was running for her life. That night, Yao Mo Wan's eyes stayed open from night until dawn. The frequency of her breathing was clearly higher than usual. A new day arrived and everything returned to normal. Yi Junqing really did as he said and became Yao Moen's attendant. No matter where Yao Moen went, he had to follow behind her. The entire Juxian restaurant had an additional scene of a married couple singing along with their husbands. Of course, other than Leng Bingxin and Ben Lei, most people found this change to be an eyesore. There was no need to mention Diao Diao. Even the noble young ladies who were passing by all looked at Yao Mo Wan with murderous gazes. You can disappear now. Yao Moen was also not used to this change in attitude, but she still didn't have Diao Diao make a move. This was because even though she was not used to it, she still enjoyed the feeling of following him. Don't. You're doing the accounts. I'll help you. Yi Junqing stayed by Yao Moen's side and attentively tried to take the account book, but Yao Moen slapped his hand away. Is this shopkeeper's account book something just anyone can look at? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing in alarm. This expression made Yi Junqing feel very hurt. But I'm not just anyone. Yi Junqing engraved that kiss last night into his heart. If Yao Moen really didn't remember the past, then that was fine too. At the very least, he could forget all his hatred. He was willing to start anew with Yao Moen. He swore that he would give Yao Moen a brand new life. In this shopkeeper's eyes, it doesn't matter who you follow. Alliance Head Yen has been glaring at you for a long time. Shouldn't you consider paying attention to your savior? Ever since Yi Junqing and Yao Moen came down the stairs, Yan Nanqing's gaze had never left Yi Junqing. Only after Yao Moan's reminder did Yi Junqing realize that Yan Nanqing still existed. Thus, Yi Junqing reluctantly left the booth and walked over. This alliance head had thought that King Chu thought I was dead. Yan Nanqing's eyes shone with cold light as he pouted his thin lips. How could that be? You're Zhen's dearest senior brother in this world. Yi Junqing's heart was filled with joy at the rapid progress he had made with Yao Moan. Yan Nanqing was rather surprised to hear the words dearest come out of Yi Junqing's mouth. I wouldn't dare. Let me ask you, has Meiji also lost her memories? As Yan Nanqing spoke, he glanced towards Meiji, who was greeting the guests on the first floor. I haven't heard, but she still remembers Zhen. She remembers Leng Bingxin and Ben Lei very clearly. Yi Junqing had always thought that if Yan Nanqing saw this woman again, he would definitely rush out of Xiang as fast as lightning. Was it because this alliance had hurt her too deeply? She was a woman after all. That day, he had abandoned the rooster and left, which was truly a bit of a bully. Also, Yin Shui had said that because of this, she had already severed all ties with Su Mo. Her mother had also been implicated because of this. This made Yan Nanqing feel very guilty. What surprised Yan Nanqing even more was that after Meiji fainted yesterday, Yan Nanqing had stayed by her side the entire night for the first time ever. When Meiji woke up this morning and saw him, she didn't react at all. She didn't even show the slightest bit of anger. This kind of coldness made Yan Nanqing feel even more guilty. Senior brother, if you want to make up for it, marry her. Yi Junqing reminded him out of goodwill. What are you saying? Yan Nanqing's cold eyes drifted over. Yi Junqing tactfully turned around and returned to Yao Moan's side. In the corner, Yan Nanqing had been mulling over this for a long time. Just now, when Meiji was free, he moved closer. Ahem. You fainted yesterday. Are you feeling unwell? If you are, this alliance head can beg Yao Moan to let you rest. Even Yan Nanqing felt that he was very despicable. Back then, when Meiji had chased after him, he had avoided her like the plague. Now that Meiji was treating him like he was nothing, he just had to provoke her. There's no need for Alliance Head to worry about Meiji's matters. Also, the shopkeeper is called Xingwan not Yao Moan. Meiji's seemingly emotionless voice flowed out slowly. She didn't even raise her head. But if your body isn't feeling well, it'll be very easy for you to faint again if you keep working like this. Yan Nanqing didn't back down and continued to persuade her. Alliance had plans to marry Meiji. Meiji's sudden words startled Yan Nanqing. He didn't know how to respond. When Meiji saw the confusion on Yan Nanqing's face, she pressed her lips together bitterly and continued. So Alliance Head seemingly affectionate and sincere concern for my well-being is only out of pity. That's right, Meiji isn't as good as before, but she still doesn't need anyone's pity. If Alliance Head doesn't have anything else, please move aside. Meiji said indifferently. Then she pushed aside Yan Nanqing, who was blocking her way, and walked away with the menu. The guilt in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Yan Nanqing let out a long sigh and couldn't help but shake his head. Perhaps he really did owe this woman too much. Inside the Lu residence, Chu Maxin stormed into the main hall furiously and sat down angrily. Didn't you go to Immortal Assembling Tower? Why did you come back so quickly? When Chu Mabe saw Chu Maxin's angry expression, he put down the teacup in his hand and lifted his brows. That damnable Yi Junqing. He's actually clinging on to Yao Moan and seems very close to her. Imperial older brother, Maxin already said that you should move into Immortal Assembling Tower. Now you've let Yi Junqing take advantage of you for nothing. If Yao Moan loses her memories for the rest of her life, or if she only remembers Yi Junqing, what would she do? Chu Maxin clenched his fists as he looked towards Chu Mabe resentfully. "Ha, Imperial older brother was wondering what had angered you this much," said Chu Mabe indifferently with a smile. "Imperial older brother. Are you really not worried? That Yao Moan is your crown princess." Although Chu Maxin found out the truth later on, it didn't change the fact that he still treated Yao Moan as his imperial sister-in-law. "Maxin, things aren't as simple as they seem on the surface. Let's not talk about whether or not Xingwan is Yao Moan right now. Even if she is, why would the person controlling her suddenly let her appear in Xinjiang and let Yi Junqing approach her so brazenly? Just what kind of shocking conspiracy is hidden behind all of this?" Yi Junqing's eyes have been clouded. Could it be that even you can't see clearly? Chu Mabe's sincere and heartfelt goal was to teach Chu Maxin one thing: when something abnormal happens, there must be something wrong. As the future monarch of Lulan, Chu Maxin should slowly grow up. But Chu Maxin understood his imperial older brother's meaning, but he was truly unwilling to just watch as Yi Junqing took advantage of her. "Don't worry, your imperial older brother, know which step to take." Chu Mabe looked at Chu Maxin dotingly, then picked up the teacup again. "An imperial older brother has always been wise and decisive, unlike Yi Junqing who only knows how to please Yao Moan all day and doesn't do anything proper." Chu Maxin nodded firmly, then got up and left the main hall. Once Chu Maxin left, Chu Mabe lifted his brows slightly. When he looked up, Yin Shui was already standing in front of him. "King Chu isn't as useless as the frigid prince says." Yin Shui's appearance surprised Chu Mabe. "It seems that King Chu has discovered something," guessed Chu Mabe. "It's just as your highness said, Yao Moan's appearance is just the tip of the iceberg. There's still an even greater conspiracy hidden in the shadows." King Chu personally heard that silver-haired Qi Kanglan mentioned that if flame coins can't be circulated any further, then it's very likely that the power behind them will invade Eastern continent. At that time, the entire continent will instantly turn into a living hell. Yin Shui repeated what Yi Junqing had heard. Invade Eastern continent. What big words. However, it seems that they've already begun to move. This crown prince has received news that King Qi Fengyihan and King Xia Di Feng have both gone missing a few days ago. If they're alive, we haven't seen them, and if they're dead, we haven't found their corpses. Chu Mabe's deep eyes flickered with coldness. He believed that Qi Kanglan wasn't just trying to scare him. Back then, Nameless had used Great Chu's internal strife to almost cause the 7 countries to kill each other. If it wasn't for Yao Moan's mediation, the consequences would have been unthinkable. And the person standing behind Nameless was Qi Kanglan. Moreover, Qi Kanglan and that woman called Huan Luo's martial arts were extremely high. They weren't something the martial arts world of the Central Plains could compare to. Considering this, the power hidden in the shadows really couldn't be underestimated. King Chu already knows about this. Right now, King Chu hopes that Your Highness Crown Prince can promote flame coins as much as possible until the hidden power behind them is found before making any further plans. Yin Shui conveyed Yi Junqing's intentions to Chu Mabe. It seems that this crown prince has underestimated Yi Junqing. That's fine, this crown prince will naturally give Li Zhongran a few instructions. Tell King Chu not to worry about this. However, you must remind King Chu that if Qi Kanglan and Huan Luo are safe, then our hands and feet will be tied. Chu Mabe was the most adept at reciprocity. Since Yi Junqing was willing to cooperate with him, he would naturally handle the matter of the flame coins properly. As for Qi Kanglan and Huan Luo, these 2 hot potatoes, he would just casually toss them over to Yi Junqing. Farewell. Yin Shui knew that if they continued chatting, Chu Mabe would definitely twist the topic, so she cupped her hands and left. Late at night, the crescent moon hung in the sky. In the forest behind Xinjiang, Huan Luo stood upright, her white clothes fluttering in the wind. Reporting to Holy Maiden, Nameless has already sent Hong Xiao and Jade to Mang Yuan and Nanchang respectively. I believe that in less than 3 days, the news of Yao Moan's whereabouts will reach Yi Juanqing's ears. In order to protect Mei Ji's life, Nameless had gone bankrupt after returning to Crimson Flame Country. He had used all of his savings to bribe Gue Dozi's eldest disciple, Gue Wu. Although Gue Wu wasn't Gue Dozi's last disciple, he still had a certain amount of prestige in the ghost sect. Adding on the fact that he had a very good understanding of Yao Moan's temperament and nature, after a dozen or so days of training, Hong Xiao and Jade were already 90% similar to Yao Moan. You've done well. Huan Luo nodded slightly as a light flashed through her eyes. Chapter 591. Since I'm working for the Holy Maiden, Wuming naturally has to do his best, but... Wuming wanted to get the antidote for Mei Ji but didn't dare to say it directly. This is the antidote. It can protect Mei Ji for 3 months. After 3 months, this Holy Maiden will give you the antidote. Huan Luo naturally understood Wuming's intentions and took out a black pill from her sleeve. Thank you, Holy Maiden. Wuming accepted the antidote sincerely, but his heart was heavy. It seemed that Huan Luo wanted to use Mei Ji to restrain him for a long time. After this matter is finished, return to Crimson Flame Country. Keep an eye on Yi Hongyi for this saintess. Although Huan Luo was arrogant, she was still a meticulous person. She was still wary of Yi Hongyi. Wuming obeys. When Wuming looked up again, Huan Luo had already disappeared. Meanwhile, Mei Ji had come to the rear forest after receiving Wuming's signal. This is the antidote. It can protect you for 3 months. Wuming felt guilty when he saw Mei Ji again. If she hadn't followed him, Mei Ji wouldn't have fallen to this state, and Baijian, Mo Chang, and Thousand Faces wouldn't have died. Where's Yi Hongyi? Mei Ji took the antidote expressionlessly and looked towards Wuming. I only know that he hasn't returned to Crimson Flame Country yet. Mei Ji, we're not Yi Hongyi's match right now, so... Wuming said solemnly with apologetic eyes. I know that with my current martial arts, it'll be difficult for me to even touch a finger of his, but I'll wait. No matter how long I wait, I'll get revenge for Thousand Faces and the others. Said Mei Ji coldly as she swallowed the pill. Right now, we can only rely on Huan Luo to save our lives. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have brought you to Crimson Flame Country. Wuming's expression was pained as he growled in frustration. It's already happened, so there's no point in saying this. Is there anything else? Mei Ji looked towards Wuming coldly. It's nothing. Go back first in case they get suspicious. Wuming knew that Mei Ji hated him, so he didn't say anything else. When Mei Ji turned around, Wuming couldn't help but say, take care. You too. Although Mei Ji didn't turn around, Wuming could tell that she cared about him. That was enough for him. When Yao Moan returned to her room after dinner, she saw Yi Junqing walking in with some pastries. King Chu, Wana wants to rest right now. Does that mean that even if Wana wants to sleep, King Chu also has to wait by the side? Yao Moan looked at Yi Junqing helplessly, but didn't stop him from entering her room. If shopkeeper is willing, Junqing can lie down on the side. Yi Junqing attentively placed the pastries on the side of the table, his eyes filled with warmth. Do you think I'm willing? Yao Mo Wan said embarrassedly as she slowly sat down. She casually put the pastry into her mouth. It was soft and crispy, very much to her liking. You're still not leaving? Yao Moan raised her brows in warning when she saw that Yi Junqing had no intention of leaving. Junqing wanted to ask innkeeper if you picked up the wooden carving you threw out yesterday. At the time, after Yi Junqing had gotten off the roof of Jushin Tower, he had gone to look for the wooden sculpture. Unfortunately, after searching for most of the night, he still hadn't found it. This shopkeeper doesn't need to care about that broken toy. Why should I pick it up? Your question is very strange. Go go go, hurry and go. Yao Moen abruptly raised her voice as she spoke boldly. Seeing that Yao Moen was about to get angry, Yi Junqing didn't dare to argue with her and immediately retreated. Yao Moen only sighed in relief when she was sure that Yi Junqing had left. She got up and walked to the side of the bed. She forcibly pulled out the wooden sculpture that was a part of her from under the embroidered pillow. Master that loves to lie. A faint voice drifted in from the window. When Yao Moen saw Diao Diao, she instinctively hid the wooden sculpture behind her and turned to look at Diao Diao, who had jumped in. I saw it a long time ago. Diao Diao pouted and walked to the side of the bed. Her eyes sparkled as she looked towards Yao Moen. Doesn't it look a lot like this saintess? When Diao Diao walked over, Yao Moen proudly raised the wooden sculpture in front of Diao Diao. Master, do you believe that Diao Diao only needs one breath to turn it into dust? Diao Diao's mood became even more displeased as she looked at the wooden sculpture in front of her. It has a grudge against you. When Yao Moen heard this, she immediately pulled back the wooden sculpture and put it back in its original position. Master, you've really fallen in love with Yi Junqing. Have you considered the consequences? Diao Diao frowned as she looked towards Yao Moen. Her voice was urgent and anxious. What consequences? Yao Moen's response clearly showed Diao Diao's doubts. We're people of Crimson Flame country. There will be a day when we'll make Eastern continent submit under our feet. At that time, you and Yi Junqing will definitely become enemies. At that time, don't hug me and cry. Diao Diao clearly stated their relationship. Is it impossible to get along? Yao Moen didn't think much of it. Diao Diao's words seemed very distant to her. What do you think? In reality, you can still consider Han Genie. He's not the monarch, so even if Crimson Flame country invades Eastern continent, it has nothing to do with him. At that time, you won't feel troubled, said Diao Diao sincerely. Would you like Yi Junqing? Asked Yao Moen abruptly. TCH, I wouldn't want it even if he gave it to me for free, said Diao Diao disdainfully. That's it. This saintess really doesn't have any feelings for Han Genie. Of course, I admit that Han Genie is very, very good, but what to do? We've lost a bit of fate. On the other hand, you and him can be considered to have been brought together by fate. Don't give up so easily. Yao Moen looked towards Diao Diao meaningfully. Why are you talking about me? Forget it, in any case, if I don't choose Han Genie, you can go regret it. Diao Diao's face flushed red. She turned and jumped out of the window. When did I start not going through the door? Yao Moen muttered to herself. After she laid out the brocade quilt, she tugged at her clothes. When she took off her gown, she felt a trace of coldness. Why didn't you say you were coming in? Yao Moen was about to turn and close the window, but when she turned around, she saw Qi Kanglan standing there in white robes. Sorry. When he saw that Yao Moen was only wearing undergarments, revealing her graceful and exquisite figure, Qi Kanglan abruptly turned around and apologized awkwardly. It's nothing. Did you need me for something? Yao Moen realized that she was wearing too little, so she picked up her gown and hastily put it on. This priest just wanted to know if you have any new plans for promoting flame coins. Qi Kanglan glanced to the side and walked to the table. He slowly sat down with his back facing Yao Moen. Originally I didn't, but today, shopkeeper Li of Peace Bank came to discuss with Wan about circulating flame coins to Lin Commandery's Qing Dike and increasing the value by 3 times. Wan agreed, said Yao Moen lightly. When she looked at Chi Kanglan's eyes, there wasn't the slightest bit of color in them. At the time, Chi Kanglan's inaction had made Yao Moen take it to heart. Li Zhongran suddenly came to find you. Could there be some sort of scheme involved? Chi Kanglan looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. When he saw that Yao Moen's gown wasn't fastened and the fair collarbone under her snow-white neck, his heart inexplicably became restless. He's just a shopkeeper of a bank, what scheme could he have? Wonder has been stagnant and Great Priest is dissatisfied. Now that there's a chance, Great Priest is still doubtful. If Great Priest is worried about Wonder, you can handle this matter yourself. Wonder can also have peace. Yao Moen spoke calmly as her jade fingers played with the cup on the table. This priest only hopes that you can be careful. After all, this matter concerns. Chi Kanglan didn't know what words he needed to use to make Yao Moen understand. If this matter was messed up, then Yao Moen wouldn't have any value in existence. He didn't want Yao Moen to die, so he did his best to urge her. Why was it that she couldn't see the slightest bit of what he did for her? Does Great Priest have anything else? If it's still the same old topic, then I'm sorry, Warner is really tired. Yao Moen deliberately yawned and looked towards Chi Kanglan with tired eyes. Rest first, this priest will find you another day to discuss the details. Chi Kanglan choked inwardly and silently turned around. I won't see you out. Yao Moen didn't even look up as she walked towards the bed. As the holy maiden of Crimson Flame Country, you shouldn't have fallen in love with Yi Junqing. After walking to the window, Chi Kanglan hesitated for a moment before speaking. But even if I did fall in love, what should I do? Yao Moen indifferently walked to the side of the bed and casually tugged at the embroidered blanket. Her seemingly calm words caused huge waves to surge in Chi Kanglan's heart. After a long while, Chi Kanglan finally left silently, leaving Yao Moen alone on the bed to reflect on her answer. Fell in love. That's right, if she hadn't fallen in love, why would she have gone to pick up that wooden sculpture? Why would she care about Yi Junqing's life and death? But, Yao Moen shook off those messy thoughts in her mind, then reached out to take out the wooden sculpture. She lightly pressed it against her chest and fell asleep. In Yi Junqing's room, Yin Shui told him everything Chu Mabe had said in its entirety. How could Chi Kanglan and Huan Luo be people that we can shake? Chu Mabe really thinks highly of us. Yi Junqing sat at the table, his hand gradually tightening around the teacup. Your Majesty, there's one more thing that Yin Shui doesn't know if she should say. Yin Shui's words surprised Yi Junqing. In his memory, Yin Shui had never hesitated like this before. What is it? Asked Yi Junqing. Feng Lin and Yu sent news that they saw master's tracks in Mang Yuan and Nanxiang, said Yin Shui indifferently with a conflicted expression. If what Feng Lin and Yu said was true, then it proved that this Xingwan really was just Xingwan That's impossible, right? Yi Junqing abruptly stood up and looked towards Yin Shui doubtfully. Yin Shui also doesn't want this to happen, but Feng Lin and Yu have followed master for so long. If they don't look too similar, they definitely wouldn't mistake it. Yin Shui was also conflicted. That's impossible. We are certain that Xingwan is Yao Moen. There's no need to say anything about the looks, but who could learn this temper? Yi Junqing looked towards Yin Shui in confusion, only to meet Yin Shui's equally confused gaze. Your Majesty, please don't be impatient. Yin Shui has already ordered them to bring the two masters to the new village. You'll know once you see them. Recognizing someone as master couldn't be sloppy, especially with the current unstable situation. They really couldn't afford to make the slightest mistake. No matter what, we still believe that the one in Juxian Tower is the real one. After interacting with her for about 3 months, Yi Junqing firmly believed in his intuition. Yin Shui also hopes so. Yin Shui's voice was a bit helpless. If the results weren't satisfactory, then it would be a disaster for everyone. The next day, Yao Moen signed a contract with Li Zhongran at Jushin Tower. Li Zhongran would be promoting flame coins to the nearby Qing Dike, so he would naturally get a share of the benefits. In reality, Yao Moen had also been suspicious of Li Zhongran's motives. She even suspected that Li Zhongran had received a hint from Chu Maobei, but Yao Moen didn't care about this. At least on the surface, this matter seemed to only benefit her. As for the future, that was something to worry about in the future. After all, she had never thought about serving Crimson Flame Country for the rest of her life. "Beauty, what are you thinking about?" As Yao Moen was staring blankly at the contract, a gentle but not sinister voice entered her ears. Chapter 592. I was thinking of you. Yao Moen put away the promissory note and smiled towards Yan Nanxing, who was sitting in front of her. He really was the darling of the heavens. How could other people live when he was this beautiful? You can't speak carelessly. You're clearly affecting the stability and unity. Yan Nanxing looked outside the room nervously. Fortunately, Yi Junqing wasn't here. Otherwise, he would have to explain for an entire day. But this shopkeeper is really thinking about you. How long have you been here? This shopkeeper has been providing for your food and lodging. Could it be that Alliance Head hasn't thought about this problem? Yao Moen's tone suddenly changed. Yan Nanxing's face instantly darkened. Yao Moen. The treasures you swindled from this Alliance Head are enough to buy tens of thousands of Jushin Tower. Now you still want to be so calculative? Yan Nanxing felt that Yao Moen was even more heartless than before. That's Yao Moen. Hi, Xingwaner, don't owe Alliance Head anything. Either go to the first floor and casually dance with the sword or pack up and leave. Yao Moen stood up elegantly and gave an ultimatum. This Alliance Head can give you money. Yan Nanxing suggested a third option. 30,000 taels of gold. Yao Moen didn't hold back at all. Where's the sword? Yan Nanxing knew that Yao Moen would ask for an exorbitant price, so he didn't waste any time. It was just a sword dance. Let's see if he doesn't make a mess of it and push down this Jushin Tower. Meiji, lend your sword to Alliance Head Yan. When Yao Moen walked out of the room, Meiji just happened to pass by. Yes. Meiji nodded expressionlessly and returned to her room to retrieve the sword. Beauty, don't you feel that Meiji's heart has been heavy these past few days? Yan Nanxing followed Meiji's departing figure and a trace of worry flashed through his heart. At the side, Yao Moen didn't hear Yan Nanxing's words. Her attention was completely drawn to the scene on the first floor. She saw that on the first floor, Qi Kanglen was wearing a white robe. He stood there quietly and elegantly with a jade flute in his hands. His beautiful notes were like the tinkling of spring water, relaxing and relaxing. Yao Moen slowly walked down, feeling rather surprised. She couldn't figure out what Qi Kanglen's appearance at this time meant. Do you think she's Yao Moen? When Yan Nanxing heard this, he turned around and saw that Yi Junqing had appeared behind him at some point. Other than Yao Moen, who else could ask this Alliance Head for 30,000 taels of gold? Yan Nanxing didn't doubt this at all. That's right, how could she not be Moen? Muttered Yi Junqing. Your love rival seems to have appeared. Why? Don't worry, Yao Moen will just go down like this. Before Yan Nanxing could finish speaking, Yi Junqing had already rushed down the stairs. The sudden appearance of Qi Kanglen caused the entire Immortal Assembling restaurant to boil. There were a few sharp-eyed people who saw Yan Nanxing on the third floor. After a few screams, Yan Nanxing became the target of public criticism. At this time, Qi Kanglen had quietly retreated, and there happened to be an empty spot on the high platform. Sword. Yan Nanxing was already in a bad mood when he heard the shouts from the hundreds of people on the first and second floors. Coupled with the word cheap from Meiji, Yan Nanxing was even more unhappy. How am I cheap? This alliance head was just standing here, I didn't do anything. Yan Nanxing felt extremely wronged. He was the alliance head after all, but right now he felt like he was playing a monkey. Alliance head has misunderstood. Meiji was talking about this sword. As Meiji spoke indifferently, she handed the sword in her hand to Yan Nanxing, then turned to leave. From start to finish, there wasn't a trace of a smile on her face. Yan Nanxing felt more and more like Meiji had become a completely different person. The guilt in his heart only increased. Yan Nanxing's red dress was like a dream, his silver sword was like a flower. The incomparably peerless figure flipped in the air and landed on the high platform. The cheers grew louder and louder. Everyone's gazes landed on Yan Nanxing, and the shining white silver instantly drowned the high platform. In the corner, Meiji silently looked at Yan Nanxing, the tears at the corners of her eyes hidden in her temples. While the front was filled with cheers, the atmosphere in the back was extremely strange. I didn't think that you would come to support us. Thanks. Yao Moen was still as cold as a passerby towards Qi Kanglin. You should know very well why Kanglin is here. Don't think too highly of yourself. Behind Qi Kanglin, Huan Luo's eyes were filled with hostility. Wan if there's someone who isn't willing, Junqing can also go on stage. There's also Yan Nanxing. The cheers outside aren't low either. Yi Junqing had set his sights on Yao Moen, so he naturally couldn't let her get bullied. How can you guys compare to Kanglin? Huan Luo's disdainful gaze towards Yi Junqing angered Yao Moen. How can the Grand King of Chu not be compared to a commoner? Huan Luo, you usually don't place this shopkeeper in your eyes, but in front of the King of Chu, please recognize your own status. Also, this shopkeeper used my own money to buy Jushin Tower, so here, this shopkeeper's words are the law. You either shut up or scram right now. Yao Moen protecting Yi Junqing like this naturally made Yi Junqing feel overwhelmed, but it also made Qi Kanglin's heart drop to rock bottom. You. Kanglin, just look, you're trying to help her, but she might not even appreciate it. Let's go. Huan Luo reached out to pull Qi Kanglin, but he brushed her away. I'll stay. His clear voice was cold and lonely. Qi Kanglin's eyes, which were like an ancient well without ripples, flashed with a trace of profound meaning. Ahem. It's good that you're staying. Xiao Di will be very happy. Yao Moen felt that her words had been a bit harsh, but she was targeting Huan Luo. Qi Kanglin's life wasn't good, so he'd still been shot even though he was lying down. Qi Kanglin wordlessly turned around and walked around Yao Moen and Yi Junqing to leave the rear room by himself. Behind him, Huan Luo hadn't expected that Qi Kanglin would remain unmoved after being insulted like this. Her hatred towards Yao Moen increased. As Yao Moen listened to Qi Kanglin's footsteps getting further and further away, she couldn't help but let out a long sigh. She truly had no reason to blame herself. Compared to Qi Kanglin who'd watched her die, her sins were much lighter. I hadn't expected you to protect Junqing. Many thanks. When Yao Moen turned around, a ripple appeared in Yi Junqing's gentle eyes. Just like every time in the past, no matter who bullied him, Yao Moen would stand in front of him and fiercely teach them a lesson. It was true that this made him feel like he wasn't a man, but in front of the woman he liked, what was wrong with being a little man? There's no need to be moved to this extent, right? When Yao Moen saw Yi Junqing's reddened eyes, she jumped in fright. That night, when Han Genie brought Xiao Di back after playing with it the entire day, she bumped into Huan Luo, who was walking out. Inyang, you've returned. The moment Xiao Di saw Huan Luo, he instinctively walked over. However, when he got closer, he sensed the faint coldness coming from her body, so he retreated back to Han Genie's side. Xiao Di, in the future, you're not allowed to go out with strangers. Otherwise, your godfather will be unhappy. Huan Luo and Han Genie had exchanged blows in the throne room, so Huan Luo was naturally on guard against Han Genie. Han Genie, on the other hand, was unusually calm. Yinyang, Uncle Genie isn't a stranger. Xiao Di promptly corrected Huan Luo's definition. Supreme Lord Han, since Xiao Di has returned, please leave. Huan Luo looked towards Han Genie coldly, her voice containing a hint of warning. But Xiao Di still wants Uncle Genie to come to my room. I have something good to give him. Xiao Di didn't loosen his grip on Han Genie's hand. Instead, he tightened his grip. Xiao Di, you've already returned, so why aren't you coming in? Have your Uncle Genie come in to drink a cup of water with you. Yao Moen called out insensibly. When Yao Moen called out like this, Xiao Di happily pulled Han Genie into Jushin Tower, leaving Huan Luo standing awkwardly at the door. When Huan Luo heard the cheerful conversation in the main hall, she took a deep breath and abruptly walked away. Xiao Di. A clear and melodious voice rang out. Xiao Di, who was with Han Genie, was startled. When he turned around, he clearly saw Qi Kanglan standing behind him. Godfather. The rims of Xiao Di's eyes instantly reddened. His voice was heavy with sobs, but he didn't rush over. This surprised Qi Kanglan greatly. In the past, no matter how long he had been away from Crimson Flame Country, as long as he returned, Xiao Di would always jump to his side like a little deer without exception. At this time, Xiao Di's hand was still gripping Han Genie. Xiao Di, how have you been these days? Qi Kanglan's heart trembled slightly, but he maintained a faint smile on his face. Xiao Di has been very well. With Uncle Genie accompanying me, Xiao Di has been doing well. Godfather, sit. Xiao Di pulled out a chair next to him and respectfully distanced himself. Many thanks to Supreme Lord Han for taking care of Xiao Di. Qi Kanglan nodded slightly towards Han Genie. Han Genie also nodded in response. It's getting late. Genie bids farewell. Han Genie caressed Xiao Di's head as she spoke. Her eyes were filled with love. Xiao Di was only willing to look away when he saw Han Genie's figure fade out of Jushin Tower's entrance. Godfather, Xiao Di has gone back to rest. Xiao Di bowed towards Qi Kanglan and returned to his room. The hand that was about to reach out returned to its original position before he could even lift it. Regret. Seeing the loneliness in Qi Kanglan's eyes, Yao Mo Wan slowly sat down and pushed the teacup towards Qi Kanglan. What do you mean? Qi Kanglan forced himself to sit down calmly. His jade-like fingers caressed the teacup in front of him. Warner has always felt that no matter how strong the relationship, it still needs to be maintained. This is the first time Xiao Di has left Crimson Flame Country, but you just left Xiao Di at Jushin Tower without even asking. If it weren't for Han Genie, even Warner would feel that Xiao Di is very pitiful, said Yao Moen solemnly, narrating Xiao Di's grievances to Qi Kanglan. I've never thought about this matter. Qi Kanglan's clear eyes drooped slightly and his thin lips gradually pursed into a line. He had never felt like this before. That's because Xiao Di has never been as distant from you as he is today. Do you know why? Yao Mo Wan's tone became heavier. When Qi Kanglan heard this, he turned to look towards Yao Mo Wan in confusion. He really did have doubts in his heart. In Crimson Flame Country, Xiao Di doesn't have any friends. Because of his appearance, the people of Crimson Flame Country view him as an outsider, which is what you guys often call a lowly commoner. If it weren't for the fact that he has a powerful godfather like you, he might not have been able to live until now. That's why in Crimson Flame Country, he relies on you. Even if you're not here, he still needs to rely on your reputation to survive. This kind of relationship isn't actually that strong. If Won-er is saying that if you really care about Xiodi, then please take some time out to accompany him. Yao Imo-wan's gaze was solemn and her voice was firm. You care about Xiodi. Chi Kanglan could hear the anger in Yao Imo-wan's voice. That's right, at least more than you do. Yao Imo-wan didn't deny that she liked Xiodi. In the corner, a small figure was crouched there eavesdropping, the back of her hand stealthily wiping the corner of her eyes. Ever since that day when Yao Imo-wan had defended Yi Junqing in front of Chi Kanglan, Yi Junqing had become more and more attentive towards Yao Imo-wan. This sort of doting and protective care made Yao Imo-wan feel especially good. Sometimes, Yao Imo-wan thought, if she could really live like this for the rest of her life, what else would she ask for? Shopkeeper, are you thirsty? Have some tea. At the entrance of the tent, Yi Junqing carried a cup of warm tea over to Yao Imo-wan. Before handing it to Yao Imo-wan, he deliberately blew on it a few times. Actually, if you don't want to be King Chu, being a small waiter would be extremely good. Yao Imo-wan accepted the cup of tea from Yi Junqing's hands, a smile appearing on her face. If shopkeeper is willing, Junqing is willing to be your small waiter for the rest of my life. Yi Junqing made his most sincere vow from the bottom of his heart. Not Yao Imo-wan, but me, Xingwan. At this moment, Yao Imo-wan's heart actually felt a bit hesitant and apprehensive. She was afraid that this happiness would only last for a moment and that one day, she would lose everything. It's you. Yi Junqing nodded firmly. Chapter 593. When Chi Kanglan saw Yao Moan and Yi Junqing looking at each other affectionately, his eyes gradually dimmed and he felt an indescribable knot in his heart. At this time, Yan Nanqing's appearance was extremely untimely. Shopkeeper, could you lend this love-struck fool to this alliance for a while? Yan Nanqing's beautiful face lit up with a smile that could topple a city. Ahem. Whatever, but today's wages will be deducted. After Yao Moan recovered, she felt incredibly awkward. She didn't even look at Yan Nanqing before nodding in agreement. What are you doing? Yi Junqing turned to look towards Yan Nanqing, his eyes filled with hostility. Extremely good news. Yan Nanqing's smile became even more unreal. After leaving Juxian Tower, Yi Junqing kept asking Yan Nanqing about it, but he didn't reveal anything. Yan Nanqing only stopped when they reached the Lu residence. Why did you come here? Yi Junqing looked towards Yan Nanqing suspiciously. He and Chu Mabe were working together in secret, so it wasn't appropriate for them to walk in so brazenly. It's a very important matter. If you don't go in, you'll regret it. Yan Nanqing's expression gradually turned solemn as he walked in first. Yi Junqing knew that although this senior brother of his looked like the most perfect flower vase in the world on the surface, he was still a real person. When Yi Junqing walked into the main hall, he saw Chu Mabe, Chu Maxin, and Han Jini sitting there. What happened? When Yi Junqing saw the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, a bad premonition welled up in his heart. Sit first. Yan Nanqing pulled Yi Junqing to the side, then looked towards Chu Mabe. Bring her in. As Chu Mabe spoke coldly, Yin Xiong had already pushed a woman covered in a black veil into the main hall and closed the door. How dare you? Release me. A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Yi Junqing felt his heart clench as he stared at the woman in front of the hall. Under Chu Mabe's indication, Yin Xiong reached out to remove the black veil on the woman's head. At this moment, the entire main hall fell silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with unconcealable shock. Who are you? What right do you have to capture me? Hurry and release me. Facing the 5 people in front of her, the woman didn't show any signs of panic. She was surprisingly calm. What's your name? Chu Mabe spoke first, his eyes as cold as a blade. My name is Shui Wan, The woman stood upright, and her eyes were incomparably cold. Looking at that face that was exactly the same as Yao Moan's and hearing that voice that couldn't be any more familiar, no one could tell if it was real or fake. Shui Wan, Are you born with this appearance? Have you undergone any special training for your voice? Chu Mabe harumphed coldly as he looked towards the woman in front of him. In his heart, he couldn't confirm whether this person was Yao Moan or not. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Even the movement of the woman's brows was the same as Yao Moan's. Even Yi Junqing's initial resolution wavered. If. Then it's possible that you're the Empress of Chu we're looking for, this crown prince's crown princess. If you're not, then who are you? Chu Mabe narrowed his slanted phoenix eyes as he questioned. It's Yao Mo Wan again. How many times do you want me to explain? This young lady is called Shui Waner and has nothing to do with Yao Mo Wan. Nanzhu has already sent out a notice to clarify this matter, so how long are you guys going to be conflicted about this? The woman's tone was rather helpless. I heard that you're promoting a type of currency called flame coins in your restaurant. How about you tell us about flame coins? Chu Mabe deliberately emphasized the word flame coins. You've already investigated so clearly, so what else do you need me to say? The woman didn't seem to care. At the side, Yi Junqing felt every hair on his body stand on end. The scene in front of him was far too shocking. If all of this was real, then just who was that person in Jushin Tower? Forget it, Yin Xiong. Chu Mabe took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, Yin Xiong suddenly sealed the woman's acupoints. After Yin Xiong brought the woman out of the main hall, Yin Shui brought another woman in front of the 5 people. The same question, the same answer. This woman's appearance and voice were exactly the same as the one from before. They were both identical to Yao Moan. After Yin Shui brought the woman out, the entire main hall fell silent. No one spoke. Someone discovered that Huan Luo had appeared in Mang Yuan and Nan before, and those 2 people are doing their best to promote flame coins. According to Princess Nan Hanyue, she always believed that person to be Yao Mo Wan until she heard that we also have one here. So. Chu Mabe hesitated and couldn't help but sigh. This wasn't the result he wanted to see, but it was the truth and there was no way to escape it. So Immortal Jushin Tower's Xingwaner is the same as those 2 Shui Waners and Yuaners. They're all fake. Yi Junqing's voice trembled slightly. If that was really the case, then he really deserved to die 10,000 times over. He actually couldn't even recognize Yao Mo Wan. Although this crown prince doesn't want to admit it, it's clear that they're all fake. However, this crown prince doesn't understand, where did they find so many people that look exactly like Yao Mo Wan? This caused Chu Mabe to be conflicted for a long time. Yin Shui suddenly thought of something. I wonder if your majesty still remembers that little eunuch who called himself Yi Hongyi in Guan Osprey Palace that day. His face was exactly the same as Lu Xing's. Even Lang Bingxin hadn't noticed it. It seems that perhaps someone had used some sort of method to make these 3 people look exactly the same as master. Yin Shui had already rejected that person from Immortal Jushin Tower. How could this be? After interacting with Immortal Jushin Tower's Xingwaner, we really feel that she's Yao Mo Wan. If we say that she's not, how could we believe it? Even now, Yi Junqing still couldn't believe this. This Supreme Lord also doesn't believe it. Xingwaner's speech and manner of speech are exactly the same as Yao Mo Wan's, but seeing these 2 women this time is truly inconceivable. Han Genie's eyes were dim and he was conflicted. It's precisely because of this that this crown prince has asked King Chu and Supreme Lord Han to bear witness. Right now, we need to discuss the next step of the plan. Chu Mabei's eyes were cold and he felt a bit disappointed. If these three people weren't Yao Mo Wan, then where was the real Yao Mo Wan? Could she be? Chu Mabei discarded his unacceptable guess and looked solemnly at everyone in the hall. After a moment of deathly silence, Chu Mabei was still the first to speak. Since Immortal Jushin Tower's Xingwaner isn't Yao Mo Wan, then this crown prince feels that King Chu can beat them at their own game and get rid of Qi Kanglin and Huan Luo. This plan had been brewing in Chu Mabei's heart this entire time. He hadn't said it at the time because he knew that Yi Junqing would never do something like using Yao Mo Wan. However, it was different now. Your Majesty. Everyone's gazes landed on Yi Junqing, but he didn't react in the slightest. Behind him, Yin Xuan knew that Yi Junqing's mood wasn't very good right now, but her master's life or death was unknown, so now wasn't the time to grieve. We know what to do. Yi Junqing sighed heavily, his eyes flashing with light. If Xingwaner wasn't Yao Mo Wan, then where was the real Yao Mo Wan? Yi Junqing didn't dare to think about it. He felt an unbearable pain in his heart. This packet is a poison this crown prince had specially made for Qi Kanglin and Huan Luo. It's colorless and odorless. Of course, Qi Kanglin's martial arts are unfathomable, so this crown prince doesn't dare to guarantee how effective this poison will be. Thus, after this matter is over, King Chu can no longer stay in Immortal Jushin Tower. This crown prince has already ordered Lu Jing to prepare a place for King Chu to stay in. This action would definitely attract the attention of the power behind Qi Kanglin and Huan Luo, so Chu Mabei had already made all the necessary preparations. Besides Yin Xiong, Chu Mabei had also transferred soul-shattering 3 dreams and killing vanquishing wolf from Great Shu to Xinqiang. Chu Maxin had also transferred happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy over. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were also on their way. After leaving Lu residence, Yi Junqing even went in the wrong direction. Your current expression is like the words I've been tricked are written all over your face. If Yao Mo Wan Xingwaner sees this, she'll definitely be suspicious. Yan Nanxing reminded him when he saw that Yi Junqing's expression was as heavy as a pond. What else can we do? She's actually not Yao Mo Wan, but we. Yi Junqing hated himself. Yao Mo Wan had risked her life for him, but in the end, he couldn't even tell the real from the fake. Are you the only one who's mistaken? This alliance master also didn't recognize them. Han Genie and Chu Mabei also didn't recognize them. This isn't the time to blame yourself. The sooner they reveal their true identities, the sooner you'll be able to see Yao Mo Wan. Don't think too much about it. Otherwise, even if Xingwaner doesn't suspect anything, Qi Kanglin will still be on guard. Yan Nanxing comforted him out of goodwill, but he was also worried for Yao Mo Wan. When they returned to Immortal Jushin Tower, Yi Junqing clearly wasn't as solicitous as before. He didn't even look at Yao Mo Wan and went up to the 3rd floor by himself. That guy got hit by frost. Diao Diao was surprised to see that Yi Junqing was no longer buzzing around Yao Mo Wan like a fly. There's news from Great Chu. That group of old things actually took it upon themselves to choose a concubine for him. They're really vexed. Yan Nanxing made up a few words as he glanced at Yao Mo Wan. At the counter, Yao Mo Wan's eyes followed Yi Junqing's movements and a trace of worry appeared in them. Would he be vexed over something that I'm secretly happy about? Diao Diao harumphed, then turned around to walk back to the kitchen. When Yan Nanxing turned around, he just happened to see Mei Ji walking past him. I still haven't returned the sword to you. I'll go get it later. Yan Nanxing felt that Meiji probably knew some inside information and was just thinking about how he could get some inside information from her. However, Meiji just walked past him as if he didn't exist. She didn't even blink. When it was time for dinner, Yi Junqing didn't come out, so Yao Mo-wan had the kitchen prepare an extra portion and personally brought it to Yi Junqing's room. "You're so arrogant to actually have this shopkeeper personally serve you." Yao Mo-wan grumbled, but her eyes were filled with unconcealable worry. The charm in her eyes, the way she raised her eyebrows, and even the way she taunted him was exactly the same as Yao Mo-wan. Who would believe that she wasn't Yao Mo-wan? But Shui Wan and Yu Wan of the Lu residence just had the same appearance. Yi Junqing forcefully suppressed the pain in his heart and squeezed out a faint smile. Junqing wouldn't dare. Yi Junqing got up to accept the tray with a forced smile. "Are you regretting it?" When Yao Mo-wan saw Yi Junqing like this, she hesitated for a moment before speaking. At the time, Yao Mo-wan had found out about Great Chu's concubine selection from Diao Diao's nonsense. Coupled with Yi Junqing's abnormal reaction, Yao Mo-wan was a bit worried. Yi Junqing looked up in confusion. This shopkeeper heard about Chu's concubine selection. "Don't worry, this shopkeeper won't hold you back. You can go back at any time." Yao Mo-wan lifted her brows as she said something that she didn't mean. After interacting with him for this period of time, her heart had truly been moved and she truly believed Yi Junqing's sentimental words of love. Concubine selection. "We promised you, so we won't go back." Yi Junqing froze for a moment before realizing that Yan Nanxing was just making up excuses for himself. "You're really willing to part with Great Chu's lovely land? Willing to part with 3,000 beauties to stay in Jushin Tower for one, or are you willing to be a waiter?" Yao Mo-wan looked towards Yi Junqing with a solemn expression. She was extremely apprehensive. Before giving her feelings, she wanted Yi Junqing to give her the clearest answer. Chapter 594. Yes. Yi Junqing didn't hesitate and his eyes were filled with certainty. However, his heart was filled with a different feeling. As long as he could get rid of Qi Kanglen and Huan Luo and find out who the mastermind was, he would be able to see Yao Moen sooner. These were Yi Junqing's true thoughts at the moment. Junqing. After receiving confirmation, Yao Moen leaned into Yi Junqing's embrace, her heart stirred. During this period of time, all of Yi Junqing's hard work had finally paid off, but this kind of reward had become Yi Junqing's burden. The world was hard to predict. In a single moment, an earth-shattering change occurred. However, Yao Moen was completely unaware of this change. Outside the door, a quiet figure stood there silently with dim eyes. Qi Kanglen, who had once been like a deity, had fallen into the world of mortals and destroyed his cultivation in the end. In the next few days, Yi Junqing stayed by Yao Moen's side as usual. Even though his state of mind wasn't as good as before, he still did his best to act like normal. As for Yao Moen, she didn't hold back at all and dug out her heart. After about 3 days, Han Genie still hadn't appeared. Qi Xiudi couldn't sit still anymore and pestered Diao Diao to take him to find Han Genie. Although Han Genie tried to avoid him, his abilities were limited. He couldn't compare to Diao Diao's Qinggong. Uncle Genie. The moment he saw Han Genie, Qi Xiudi's tender little face raised into a sun-like smile. When he saw Qi Xiudi rush over, Han Genie instinctively reached out. In reality, Han Genie thought that he should push Qi Xiudi away. Based on the current situation, there would be a day when they would turn against each other. However, he couldn't refuse Qi Xiudi's smile. After being intimate with Qi Xiudi for a while, Han Genie sent Qi Xiudi away to play with the little snakes. "I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." After confirming that Qi Xiudi had left, Diao Diao, who was swinging her feet on a tree branch, glanced at Han Genie. What kind of person? Han Genie didn't dislike Diao Diao. In fact, he rather admired Diao Diao's straightforward personality. However, different paths led to different paths, so they were destined to never be friends. You're no different from that unreasonable woman, Huan Luo. You're both using Qi Xiu Di to achieve your own ulterior motives. Now that your hopes have been dashed, you want to get rid of Xiu Di. Diao Diao spoke in a straightforward manner. How could she not notice that Han Genie was avoiding her? Maybe it was in the beginning, but now, I treat Xiu Di well, without any ulterior motive. And this idea seems to have been forced on me by someone, right? Han Genie felt a bit helpless. If he had known that Yao Moen wasn't Xingwaner, he wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. Actually, Diao Diao has always felt that Supremacy Han is a magnanimous and open-minded person. Since Xingwaner has chosen Yi Junqing, then that's fine. I'll give her my blessings. It wasn't a bad thing for the person she liked to be happy. It's better than forcefully plucking a melon and letting it rot in your own hands. Diao Diao jumped down from the tree fork and landed in front of Han Genie like a butterfly. Her clear eyes were rippling and beautiful. For a moment, Han Genie looked at Diao Diao absent-mindedly. He suddenly felt as if the dog skin plaster from before had turned into a saint. He actually felt like prostrating himself in worship. Forget it, Diao Diao said what she said in the past and Supremacy just listened. There's no need to take it to heart. When Diao Diao saw Han Genie's silent expression, she smiled bitterly. She could comfort Han Genie when he was sad, but who could comfort him when he was crying in the middle of the night? Your words. Genie will remember them. As Diao Diao turned around, Han Genie spoke frankly and a relieved smile appeared on his handsome face. Because Diao Diao had left Juxian restaurant for no reason, Yao Moen mercilessly docked a day's pay. However, Diao Diao was still very happy. For the entire day, she and Han Genie played happily with Xiu Di. However, Han Genie wasn't so happy. One must have a bottom line. When faced with Chu Maobei's unreasonable request, Han Genie resolutely refused. If Supremacy Han cared enough about Yao Moen, then you wouldn't be here discussing the bottom line with Maobei. Chu Maobei felt that his request wasn't excessive. It was just him seducing Diao. Was it that hard? Diao Diao doesn't like this Supremacy. This is very hard to do. Han Genie's face was dark as he spoke angrily. Diao Diao, Qi Kanglan, and Huan Luo's martial arts are about the same, so this crown prince has reason to believe that this Diao Diao isn't an ordinary person. Moreover, this person's personality is a bit more lively, so it might not be that hard to get information out of her. Of course, this crown prince won't force Supremacy to do this, but Supremacy, please think about what kind of punishment Yao Moen is undergoing right now. If she finds out that we clearly had a chance to obtain information about her, but because of a certain person, we lost a great opportunity to save her, cough cough. This crown prince will only say this much. As for what to do, Supremacy, please think carefully. Chu Maobei's words were like a needle that pierced the softest part of Han Genie's heart. Compared to Yao Moen's safety, the latter was clearly more important. In the forest at the back of the mountain, Huan Luo stood in the wind like a fairy. Her clear and cold eyes were like frost. Ever since Qi Kanglan had abandoned her and returned to Juxian Tower by himself, Huan Luo had been cursing Yao Moen 100 times in her heart every day. Reporting to Lady Saintess, Hong Xiu and Fei Tsue have been captured by Chu Maobei using Shui Waner and Yuana respectively. I believe that they're already starting to suspect Yao Moen's true identity. Nameless also personally saw Yi Junqing enter the Lu residence, reported Nameless. And, you did well. How did Yi Junqing react after learning of this? Huan Luo glanced towards Mei Ji, who was kneeling next to Nameless. Yi Junqing still treats Yao Moan the same as before. In fact, he seems to be treating her even better than usual, reported Mei Ji in a low voice. If this saintess's guess is correct, Yi Junqing is about to make a move. Keep a close eye on him for this saintess. No matter what happens, immediately notify this saintess, said Huan Luo coldly. Mei Ji obeys. Once Mei Ji and Nameless bowed, Huan Luo suddenly disappeared. Mei Ji got up to leave, but Nameless stopped her. This old man saw Yan Nanxing at Jushin Tower. Your matter, we're fine. Right now, the only thing left in Mei Ji's heart is the word revenge. Mei Ji's voice was very cold. Even now, she could still see the tragic scene before Thousand Faces' death in her dreams. This old man understands. Now that Yi Hongyi has returned to Crimson Flame Country, this old man will head back in the next few days. I hope to be able to secretly grab hold of his weakness. You have to be careful during this time, said Nameless sincerely as he looked towards Mei Ji worriedly. You too. Mei Ji nodded slightly, then turned to leave. Ever since Feng Yihan and Di Feng woke up, they had been locked up in the damp dungeon the entire time. Every day, someone would deliver food to them for their 3 meals. At this time, the two of them had already been brought into Crimson Flame Country's imperial study by a guard dressed in strange clothes. Why aren't you kneeling after seeing Crimson Flame Emperor? The guard behind the two of them wanted to use force, but Chi Chuan stopped him. Don't be rude. All of you, leave, shouted Chi Chuan coldly. The guard obeyed his order and left. The moment the door closed, Feng Yihan and Di Feng looked at each other, then finally looked at Chi Chuan. Who are you? Why did you bring us here? Feng Yihan's eyes were as sharp as ice, his expression solemn. I am the Emperor of Crimson Flame Country, said Chi Chuan calmly. When his eyes fell on Feng Yihan and Di Feng, a strange light flashed through them. Crimson Flame Country. Feng Yihan frowned and looked at Di Feng. Both of their eyes were filled with confusion. That's right. A country outside of East Continent. A country whose strength far surpasses the 7 countries of East Continent. Crimson Flame Country, said Chi Chuan proudly. His description was very precise. Since they are outside of East Continent, why did they bring us here? Di Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at Chi Chuan disapprovingly. The law of the jungle is the law of the jungle. Since the strength of the Crimson Flame Country far surpasses that of East Continent should surrender to my Crimson Flame Country. As long as the two of you are willing to lower your heads to my Crimson Flame Country, I promise that when I become the ruler of East Continent in the future, you will be conferred titles. Chi Chuan looked extremely arrogant as if he had given Feng Yihan and Di Feng a great favor. Feng Yihan and Di Feng looked at each other and smiled disdainfully. Oh! Does the Crimson Flame Country mean that, just because of your words, we will be conferred titles from the monarchs of a country? Di Feng looked at Chi Chuan and snorted coldly. The two of them looked calm, but in fact, they had long lost confidence. To be able to kidnap them from the imperial palace and bring them here without anyone knowing, the strength of the Crimson Flame Country was indeed not to be underestimated. What? Are you not willing? Chi Chuan frowned, his voice gradually turning cold. What do you think? Feng Yihan sneered and said no more. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. I believe that you will get over it soon. Guards, escort the two monarchs away. Chi Chuan didn't try to persuade them. He waved his hand and ordered people to drag Feng Yihan and Di Feng out. When the palace door was closed, a gust of cold wind came from behind Chi Chuan. Who gave you the authority to take them out of the dungeon? The deep voice was filled with cold intent. When Chi Chuan turned around, he clearly saw Sikong Mu standing behind him in a black robe. His golden mask glowed with a faint cold light. Master, don't be anxious. Chi Chuan also wants to test them. If they can surrender to the Crimson Flame Country, then the Crimson Flame Country will have 2 less enemies in East Continent, right? Chi Chuan bowed and looked at Sikong Mu with a flattering expression. Do you think they are the same as you? This master naturally has a more important purpose for capturing them. In the future, if you dare to touch them without this master's permission, don't blame this master for being merciless. Sikong Mu's voice was like a landslide, almost shattering Chi Chuan's heart. Yes, yes. Chi Chuan suppressed the depression in his chest and bowed. When he got up, the imperial study was empty. Not long after, Yi Hongyi arrived as scheduled. Hongyi kowtows in salute to the Crimson Flame Emperor. On the dragon throne, Chi Chuan let out a long sigh and slowly calmed himself down. How's the investigation going? His fawning attitude gradually faded. On the dragon throne, Chi Chuan's eyes were ice cold. Returning to the Crimson Flame Emperor, only 10 people knew that Feng Yihan and Di Feng were taken out of the dungeon. Among them, only Ding Jiu left halfway. That's why Hongyi is certain that Ding Jiu is the spy the imperial sect placed in the dungeon, reported Yi Hongyi. Ding Jiu. Remember this person. He'll be of great use to us in the future. Chi Chuan narrowed his eyes and his thin lips curved into a wanton smile. If it was a normal criminal being interrogated, it definitely wouldn't attract Sikong Mu's attention. That's why he used Feng Yihan and Di Feng to lure out the imperial sect spies. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you emerge victorious. As for using Yi Hongyi to complete this task, it was to drag him down with him. At the time, when Yi Hongyi had been ordered to leave, Chi Chuan had secretly hoped that Yi Hongyi would display his loyalty. However, Chi Kanglan and the others hadn't been harmed in the slightest, so Chi Chuan had no choice but to use his own methods to get Yi Hongyi to board his ship. Yi Hongyi naturally understood Chi Chuan's thoughts and was willing to be used. This was the only way he could truly grasp the conflict between Chi Chuan and Sikong Mu, then slowly intensify this conflict and reap the benefits of the fishermen. The moonlight was bright and clear. Occasionally, a breeze would blow past, causing the candlelight to flicker. On the bed, Yao Moen leaned against the railing of the bed in deep thought. The more time she spent with Yi Junqing, the more Yao Moen felt that he was the person she could rely on for the rest of her life. Yao Moen even thought that for Yi Junqing's sake, she should think of a way to stop Sikong Mu from entering Eastern Continent. Chapter 595. Warner, are you asleep? Yi Junqing's voice drifted in from outside the door. Yao Moen stopped thinking upon hearing this and her lips subconsciously hooked in a faint smile. Is something the matter? When Yao Moen opened the door, she restrained the light of happiness in her eyes and lifted her brows as she looked towards Yi Junqing. I saw that there was light in your room, so I thought of coming to find you. His previous willingness had already turned into enduring torment. Every time Yi Junqing looked at this face in front of him, endless resentment would appear in his heart. The pain of losing something, then regaining it, then losing it again was very understandable. He even hated this Sheng Wan for pushing him to hell after giving him such great happiness. Come in. Yao Moen didn't notice anything strange about Yi Junqing and turned to return to her seat. Warner, Zhen has thought about it. Since Zhen is willing to stay with you in assembling Immortal's Tower for the rest of Zhen's life, then Zhen should return to Great Chu and give the throne to another descendant of the imperial family. Yi Junqing got straight to the point, but in his heart, he didn't want to stay in this room at all. You want to go back? When Yao Moen first heard this, she felt a wave of loneliness. The shortest will be half a month, the longest will be 20 days. Zhen will definitely return. Ever since he found out the truth, Yi Junqing no longer referred to himself as Junqing. Who cares if you come back or not? Yao Moen didn't mean what she said. But before we go back, Shen wants to have a private chat with Qi Kanglin. Yi Junqing finally stated his intentions. It was time to get rid of Qi Kanglin according to Chu Maobei's wishes, Yi Junqing thought. Invite him. Are you alright? Yao Moen found Yi Junqing's request inconceivable. Shen just doesn't want. By the time Shen returns, Shen's most beloved woman has already been snatched away by him. Yi Junqing's words were logical. Although Qi Kanglin didn't say anything, anyone with a discerning eye could tell why he had suddenly returned to assembling Immortal's Tower. What kind of joke is this? When she heard the words most beloved woman, Yao Mo Wan's cheeks suddenly seemed to be dyed with 2 smears of crimson, a warm feeling overflowing in her chest. When it came to love, how many women could resist it? Wan, consider it as fulfilling my little selfish wish. Help me ask Qi Kanglin out, okay? Yi Junqing's almost begging tone made Yao Mo Wan's heart move inexplicably. Even though this request seemed so comical to Yao Mo Wan, she didn't refuse, because Yao Mo Wan believed that Yi Junqing was doing this because he cared about her. Coming out of Yao Mo Wan's room, Yi Junqing took a deep breath. When he glanced back, his eyes flashed with a trace of desolate and cold light. Xingwan heir, don't blame me. You were the one who was disloyal first. When he heard this request, Qi Kanglin's eyebrows rose slightly as a trace of doubt flashed through his clear eyes. You're saying that Yi Junqing wants to meet me? What reason? Qi Zhonglan looked at Yao Moen suspiciously. We'll know when the great shaman gets there. Even though Qi Kanglin had been playing the flute at Immortal Assembling Pavilion every day, Yao Moen was still brooding over the fact that Qi Kanglin had left her in the lurch. Why should I go? Qi Kanglin was clearly unwilling. It can't be that great shaman is scared, right? That can't be. In great shaman's eyes, Yi Junqing and the others are nothing more than ants. As long as you stretch out a finger, they'll turn to ashes in a matter of minutes. Yao Moen had expected this, so she tried to goad him. It's not that this great shaman is scared of him, it's just that I don't think there's a need to meet him alone. Even a lowly commoner had a reason to be jealous. How do you know if you don't see him? Of course, if great shaman isn't willing to meet him, one heir won't force it. However, great shaman's heart really isn't as magnanimous as a lowly commoner's. Yao Moen said resentfully, but as she turned around, Qi Kanglin had already moved in front of Yao Moen. You want this great shaman to meet Yi Junqing? Qi Kanglin's deep eyes glowed faintly, causing Yao Moen's heart to freeze for a moment. Do as you wish. Yao Moen couldn't meet those clear eyes. Her heart actually felt a bit weak. Thus, Yao Moen walked around Qi Kanglin in a bit of a panic. When she reached the door, she heard Qi Kanglin's voice. The time and place are all up to him. Just as Qi Kanglin had expected, even though they were all staying at Assembled Immortal's Tower, Yi Junqing had set the meeting to be at Osmantha's restaurant, which was opposite Assembled Immortal's Tower. In a private room on the 2nd floor, Qi Kanglin was dressed in a plain white robe. His silver hair was like silk. Please sit. In the private room, Yi Junqing had already prepared food and wine and was sitting at the table. When Yi Junqing saw Qi Kanglin enter, he slowly got up. If you have something to say, just say it. Qi Kanglin had never thought of sitting at the same table as Yi Junqing. Even in Assembled Immortal's Tower, Qi Kanglin had never eaten with everyone. I'll just call you Brother Qi for now. Since you've already come, why be in such a rush to leave? Yi Junqing said indifferently, then returned to his seat. If you don't want to say it, then farewell. Qi Kanglin turned around coldly, but then he heard a clear voice. You probably know why we're staying at Assembled Immortal's Tower. However, we suddenly realized that Assembled Immortal's Tower's Xingwan doesn't seem to be the person we're looking for. Yi Junqing pursed his lips as he spoke slowly. Qi Kanglen was slightly stunned by this and his footsteps involuntarily stopped. When he turned around, he was met with the wine cup Yi Junqing was holding out. "Brother Qi, why don't you sit down and listen to us slowly?" Yi Junqing's eyes were as deep as the sea, so no one could see anything wrong with them. Qi Kanglen hesitated for a moment, then reached out to take the wine cup. He didn't care if there was poison in the wine. With his martial arts, he didn't fear poison. When Yi Junqing saw Qi Kanglen drink the wine in the cup, he inwardly let out a long sigh. "What do you want to say?" Qi Kanglen sat down in front of Yi Junqing. His white robes were purer than snow and his eyes were bright. "Ma Xin's death made us disheartened. Originally, we were going to die with Ma Xin, so no matter how heartless Yi Hongyi was, we didn't care. Until we met Yao Moen. We can't describe what kind of woman she is, we only know that there's nothing in this world that can stop her. Step by step, she disintegrated Yi Hongyi's loyal subjects, secretly recruited soldiers and stockpiled large amounts of resources. It was she who pulled us out of the quagmire and gave us a new lease on life." Yi Junqing drank his wine as he talked about his past with Yao Moen. "What do you want to say?" Qi Kanglen looked at Yi Junqing indifferently. "What we want to say is that in our heart, Yao Moen is unique. No matter where she is, we will find her." Yi Junqing knew that he only had one chance, so he had poured all of the poison Chu Mabe had given him into that cup of wine. If that poison had been strong enough, Qi Kanglen would already be dead. "Since you love Yao Moen so much, you shouldn't have provoked Xingwan, Qi Kanglen's voice was cold, his eyes dark. "That's right, If we had known that Xingwan wasn't Yao Moen, then we wouldn't have even looked at her." Yi Junqing decided to lay the matter out in the open. In Assembly Immortal Building, Diao Diao walked in with a dark expression. "You don't want your salary anymore." Yao Moen reminded her kindly when she saw Diao Diao leaning against the counter and rubbing her cheeks blankly. "Master, do you think Diao Diao is an idiot?" When Diao Diao spoke, Yao Moen's footsteps stopped and she turned to look at Diao Diao with confusion. "Who was it that made you realize this?" Yao Imo Wan walked to the counter with a smile on her face and asked mockingly. "Han Jin Yi was secretly trying to get information from me. Did he really think that I couldn't tell? I just didn't want to dampen his spirits." His mouth was full of Yao Moen. If he thinks that Yao Moen isn't dead, then he can just go find her himself. Why ask me? The more Diao Diao thought about it, the angrier she got. She sincerely treated Han Jin Yi well, but what about Han Jin Yi? He only knew how to use her. So it was High Lord Han. Yao Moen had expected it to be Han Jin Yi and couldn't help but smile lightly. But in the next second, Yao Moen seemed to have thought of something and looked towards Diao Diao. "You're saying that Han Jin Yi asked you about Yao Moen's whereabouts?" Yao Moen's heart was inexplicably nervous. For some reason, she suddenly thought of Yi Junqing and Qi Kanglen. "That's right, he said that he dreamt of Yao Moen and dreamt that she was suffering, so he was in a bad mood. He asked me if I had any witchcraft that could calculate where Yao Moen was." "What a joke, I'm not a witch, how could I know any witchcraft?" Diao Diao complained. "So, he doesn't think that I'm Yao Moen." Yao Moen thought about it carefully and felt that something was wrong. "Oh right. He originally thought that you were Yao Moen, so why did he suddenly?" "Master, where are you going?" Before Diao Diao could finish speaking, Yao Moen had already left Assembly Immortal Building. "Shopkeeper, where are you going in such a hurry?" When Lang Bingxin walked out of the kitchen, she saw Yao Moen leaving in a hurry. "Who knows?" Diao Diao shrugged. She left in such a hurry, could it be that something big happened? Lang Bingxin guessed. Crow's beak, what kind of big thing could happen? Diao Diao disagreed. In Osmanthus restaurant, Yao Moan walked step by step towards the private room that Yi Junqing had mentioned to her. Her heart felt like it was hanging on a tree by a rope, drifting endlessly. Junqing. Yao Moan lightly knocked on the door, but didn't hear any sound from inside. The entire time, Yao Moan had been worried about Yi Junqing's safety. Qi Kanglen didn't like Yi Junqing to begin with, so if Yi Junqing continued to ask him about Yao Moan's whereabouts, she couldn't be sure that Qi Kanglen wouldn't kill Yi Junqing in anger. Yao Moan's state of mind had reached its peak, so she didn't knock again and just pushed the door open and barged in. Junqing. Yao Moan shouted as she entered, but Yi Junqing's figure was nowhere to be seen. There was only a figure in a white robe lying on the table, seemingly asleep. And the chair across from Qi Kanglen was already in pieces. Qi Kanglen. Where's Yi Junqing? Yao Moan rushed over without thinking and pushed Qi Kanglen. In his daze, Qi Kanglen seemed to have heard Yao Moan's voice, so he opened his eyes with difficulty. The moment he saw Yao Moan, his heart gradually calmed down. What are you looking at me for? I'm asking you, where's Yi Junqing? What did you do to him? Yao Moan didn't notice Qi Kanglen's abnormality at all and shouted angrily. Even a normal person would be able to guess what had happened when they saw this scene. He left. Qi Kanglen smiled bitterly as a trace of loneliness flashed through his eyes. Impossible, he was the one who asked you out, so how could he leave first? What exactly did you do to him? Qi Kanglen. If anything happens to Yi Junqing, I won't let you off. Hurry and tell me, where's Yi Junqing? Hand him over. Yao Moan grabbed Qi Kanglen's collar and shook him fiercely as tears welled up in her eyes. Speechless, Qi Kanglen pursed his lips and glanced at the spot where Yi Junqing had been sitting. When he realized how strong the poison in his body was, he immediately smashed the chair Yi Junqing had been sitting on. He warned Yi Junqing that even if Xingwan wasn't Yao Moan, he wasn't allowed to do anything to harm Xingwan. Otherwise, even if he was poisoned, he could still take Yi Junqing's life. Later on, Yi Junqing really did leave, and he had fainted here. Chapter 596. I'm asking you a question. Speak. Where's Yi Junqing? Yi. When Yao Moan saw black blood seeping out of the corner of Qi Tsonglan's mouth, her voice suddenly stopped. You've been poisoned. Yao Moan looked towards Qi Tsonglan in shock. Even if she didn't know martial arts, she still had basic martial arts knowledge. Only poisoned blood would be this black. I didn't touch Yi Junqing, don't worry. When Qi Tsonglan saw the tears in Yao Moan's eyes, his lips curved in a bitter smile. If these tears were for him, he would be very happy. But at this moment, Yao Moan didn't know what to ask. Ask about Yi Junqing's whereabouts. But Qi Tsonglan didn't seem to be able to live much longer. Wasn't this too cruel? If I kill him, you'll hate me for the rest of your life. So, PFFF. Qi Tsonglan felt a sharp pain in his chest and a mouthful of black blood sprayed out, landing on Yao Moan's face. It was Yi Junqing who poisoned me. This mouthful of black blood caused Yao Moan to feel extremely cold. However, at this time, she didn't have the time to worry too much and hastily helped Qi Tsonglan up. You won't die, right? What should we do? Is there an antidote? Qi Tsonglan. Aren't you very powerful? Yao Moan frantically pulled Qi Kanglen, who had already fallen to the ground, into her arms, her eyes filled with shock and grief. A man who had always been like an immortal was now in such a sorry state that he had to be supported by her. Yao Moan found this hard to accept. Antidote. Qi Tsonglan smiled bitterly. Who could he blame for ending up like this? If it wasn't for the fact that he was too conceited and believed that there was no poison in this world that could poison him, he wouldn't have so easily drunk the wine Yi Junqing handed over. That's right. Antidote. I'll go get it from Yi Junqing. Yao Mo Wan's voice was heavy with sobs. She wanted to get up but was pulled back by Qi Tsanglan. No need, try this. Just as Qi Tsanglan was pulling Yao Mo Wan, a purple bead suddenly rolled out of Yao Mo Wan's arms. This pearl was the Yuan Xing that Yan Nanxing had given Yao Moan back then. Later, when Yao Moan was taken captive to Crimson Flame Country and lost her memories, she saw this thing hanging around her neck. Her intuition told her that this thing was very valuable, so she put it in her bosom and never took it out. This is just a broken bead. How could it be the antidote? Yao Mo Wan wanted to reach out and snatch the Yuan Xing in Qi Kanglan's hands, but Qi Kanglan swallowed it into his mouth first. Qi Kanglan was only doing this because he didn't want Yao Moan to go find Yi Junqing. Since Yi Junqing was certain that she wasn't Yao Moan, how could he be lenient towards her? Qi Kanglan didn't want Yao Moan to throw away her life. Qi Kanglan, tell me, was this poison planted by Yi Junqing? Why would he poison you? What did he say? Yao Mo Wan looked towards Qi Tsanglan with teary eyes, her heart aching like a hammer. Yi Junqing had truly used her in this matter. He suspects that I killed Yao Moan. Wan he always thought that you were Yao Moan, but now, he finds out that you aren't. Do you understand what Kanglan means? Although reality was very cruel, Qi Kanglan had to tell Yao Moan about her current situation. If she continued to have wishful thinking, it was very likely that she would be consigned to eternal damnation. He won't, he said that the person he loves is me, it's just me. Yao Moan's tears rolled down like pearls from a broken necklace. Her heart was as cold as ice. That's because he firmly believed that you were Yao Moan. Now, he knows that you aren't. Qi Kanglan felt that his life had come to an end and his vision was becoming increasingly blurry. At this moment, he originally thought that the thing he was most worried about was the great cause of Crimson Flame Country. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. The thing he was most worried about was the woman in front of him. Qi Kanglan. Please don't let anything happen to you. I beg you. Yao Mo Wan tightly hugged Qi Kanglan's body as tears streamed down her face. Endless guilt drowned her soul, causing her to sink into despair. Qi Kanglan originally wouldn't have come. In the Lu residence, Chu Mabe and Han Jini both looked at Yi Junqing strangely. If he hadn't been poisoned, he wouldn't have made the first move. Chu Mabe held it in for a long time before finally complaining. That's right, that palm of his was merely an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as you called out Yin Shui and the others who were hiding in the shadows, Qi Kanglan would have died without a doubt. Han Jini also felt that Yi Junqing had missed a good opportunity. Qi Kanglan's palm was an object that could move through the air. If his target had been us, then we wouldn't have been able to dodge. He clearly knew that we had poisoned him, yet he purposefully let us go. Why? Even now, Yi Junqing was still conflicted over Qi Kanglan's palm. What did he say to you earlier? Han Jini also felt that it was strange. He warned us not to touch a single hair on Xingwan Er's head. Otherwise, we would suffer the consequences of our actions. Yi Junqing repeated every word without missing a single word. If you died, Qi Kanglan was afraid that we would act against Xingwan, so he purposefully let you live to use your guilt to exchange for Xingwan Er's safety. This Qi Kanglan really is a sentimental person. However, King Chu, your benevolence isn't being used in the right place. Chu Mabe still didn't approve of Yi Junqing's actions. Since he's already been poisoned, he probably won't be able to survive. What's the rush? The most important thing right now is Xingwan will soon find out the truth. How do you plan on dealing with Xingwan? Han Genie's words struck a chord in Yi Juanqing's heart. Xingwan doesn't have any martial arts, so how would she have the courage to come to the Lu residence? This crown prince is currently worried about Huan Luo and Diao Diao. If those two find out the truth, they'll definitely come for revenge. We have to be especially vigilant for the next 2 days, reminded Chu Maobei. That night, the moon was dark and the night was as black as ink. The candlelight in the room flickered, illuminating Yao Moen's face that was as pale as snow. Water, hot. A weak voice broke the silence of the night. When Yao Moen heard this, she got up. When she looked towards the bed, her lifeless eyes lit up. The water is here. When Yao Moen saw that Qi Kanglen was murmuring non-stop on the bed, she hastily poured some water. Then she helped Qi Kanglen up and brought the water to his mouth. Unfortunately, this water was only a drop in the bucket for Qi Kanglen. Even after Yao Moen had emptied the entire pot of water, Qi Kanglen was still complaining of thirst. Thus, Qi Kanglen got off the bed in a daze and groped his way towards the door. When the door opened, Diao Diao walked in with 2 buckets in each hand. The moment Qi Kanglen saw the water, he picked up the buckets without hesitation. Just like that, 2 buckets of water went down his stomach. Yao Moen could clearly see Qi Kanglen's stomach swelling up at a visible rate. Are you feeling better? Diao Diao wasn't worried and just sat leisurely on the side. I didn't die. After putting down the buckets, Qi Kanglen finally sobered up a little. When he saw that both Yao Moen and Diao Diao were in front of him, Qi Kanglen asked doubtfully as he rubbed his forehead with his jade-like fingers. If this was hell, it wouldn't be strange to see Yao Moen. After all, he wasn't sure if his magnanimity would make Yi Junqing find his conscience. However, seeing Diao Diao was inconceivable. Some people were born with good lives. Even if they weren't a disaster, they would definitely live on for 1,000 years. Great priest, don't think that your martial arts are very high. Diao Diao checked and found that the wine cup in front of you was mixed with the blood of a Tibetan unicorn. It's an extremely cold poison and has no antidote, reminded Diao Diao. Then, Qi Kanglen naturally knew that he didn't have the ability to cure the poison, but it was also a fact that he was standing here alive and well. Master said that you ate a broken bead. Perhaps it's because of that bead's effect. When Diao Diao took your pulse, she found that there was an extremely strong internal energy in your dantian. She thought that if you woke up, it would definitely be because of that internal energy causing your qi and blood to surge in your entire body to heat up. That's why she brought 2 buckets of water. Explained Diao Diao. During the entire process, Yao Moen didn't say a single word. She just stood there silently as she looked at Qi Kanglen with reddened eyes. Right at this moment, Diao Diao suddenly attacked and sent a palm strike towards Qi Kanglen. Almost at the same time, Qi Kanglen's body couldn't support itself and he retreated several steps, blood flowing out of his mouth. Diao Diao! What are you doing? When Yao Moen saw this, she immediately panicked. I'm sorry, I just wanted to test how strong that internal energy of his was. I didn't expect, but his blood is red, so the poison has definitely been cured. Diao Diao promptly changed the topic. I'm fine. When Qi Kanglen saw the anxiety and worry in Yao Moen's eyes, a trace of warmth welled up in his heart. Just as Yao Moen was about to speak again, Diao Diao suddenly narrowed her eyes. Huan Luo's here. As a fellow holy maiden of Crimson Flame Country, Diao Diao couldn't be more familiar with Huan Luo's aura. Listen, you can't let Huan Luo know about this. Qi Kanglen had his own considerations. If Huan Luo found out that Yi Junqing had poisoned her, then based on her personality, she definitely wouldn't let Yi Junqing off. This wasn't something Qi Kanglen wanted to see. You're even protecting the Yi Junqing now, tsk. Even Diao Diao could tell what Qi Kanglen was implying, so how could Yao Moen not understand? However, the more Qi Kanglen acted like this, the more Yao Moen felt ashamed. Kanglen. Huan Luo pushed open the door and rushed in, unable to conceal the panic and fear on her face. When Meiji told Huan Luo that Yi Junqing had invited Qi Kanglen to a private banquet, Huan Luo knew that the situation was bad. If anything happened to Qi Kanglen, wouldn't it be because of her? Is something the matter? The moment Huan Luo pushed open the door, Qi Kanglen calmly wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. I'm fine, I just came to see you. When Huan Luo saw that Qi Kanglen's expression was normal and full of energy, she finally relaxed. You didn't come to see me so late at night, did you? Diao Diao's words caused one's imagination to run wild, causing Huan Luo's face to turn red and white. Kanglen, come with me. I have something to talk to you about. Huan Luo wasn't in the mood to bicker with Diao Diao. Since Yao Moen was here, she wanted to call Qi Kanglen out so it would be easier to talk. Oh. Since when does Holy Maiden Huan Luo dare to order the great priest around? Diao Diao pursed her lips and deliberately stood in front of Qi Kanglen. In reality, Diao Diao really didn't want to say another word to Huan Luo, but based on Qi Kanglen's behavior earlier, it was possible that he would fall to his death even if he jumped down to the first floor, much less onto the roof. If he left with Huan Luo would naturally notice something was off. Huan Luo had already tolerated him, but Diao Diao still wanted a foot after taking an inch. She was naturally furious. What about me? Hit me if you don't like it. Diao Diao's expression was so infuriating that even Yao Moen wanted to grind her teeth, let alone Huan Luo. Huan Luo, go back first. This priest will find you if there's anything, said Qi Kanglen solemnly. He didn't want to cause any more trouble. Kanglen. Huan Luo didn't expect Qi Kanglen to give her the cold shoulder, and in front of Yao Moen no less. However, Qi Kanglen didn't say anything, but Diao Diao started to provoke him again. What? Didn't you hear what the great priest said? You're not leaving. Are you unable to suppress your amorous feelings? Diao Diao's words were getting more and more out of hand. Huan Luo's face turned as red as a persimmon. Diao Diao only sighed in relief when Huan Luo slammed the door and left. She turned to look at Qi Kanglen and Yao Moen. You guys keep talking. I'm so tired, I'm going to sleep first. Back when Yao Moen was at a loss in Gui Xianglu, Diao Diao happened to come over out of worry. When she saw the unconscious Qi Kanglen, she seemed to hear something from their conversation. What real and fake Yao Moen? What heartless and unfaithful? It seemed like they had a lot to talk about. The moment the door closed, Yao Moen froze in place. She didn't know what to do, but the expression on her face was stiff as if her acupuncture points had been sealed. Chapter 597. Sorry. In the quiet room, Yao Moen finally spoke as tears flashed through her eyes. It's nothing. Originally, Yao Moen thought that Qi Kanglen would give her another lecture about how she had met the wrong person and trusted Yi Junqing. However, Qi Kanglen was surprisingly calm. It's nothing. You almost died. If Wander hadn't forced you to see Yi Junqing, nothing would have happened to you. The pain Yao Moen had been suppressing erupted like a volcano and her tears fell. It's not your fault. It was Kanglen who went to see Yi Junqing willingly. It was also Kanglen who was too conceited. I didn't think that there was a poison in this world that I couldn't cure. You don't need to take this to heart, it's just that Yi Junqing doesn't believe that you're Yao Moen anymore, so the two of you. Qi Kanglen wasn't too happy about escaping death. On the contrary, he was secretly happy that Yi Junqing and Yao Moen had fallen out. For the first time in his life, Qi Kanglen felt how dirty his thoughts were. He even felt that he should wake up, but when it came to Yao Moen, all of his willpower turned to dust. The feeling of life and death was the most real. In that moment, Qi Kanglen's entire mind was filled with Yao Moen's safety. He even wanted to tell Yao Moen those secrets that should be buried deep in his heart forever, but in the end, he resisted. It wasn't because of his loyalty to Crimson Flame Country, but because he was afraid that Yao Moen would place herself in even more danger after knowing the truth. There's no more Yi Junqing in this world. There's only King Chu. The moment he used Wan he was already dead in Wan heart. He's dead. Yao Moen said each word coldly. Wan Now that Yi Junqing firmly believes that Yao Moen was killed by us, he'll definitely take action. The plan to promote flame coins will definitely be obstructed. How about, we give up? Originally, Qi Kanglen had been afraid that if the assimilation plan failed, the magicians wouldn't be able to tolerate Yao Moen. However, it was different now. Since he recognized his own heart, if he was willing to lower his head to the magicians and beg Yao Moen, the magicians would give him face. Yao Moen died. Did he see the corpse? Give up. Now that they've already determined that Wan isn't Yao Moen, they've even cut off Wan path of retreat. If she returns to Crimson Flame's country, would Wan still be able to live? Yao Mo Wan's words shook Qi Zhonglan's heart. He never knew that Yao Mo Wan could see the current situation so clearly. With just a simple description, she had already hit the nail on the head. What an intelligent woman. Do you want to continue? Qi Zhonglan looked towards Yao Mo Wan worriedly. Even though she was saying ruthless words about severing all ties, the tears in her eyes clearly showed the pain in her heart right now. That heart it felt like there were two wild wolves tearing at it, fighting over it. It hurt so much that she wanted to throw her heart away and let them fight over it. It was good to be a heartless person. There's no reason not to continue, nor is there a way out. Yao Moen's cherry lips trembled slightly as she slowly got up and walked towards the door. Wan Qi Zhonglan didn't know what words to use to comfort Yao Mo Wan. At this moment, even the most vivid words would pale in comparison to Yao Mo Wan. This life I owe you, one day I will return it. When she reached the door, Yao Mo Wan lightly opened her mouth and left. Hearing Yao Mo Wan's footsteps gradually getting further and further away, Qi Zhonglan pursed his lips and smiled bitterly. When did he want Yao Mo Wan to return it? For the entire night, Yao Mo Wan covered herself in the brocade quilt and held it in for the entire night. The next day, in order to make sure that Yao Mo Wan didn't cry, Diao Diao entered her room after Yao Mo Wan left and twisted her brocade quilt, wringing out an entire basin of water. No matter how painful it was, there would always be a time in the past. Even if it couldn't be forgotten, at least it wouldn't be as hysterical and heart-wrenching as that moment. At the account counter, Yao Mo Wan's fingers fiddled with the abacus. The sound of the abacus beads clacking would cause others to mistakenly think that Yao Mo Wan's skill was very exquisite. Only Jiao Jiao, who was standing beside Yao Mo Wan, knew that Master had never calculated correctly today. Master, Jiao Jiao is here, you should go back and rest. It was rare for Jiao Jiao to be so obedient as she moved closer and said carefully. I'm fine. Where is he? Yao Mo Wan knew that Jiao Jiao had gone out and also knew what Jiao Jiao had gone to do, so she asked coldly. Who? Cough cough, he's at the Lu residence. Jiao Jiao stared blankly for a moment before replying hesitantly. Conspiracy. After hearing Jiao Jiao's reply, Yao Mo Wan abruptly stopped. Her fair palm fiercely pressed down on the abacus, her eyes like frost. Master. Yao Imo Wan's gaze was so sharp that Diao Diao couldn't help but choke. Just as Diao Diao was racking her brains to no avail, Lang Bingxin hurried over. Shopkeeper, it's bad. Just now, I saw the great shaman heading towards the Lu residence. It seems to be because of the Qiu Xiu flute. Ever since they found out that Yao Mo Wan and Yi Junqing had become enemies, Ben Lei and Lang Bingxin started an unprecedented Cold War. Ben Lei hoped that Lang Bingxin could stay by Yi Junqing's side with him, but Lang Bingxin had her own insistence. Qiu Xiu flute. Crap. When Diao Diao heard the name Qiu Xiu flute, her expression instantly changed. What's going on? Yao Imo Wan looked towards Diao Diao. Yesterday, I was angry with Han Genie, so I came back first. Qiu Xiu Di is still with Han Genie. They wouldn't make things difficult for Qiu Di, right? He's still just a child. Diao Diao looked towards Yao Imo Wan anxiously. If they didn't make things difficult for Qiu Di, how could Qi Kanglan have gone to the Lu residence to ask for Yi Junqing even though he knew that his strength had been greatly reduced? Yi Junqing, you're going too far. Cold light flashed through Yao Mo Wan's eyes. Then she threw away the abacus and walked out of Juxian Tower with large strides. This is going against the heavens. Diao Diao, Ben Lei said that the Lu residence has at least 20 top experts right now. Can you beat them? Lang Bingxin naturally knew where Yao Mo Wan was going, so she turned to look towards Diao Diao worriedly. Do you think I'm a god? Diao Diao shook her head. Being strong in martial arts was only a kind of realm, it didn't mean that you were invincible. Then what should we do? Should we go find Huan Luo? Suggested Lang Bingxin. Do you think Master will agree? Let's go, we'll cross the bridge when we get there. Diao Diao's attitude was much calmer. There's naturally no need to say anything if we get to the bridge. I'm just afraid that the boat will sink before we get there. Lang Bingxin couldn't help but shake her head when she saw Diao Diao go after Yao Mo Wan. Once the three of them left, Meiji handed the menu to Qian Gui and quietly left through the back door. Inside the Lu residence, Han Genie's eyes were biting cold as he glared at Chu Maobei. Return the Qiu Di to this sovereign. His icy voice couldn't be concealed. Han Genie had never expected that Chu Maobei would make a move against the Qiu Di. At the time, he had only gone to help the Qiu Di retrieve something from the room. In the time it took for him to turn around, Chu Maobei had already gotten his hands on the flute. This Crown Prince guarantees that regardless of whether the plan succeeds or not, we won't harm the Qiu Di in the slightest. Even this won't do. Even though he knew that Han Genie had used his true energy, Chu Maobei still had no intention of returning the Qiu Di to him. Chu Maobei, you're framing this sovereign to be unjust. This sovereign can't bear such a vile crime. Roared Han Genie. In the end, is your reputation more important or Yao Moan's life more important? This Crown Prince is only doing this for Yao Moan. Unless you don't want Yao Moan to come back alive. Yi Junqing, who had been standing at the side, also disagreed with Chu Maobei's methods. However, when Chu Maobei said this, Yi Junqing didn't say anything in the end. But Han Genie was speechless, but he really couldn't bear to see the Qiu Di become the sacrificial pawn of this competition. Right at this time, Yin Xiong suddenly appeared. Master, Qi Kanglan is about to arrive at the Lu residence. At the time, Chu Maobei had sent Yin Xiong to Juxian Tower to investigate. He had originally wanted to see Yao Moan's reaction, but he hadn't expected to receive news that Qi Kanglan was still alive. This surprised Chu Maobei greatly. The poison he had concocted could already be considered unparalleled in the world, but Qi Kanglan had actually managed to preserve his life. With this in mind, Qi Kanglan had no choice but to die. Because of this, Chu Mabe had thought of using the Chiodi to lure Chi Kanglan into the trap. Get ready. Chu Mabe's gaze was cold as he waved his hand to give the order. Yin Xiong naturally understood and immediately disappeared into the shadows. When they saw Chu Mabe walk out of the main hall, Han Jini and Yi Junqing looked at each other in dismay. They seemed to approve of his methods. The residence's door creaked open. Chi Kanglan's clothes were whiter than snow and his silver hair fluttered in the wind. Under the sunlight, his handsome face didn't seem particularly pale. The Grand Crown Prince of Great Shu actually did such a despicable thing. Kanglan holds you in contempt. Chi Kanglan walked in, his handsome face as cold as ice. At this time, Yi Junqing and Han Jini, who were standing behind Chu Mabe, felt their faces redden. After all, using a child to threaten him was indeed a violation of morality. Despicable. If this crown prince's actions could be considered despicable, then what about you? You secretly manipulated Nameless to incite chaos in the 7 countries. Chu Mabe, might have been a bit harsh on a child, but how many commoners of Eastern Continent have you, Chi Kanglan, harmed? How many children as old as Chi Kanglan are there among these commoners? You want to toy with us in the palm of your hand, yet you don't allow us to rise up and resist? Chu Mabe's words instantly saved some face. Hand over the Chi Kanglan. Chi Kanglan looked towards Chu Mabe coldly. He had to admit that Chu Mabe's words left him speechless. If it weren't for Yao Moan's assimilation suggestion, Eastern Continent would already be a living hell. In comparison, he was indeed crueler. As long as you can win. As soon as Chu Mabe spoke, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, joy, anger, sorrow, and joy appeared. Yin Shui and Yin Xiong appeared and surrounded Chi Kanglan. Of course, if they really fought, Chu Mabe, Han Jini, and Yi Junqing wouldn't just stand by and watch. If it was in the past, even if he couldn't win, it would be more than enough for him to protect himself. However, he was currently heavily injured and his internal energy hadn't recovered yet. If he fought, he would lose his life in less than 10 moves. Let's do it together. Chi Kanglan stood against the wind, his eyes deep and serene. These 3 seemingly casual words caused the hearts of everyone in the courtyard to tremble. If it was anyone else being surrounded by people of this level of strength, they would have long been scared out of their wits. Do it. Chu Mabe was afraid that a long delay would bring trouble, so he immediately waved his hand. Just as everyone was itching to try, the residence's door was kicked open again. Stop. Yao Moan's voice suddenly rang out in the courtyard. When everyone heard this, they all sighed ruefully. The door was already fucking open, was there still a need to kick it? In everyone's eyes, the Yao Moan in front of them was nothing more than a stranger on the street. Thus, no one took her words to heart. 7 kills, Army Breaker, and Greed were the first to charge at Chi Kanglan, each move fatal. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. No matter how weak Chi Kanglan was, he could still withstand 1 or 2 moves. When wind, rain, thunder, lightning and joy, anger, sorrow, and joy saw this, they also leapt up. When Yao Moan saw that Chi Kanglan was trapped in the center, her beautiful eyes instantly turned cold. If you want Yao Moan to live a life worse than death, then do it. This sentence was far from being as loud as the words stop, but it forced everyone to withdraw their attacks. Retreat. Chu Mabe waved his hand and everyone abruptly retreated to the side. Xingwan, what did you just say? Chu Mabe looked towards Yao Moan coldly. His words were as cold as ice. Is this shopkeeper's word something that can be repeated so casually? Yao Moan snorted coldly as she walked to Chi Kanglan's side. Her clear eyes were as cold as water, without the slightest ripple. If you dare touch a single hair on Moan's head. Behind Chumabe, Yi Junqing walked forward with large strides. He was about to warn Yao Moen when Yao Moen's angry roar froze him in place. Shut up. Do you think you're worthy of speaking to this shopkeeper? If the people of Eastern Continent are all as sinister and cunning as you, then they deserve to suffer the punishment of the heavens. This heaven-defying change had caused the two people who were originally affectionate to be unable to coexist with each other. However, in the end, she still had to sacrifice her feelings. The moment she saw Yi Junqing, she felt as if someone was clenching her heart tightly. Just the slightest bit of force and the pain would follow. However, she told herself that if she cried now, she would never be able to raise her head again. Chapter 598. Yi Junqing shuddered and reflexively choked. In the past, although she was a bit more formidable, she had never displayed such a frightening expression. Of course, Yi Junqing was also well aware that there were some things that he had done inappropriately. Xingwaner, where is Yao Mo Wan? If you hand over Yao Mo Wan, we'll release Qi Xiu Di, probed Chumabe. Release Qi Xiu Di and this shopkeeper will consider your proposal. Yao Mo Wan didn't lose to Chumabe in the slightest. This crown prince doesn't like people who reach for a yard after being given an inch. Chumabe looked towards Yao Mo Wan indifferently as he considered how much of Yao Mo Wan's words were true. In this shopkeeper's eyes, Chumabe's liking isn't even worth a fart. Yao Mo Wan was implying that she didn't care. It seems that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Attack! Kill Qi Kanglan and capture Xingwaner alive. Chumabe quickly analyzed the pros and cons and immediately gave the order. You dare. If you touch Qi Kanglan, Yao Mo Wan will lose a leg. If anything happens to Qi Kanglan, Yao Mo Wan will be buried with him. Yao Mo Wan stood in front of Qi Kanglan, using reality to prove that Qi Kanglan's current situation wasn't good. Behind Yao Mo Wan, warmth flashed through Qi Kanglan's clear eyes. What else could he ask for if Yao Mo Wan could protect him like this? This crown prince doesn't believe that you have that much ability. Chumabe's eyes were cold. As he waved his hand, bell-like laughter rang through the air. Your Highness, it's better if you believe. In reality, as long as Master says the word, it wouldn't be a problem to take Yao Mo Wan's life at any time. Diao Diao's voice seemed to come from 1,000 li away, but she was already standing next to Yao Mo Wan. She looked towards Chumabe with a smile. Diao Diao, take Qi Kanglan away. This shopkeeper will bring Qi Xiu Di back safely. Yao Mo Wan seemed calm and steady, but her heart was in her throat. She really didn't believe that her words would be able to stop someone as shrewd as Chumabe. No. Qi Kanglan looked towards Yao Mo Wan and said solemnly. Yao Mo Wan was speechless and waved at Diao Diao. Diao Diao also felt that Qi Kanglan wasn't safe here, so she knocked him unconscious and left. She believed that these people still cared about Yao Mo Wan's life. Chase. Seeing that Qi Kanglan's martial arts had greatly decreased, Chumabe really wasn't willing to give up this once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. However, the moment he opened his mouth, he saw Yao Moen walk in front of Chumabe with a smile that wasn't a smile. Are you really willing to let your crown princess only have one leg left? Or will there not be a single one left? The determination in Yao Moen's eyes stunned everyone present. Stop chasing. Xingwan, where's Yao Moen? When Yi Junqing heard this, he walked forward and looked towards Yao Moen. He suddenly felt that he hadn't done anything wrong. If the person in front of him wasn't Yao Moen, he wouldn't have felt so guilty. Yao Moen, if you only have Yao Moen in your heart, why did you provoke this shopkeeper? When Yao Moen saw the coldness in Yi Junqing's eyes, she suddenly felt suffocated. It was as if seawater had flowed into her and she found it difficult to even breathe. We thought you were. Yi Junqing said coldly, but Yao Moen suddenly interrupted his explanation like a roaring lion. Have I ever told you that I'm not Yao Moen? Once. Twice. I've said it more than 100 times. Yao Moen roared hysterically as she forcefully held back her tears. Xingwan, At the side, Chu Maobei felt that this topic was meaningless and wanted to stop her, but he saw Yao Moen suddenly turn around. Listen up, all of you listen up. Disappear right now. If you're a second late, Yao Moen's life will be worse than death. I, Xingwan, will do what I say. You guys can try, but I don't know if Yao Moen will be able to hold on. Yao Moen's voice was like the voice of a demon from the netherworld. When it landed on everyone's heart, it felt like a boulder had sunk to the bottom, causing them to feel a chill. That fierce gaze, that resolute voice. In the end, Chu Maobei was defeated. He waved his hand to have everyone leave. He and Han Genie also left Yi Junqing in the courtyard without any restraint. In an instant, only Yao Moen and Yi Junqing were left in the courtyard. You guys were in the wrong first. Everything we've done is for the sake of finding Yao Moen, said Yi Junqing solemnly. So ever since you arrived at Jushan Tower, there hasn't been a moment when you haven't thought of me as Yao Moen. Isn't that right? Her heart hurt so much that it couldn't be any more painful. That night, that kiss, it was like she had obtained the entire world. But as it turned out, she had been playing the role of Yao Moen this entire time, fulfilling other people's dreams while losing herself. That's right. If we had known earlier that you weren't Yao Moen, we wouldn't have given you a second glance. Yi Junqing's words completely shattered all of Yao Moen's hopes. She even felt that even if she wasn't Yao Moen, those days weren't fake. At the very least, he should still have a trace of nostalgia. Give me a second glance. How would you know that this shopkeeper cares about that glance of yours? From start to finish, you've been the one who's been pestering this shopkeeper with sweet words and honeyed lies. Although this shopkeeper doesn't care, you still deserve to be punished. Don't you like Yao Moen? Fine, then this shopkeeper will naturally get it back from her. Yao Moen said the most ruthless words to Yi Junqing. Only when she saw the fear and anger in his eyes did Yao Moen feel slightly better. You dare. Yi Junqing abruptly charged at Yao Moen and grabbed her collar with one hand. His cold eyes were like frost, and that terrifying gaze caused Yao Moen's heart to sink to the bottom of the abyss. All of her hopes were shattered in this instant. She would never be able to obtain this man, because she wasn't Yao Moen. King Chu wants to hit me. All right. You mustn't hold back. Yao Moen forcefully suppressed all of her sorrow and pain and looked up at Yi Junqing in a stubborn provocation. Sometimes, getting hit wasn't a bad thing. At the very least, it would wake you up and let you know that there was an insurmountable distance between you and happiness. I beg you, let Moen go. No matter what price you have to pay, Junqing is willing. His valiant appearance concealed his most fragile heart. Yi Junqing finally let go of Yao Moen and staggered backwards as he pleaded. Listen, send Xiudi back to Jushan Tower unharmed before 5:00. Also, tell Chu Maobei that if he dares to stop the promotion of flame coins, then his crown princess will suffer unimaginable pain because of his decision. Yao Moen looked indifferently at Yi Junqing, who seemed to have lost his soul. The bitterness in her heart was like a drop of ink that had fallen into a pond. After saying this, Yao Moen slowly turned around. When she reached the gates of the residence, she suddenly stopped. This wooden carving, who is it? Yao Moen took out the wooden carving that Yi Junqing had given her. That night, the first thing she had done after getting off the roof was to find the wooden carving. That was why Yi Junqing hadn't been able to find it even after searching for half the night. Moen. If Yi Junqing's answer hadn't been so honest, perhaps everything would have turned for the better. However, Yi Junqing had said Yao Moen's name without hesitation. Yao Moen walked out of the residence speechlessly, leaving the wooden carving in place. In the back forest, after Meiji informed Huan Luo of the news, she wanted to hurry back. Unexpectedly, that meandering figure blocked her way. Who did you go to see? Yan Nanxing crossed his arms and raised his brows with a trace of seriousness. Does it have anything to do with the lion's head? Meiji abruptly stopped, her heart turning cold. Nameless? No, that's not right. That internal energy was too soft. It definitely wasn't nameless. Yan Nanxing denied himself. Get out of the way. Meiji wasn't willing to deal with Yan Nanxing, so she tried to walk around him. However, Yan Nanxing blocked her way again. If you know Yao Moen's whereabouts, it's best if you tell me. Don't worry, no matter how they threaten you, this alliance head will protect you. Yan Nanxing guessed that Meiji knew something, so he tried to comfort her out of goodwill. Protect? Ha! Alliance head, follow me. When Meiji's cold gaze landed on Yan Nanxing, a trace of disdain and contempt flashed through it. This surprised Yan Nanxing. The two figures walked one after the other. In about the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, they arrived in front of Thousand Faces' grave. 1,000 faces. 1,000 faces died. Yan Nanxing frowned slightly as he looked suspiciously at the grave in front of him. There weren't any decorations or heavy tombstones. It was like a lonely grave, desolate and desolate. If Meiji tells Alliance Head everything, will Alliance Head really be able to protect Meiji for the rest of her life? Meiji turned to look at Yan Nanxing, her voice icy cold. Of course. Yan Nanxing replied without hesitation. Even if you can't win, even if you know that only death awaits you, will Alliance Head still protect Meiji and never abandon her? Meiji's voice was abnormally clear, like pearls falling onto a jade plate. This was probably going to be a little difficult. As Yan Nanxing was pondering this, he heard Meiji say with a bitter smile. 1,000 Faces was killed by Yi Hongyi. Actually, the person Yi Hongyi wanted to kill was Meiji, but when Yi Hongyi attacked, 1,000 Faces charged in front of Meiji and blocked the killing blow for Meiji. Meiji had always thought that no one in this world would care about Meiji, and that no one would die for Meiji. But it turns out Meiji was wrong. Meiji crouched in front of 1,000 Faces' grave with tears in her eyes. She held up the yellow soil and scattered it over 1,000 Faces' grave. Yi Hongyi. You're talking about Yi Hongyi. Yan Nanxing looked towards Meiji in astonishment and tossed Meiji's question to the back of his mind. That's right. It's Yi Hongyi. That Yi Hongyi who even dreams about Yi Junqing and Yao Moen dying without a burial ground. He's still alive, said Meiji indifferently as she stood up. Although Yan Nanxing's reaction slightly disappointed Meiji, it didn't affect her state of mind. Right now, revenge was the most important thing to Meiji. The reason she had told Yan Nanxing that Yi Hongyi was still alive was because she wanted to make more enemies for Yi Hongyi. The more enemies he had, the higher the chances of him dying. You want to deal with Yi Hongyi? Yan Nanxing saw through the clues and asked worriedly. Don't you want to? So no matter what Meiji does, it will only benefit you guys. Alliance Head really doesn't need to be on guard against Meiji in the future, replied Meiji meaningfully before turning to return to Jushin Tower. At around 5, Yao Moen and Qi Kanglan sat at the table and occasionally glanced towards the door. We can't wait any longer. They won't return Xiao Di of their own accord. Qi Kanglan couldn't keep calm and abruptly stood up. They will return Xiao Di for Yao Moen. Yao Moen had always believed this. At almost the same time, Xiaodi's voice came from the door. Godfather. When Qi Kanglan saw Xiaodi bouncing in, he quickly walked over and hugged Xiaodi in his arms. When he turned to look, he shockingly saw Han Genie standing at the door. Xiaodi has already returned. Shu Crown Prince has also promised that shopkeeper won't interfere with the promotion of flame coins, so I hope that shopkeeper can be magnanimous. Han Genie's expression was solemn, but when his gaze fell on Xiaodi, it was slightly apologetic. How high this shopkeeper's hand can be raised will depend on you guys. Yao Moen sat at the table and didn't even glance at Han Genie. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to obtain a definite answer from Yao Moen, Han Genie didn't stay for long and turned to leave. Uncle Genie. Come find me tomorrow. Xiaodi called out reluctantly when he saw Han Genie turn around. This call made Han Genie feel even more ashamed and unbearable. After leaving Juxian Tower, Han Genie was undoubtedly stopped by Diao Diao. You're leaving just like that? Diao Diao looked at Han Genie disdainfully. Her jade-like arms seemed to be plated with a layer of moonlight, beautiful and enchanting. Otherwise what? Han Genie's sword-like brows were tightly furrowed as he coldly replied. Chapter 599. What kind of attitude is this? Everyone says that even bandits have their own principles, but as the Supreme Lord of 10,000 Emperor City, the leader of all the bandits in the world, the things you do are truly despicable. Xiaodi is only a child. You actually have designs on him. Are you worthy of Master's trust and worthy of Xiaodi? Diao Diao always thought that even though you were a bandit, you still did things in an open and above-board manner. Now it seems that Diao Diao has really gone blind. Diao Diao angrily rebuked Han Genie. Every word and sentence expressed her dissatisfaction. If you guys were open and above-board, then why would you detain Moen? As for using Xiaodi, that wasn't Genie's intention. Han Genie was also unhappy. Only the officials were allowed to set fires, but the common people weren't allowed to light lamps. How can a child and an adult be the same? In any case, Xiaodi was in your hands, so Diao Diao can't just let this go. In reality, Diao Diao had used the pretense of getting revenge for Qi Xiaodi to vent her anger on Han Genie. After all, she had treated Han Genie wholeheartedly, yet she ended up being used. She couldn't swallow this anger no matter what. Then what do you want? Han Genie subconsciously took a few steps back and looked at Diao Diao vigilantly. What do I want? Diao Diao walked towards Han Genie with a gentle smile. Under the moonlight, that smile was especially treacherous. Don't think that this noble one can't beat you. This noble one usually just lets you. Seeing Diao Diao walk over with ill intentions, Han Genie slowly retreated. Just as he was thinking about how to escape, Diao Diao sealed his acupuncture point. Which? Hurry and unseal this noble one's acupuncture point. When Han Genie realized that he couldn't move, he wanted to cry but had no tears. Before he met Diao Diao, he always felt that his martial arts were worth showing off. Since it's been sealed, there's no reason to unseal it. You should properly reflect on where you did wrong. Diao Diao clapped her hands and turned to leave. However, she heard Han Genie shout. If you leave like this, aren't you afraid that someone will take advantage of the situation and stab this noble one to death? If this noble one dies, Xiaodi will definitely be sad. This was the first time in Han Genie's life that he had to beg for mercy. His face was burning hot. Stab him to death is fine. Otherwise, Diao Diao will feel disgusted when she sees a sanctimonious villain like you. It was a pity that Han Genie had forsaken his pride and begged for mercy, but it did not earn Diao's kindness. Watching Diao's figure disappear into the night, Han Jini's straightforward personality was forced to curse Diao's ancestors 100 times in his heart. However, Diao returned and stayed in the dark for the entire night, silently protecting Han Jini. She was afraid that he would fall into Huan Luo's hands. The news of Yao Moen and Yi Juanqing's falling out quickly reached Huan Luo's ears. As a result, Huan Luo appeared at the entrance of Immortal Assembling Tower the next day and announced in front of everyone that she would move back. That's not good, right? The rooms are full. Before Yao Moen could reply, Diao stepped forward and said resentfully. This saintess can squeeze into the same room as Kanglin. I'm sure Kanglin wouldn't mind. Huan Luo's eyes never left Yao Moen. As she looked at the haggard expression on Yao Moen's face, Huan Luo felt indescribably happy. Everything she had done had finally paid off. The current Yao Moen was no longer the favored child of the heavens. Without Yi Juanqing's protection, without the glory of being surrounded by stars, she was nothing. The reason Huan Luo had moved back was because she wanted to personally see Yao Moen's dazed expression and also to prevent Yao Moen from being so desperate that she would change her target to Qi Kanglin. You're the one who said it, but the great priest hasn't said anything yet. Diao had been in a bad mood recently, so her words were naturally a bit harsh. She had long since found Huan Luo displeasing to the eye. Huan Luo, since you're used to staying at the inn, don't come back. Qi Kanglin didn't want Huan Luo to return to Immortal Assembling Tower because he was afraid that she would do something extreme if she found out that her cultivation had greatly decreased. Qi Kanglin was grateful that Huan Luo treated him well. Kanglin. Why are you? Huan Luo hadn't expected that Qi Kanglin would no longer be on her side after only a few days. Her heart instantly turned cold. At this time, it was Yao Moen who spoke up. Since Lady Holy Maiden wishes to return, Huan will naturally welcome you. Yao Moen's voice was lazy and weak, but it sounded like she was pitying Huan Luo. Huan Luo originally wanted to argue back, but in the end, she restrained herself. If she really did argue, she might just fling her sleeves and leave in the end. That wasn't her original intention. When she saw Huan Luo walk in shamelessly, Diao pursed her lips and turned to return to her room. Rather than letting Huan Luo secretly make things difficult for her, it was better to keep her under her eyes. That way, it would be easier to act according to the situation. The current Yao Moen was like a phoenix bathed in flames. Since there was no one in this world she could rely on, what else could she do besides rely on herself? Yao Moen had worked overnight to come up with a plan to promote the flame coins. That night, Yao Moen specially invited Huan Luo to discuss the feasibility of the plan. This surprised Huan Luo greatly. She originally thought that Yao Moen would be depressed for at least a month after such a blow. She used Yao Moen's 1 month of depression to prove that Yao Moen's so-called assimilation was a complete fantasy. Then, she persuaded Yao Moen to give up on this chess piece. Lady Holy Maiden, please give me your opinion. Yao Moen's voice interrupted Huan Luo's thoughts. Huan Luo felt awkward when she saw everyone's gaze on her. She had been distracted earlier, so she basically didn't hear what Yao Moen was muttering about. This holy maiden has no opinion. Huan Luo braced herself and nodded. Since that's the case, everyone go back and pack up. We'll leave for Great Shu tomorrow morning. Huan Luo immediately panicked. Why do we have to go to Great Shu? Lulan was the closest to Crimson Flame country. If something happened, with Huan Luo's Qinggong, she could make a round trip in 5 days. In the entire eastern continent, Great Shu was the furthest from Crimson Flame country. There was definitely something fishy about Yao Moen's decision. No one paid attention to Huan Luo's suspicions and everyone dispersed. Lady Holy Maiden, were you distracted just now? What were you thinking about? It's a pity that Divine Maiden is in love with Wang Wuming. Diao glanced at Huan Luo, who was sitting by herself at the table, then walked away. Her heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. Huan Luo clenched her hands into fists as anger surged in her chest. Just now, when she was in an awkward situation, Qi Kanglen didn't seem to have the slightest intention of helping her out. Instead, he left with Yao Moen as if she was nothing. That night, when Yan Nanxing told Yi Junqing and the others that Yi Hongyi hadn't died, everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. So you're saying that the person who looked exactly like Lu Xing was really Yi Hongyi? He actually didn't die. Then Moen is in even more danger. Every time Yi Junqing thought about how close Yi Hongyi had been to Yao Moen, his hands would tremble with lingering fear. We've already seen through the 3 Yao Moens that have appeared in Eastern Continent. This way, those people might not dare to touch Yao Moen. They still need Yao Moen to keep us busy, so Yao Moen's safety can be guaranteed for now. However, the enemy is in the dark while we're in the light. Just from Qi Kanglen and Huan Luo's martial arts, we can guess just how strong that mysterious power is. It's not something we can underestimate. Chu Mabei's brows furrowed as if he had a premonition that a huge whirlwind was about to engulf the Eastern Continent. It's a pity that our people have all been withdrawn from Jushin Tower. It won't be easy to get any news from that side right now. Yan Nanxing felt that Chu Mabei's analysis was reasonable and couldn't help but nod. When he finished speaking, everyone's gazes fell on Yan Nanxing. Why are you looking at this alliance head? That Xingwan her's temper is very bad. Yan Nanxing was implying that he was rejecting everyone's silent request. Thanks to Chu Mabei, we've completely offended Xingwan her. If Xingwan were to see us right now, she might even skin us alive. Yi Junqing spoke of his difficulties. Thanks to Chu Mabei, this Supreme Lord was chased on the streets by Diao Diaoliang for an entire night. It's already a miracle that I didn't die. Han Jini also felt that he wasn't up to the task. Chu Mabei shrugged speechlessly and openly admitted that he was the mastermind. Isn't there still Chu Maxin? Reminded Yan Nanxing. Kubu Zhu'er is pregnant, so Maxin left 2 days ago. Chu Mabei's words destroyed Yan Nanxing's last hope. The next day, just as Yan Nanxing was about to sacrifice himself, a scout suddenly came to report. Reporting to Your Highness Crown Prince, at 10:00 this morning, Jushin Tower's people have already left in a carriage towards the east. After hearing the scout's report, Chu Mabei and the others looked at each other in dismay. They left? Asked Han Jini in disbelief as he looked towards the scout. Let's go take a look. Yi Junqing felt that something was off, so he left the Lu residence first. When they arrived at the Jushin restaurant, Qian Gui came out to welcome them. Dear guests, please come in. When Qian Gui saw the dark expression on Chu Mabei's face, he immediately felt his legs tremble. You. Chu Mabei was about to speak when he saw Qian Gui take out a folded letter. Reporting to Your Highness Crown Prince, this was left behind by the shopkeeper before he left. He said that he would give it to you when you arrived. In reality, Yao Moen had originally wanted to leave Meiji behind to maintain the foundation that they had already established with Jushin Tower, but Meiji had insisted on leaving with them. Otherwise, she would die. There was no other way, so Yao Moen had no choice but to leave everything in Jushin Tower to Qian Gui. For Yao Moen's sake, this shopkeeper has reason to believe that you won't touch Jushin Tower in the slightest. Xingwan, Chu Mabei clenched his teeth as he looked at the letter in his hands. He crushed the letter and threw it to the ground. Right at this time, Yin Xiong suddenly appeared. Reporting to Master, Xingwan and the others have already left in the direction of Great Shu. Everyone looked towards Chu Mabei with sympathy. Damn it. Prepare the carriage immediately. After them. With Chu Mabei's order, LV Jing prepared 10 of Axayan Xiang's best steeds. It wasn't until he saw Chu Mabe and the others off that LV Jing sighed in relief. The world was finally peaceful again. Great Shu was to the north of Lulan. The further north they went, the colder the weather became. On the horse, Yao Moen couldn't help but shiver and wrap a black robe around herself. Holy Maiden Huan Luo also seems to be very cold. If Great Priest treats one like this and discriminates against the other, the Holy Maiden will be unhappy. Because Yao Moen didn't know how to ride a horse and riding a carriage would slow them down, Qi Kanglen took the initiative to ask to sit on the same horse as Yao Moen. Although Huan Luo objected to this suggestion, she was alone, so her objection didn't seem that important anymore. At this moment, Yao Moen was intentionally raising her voice to make Huan Luo flip out. She was a woman, after all. When they were jealous, their intelligence would always be lacking. Yao Moen would rather Huan Luo be in an excited state all day than have her act calm on the surface and stab her in the back. Adding on the fact that the conflict had intensified, if anything happened to her, Huan Luo would definitely become the target of everyone. This would actually prevent Huan Luo from making any sneaky moves. You don't know martial arts, so of course you're colder. Huan Luo is different. The sound of rain pattering on Celadon came from behind Yao Moen. Qi Kanglen wrapped his arms around Yao Moen and tugged on the reins moderately. As the horse galloped, his long silver hair made one's heart flutter. That's right. Master's body is a bit weak and you don't have any divine arts to protect your body. Great Priest should take care of you. Diao Diao brought the Qi Xiu flute forward and added fuel to the fire. On the side, Huan Luo's beautiful eyes were like ice. When she saw that Qi Kanglen didn't have any intention of looking at her, she squeezed the horse's belly in a fit of pique. Chapter 600. When Yao Moen saw Huan Luo's white horse rush to the front like an arrow, she glanced back and met Diao Diao's gaze with a faint smile. Why are you guys bullying Yinyang? Qi Xiu Di saw through Yao Moen and Diao Diao's thoughts and glared at Diao Diao with displeasure. Nonsense, your Yinyang is so amazing, who would dare bully her? Diao Diao refused to admit it. Older sister Diao Diao. Does Uncle Genie know that we're leaving so suddenly? Qi Xiudi's voice was very soft, but it was filled with reluctance to part. Who cares? Go. Diao Diao's heart chilled slightly and a trace of loneliness flashed through her eyes. Behind the 5 people, Ben Lake circled around Leng Bingxin. You're betraying King Chu, right? Leng Bingxin's tone was filled with unconcealable pride. So what if I betray you? No matter what, Ben Lei can't lose you again. Ben Lei vowed. In reality, Ben Lei really did think this way, but when he bid farewell to Yi Junqing had been very supportive and had even given him a mission. So in principle, he was still Yi Junqing's person. Behind the two of them, Mei Ji was riding alone. Her face was expressionless like a pool of stagnant water. She only knew that if she followed Yao Moen, Yi Hongyi would definitely appear. If she followed Huan Luo, her life would be guaranteed. Before killing Yi Hongyi, she had to rely on Huan Luo. So even though Yao Moen wanted her to stay, she still refused. Either they leave together or she dies. Yao Moen had no choice but to bring her along. The second day after they left Xinjiang, Chu Mabe and the others found out Yao Moen's route. One reason was because they had Ben Lei's secret signal, and the other reason was that Yao Moen didn't seem to have any intentions of hiding anything. How many silver-haired men were there in the entire eastern continent? And how many women looked exactly like Yao Moen? Since they knew Yao Moen's whereabouts, Chu Mabe and the others weren't in a hurry to catch up. They just followed behind them slowly. Chu Mabe's intentions were to cast a long line to catch a big fish. As long as they let this group of people cause trouble, they'd find clues about the mysterious power behind them sooner or later. Behind the inn was a moderately sized hillside. According to the innkeeper, the sunrise was the most beautiful from this hillside. Thus, Yao Moen found Diao Diao on the hillside. The sunrise here is more beautiful than in the Red Flame Country. Crimson Flame Country was surrounded on all sides by the sea. Every time the sun rose, the sea and the sky would become one color, and multicolored light filled the sky. That magnificent color was imprinted in Yao Moen's heart and became the only reason why Yao Moen didn't hate Crimson Flame Country. How is it the same? Diao Diao grew up watching the sunrise of the Red Flame Nation. No matter how beautiful the scenery is, if you look at it for more than 20 years, you will get bored. Diao Diao casually sat on the ground and bent her knees. Her clear and bright eyes stared unblinkingly in the direction of the sunrise. You're thinking about Han Genie, right? Yao Mo Wan saw through Diao Ao's thoughts and lightly pursed her cherry lips. Who would miss him? What a sanctimonious fellow. It's fine if he used me, but he even used Xiao Di. Diao Diao really misjudged him. At the mention of this name, Diao Diao's expression instantly became rich. Her large eyes seemed like they were about to pop out. I didn't see you care about Xiao Di so much before. Yao Moen shrugged and lifted her brows. Before in Crimson Flame Country, Xiao Di had a godfather like Qi Kanglan, so who would dare to bully him? But it's different now. He's already left Crimson Flame Country, so I have the responsibility to protect him. Diao Diao's eyes were filled with sincerity and calmness. Yao Moen's heart trembled. She increasingly felt that Diao Diao's true temperament was many times more likable than the hypocritical and pretentious Huan Luo. Han Genie might have been instigated by someone. In reality, Wander has always felt that Han Genie is trustworthy. These were Yao Moen's true thoughts. If she were to objectively evaluate these people, Chu Ma Bei was undoubtedly the most sinister, Yan Nanxing was smooth and sly, and Yi Junqing. Yi Junqing was the one she couldn't understand the most, trustworthy. Why don't you choose him? Diao Diao glanced towards Yao Moen and said seriously. Choose him. If I choose him, won't you just eat me alive? Yao Moen shook her head to get rid of the reluctance in her heart and smiled at Diao Diao. What are you saying? When Diao Diao heard this, her cheeks instantly blushed. I'm saying that you're really silly and adorable. You clearly like the man you want to push him to someone else. How do you know that if I really choose Han Genie, I'll be treating him well? Also, if Han Genie finds out that I'm not Yao Moen, he'll definitely be extremely disappointed. When Yao Moen recalled Yi Junqing's coldness, her heart ached. Then what if you were Yao Moen? Diao Diao blurted out. If I were Yao Moen, I wouldn't choose Han Genie either. Sometimes, love really does require a bit of fate. I feel that even if Yao Moen was still alive, she and Han Genie still seemed to lack fate. When Diao Diao saw that Yao Moen didn't take her words to heart, she sighed inwardly. Poor Han Genie. He sacrificed so much, but this is the result. It really isn't fair. Diao Diao's gaze moved from Yao Moen to the cold night sky. How many things are fair in this world? Yao Moen followed Diao Diao's gaze with disappointment and disappointment. Her heart turned cold. The night was as dark as ink and a cool breeze blew gently. Yao Moen couldn't help but shiver. At the side, Diao Diao turned to look at Yao Moen. Is it very cold? Should I teach you how to use qi? After interacting with Yao Moen, Diao Diao truly felt that Yao Moen was closer to her than Qi Kanglan and Huan Luo, who had lived with her for more than 20 years. I don't know. Yao Moen shook her head. You just don't know how to learn. As long as you learn how to use qi, you can also be like us. You can pry into other people's doors and listen to whatever you want. It's very simple. Diao Diao felt that this was the only way to pique Yao Moen's interest. Yao Moen's heart suddenly trembled and the brilliance in her eyes instantly returned to normal. All right. Yao Moen nodded happily. Since there were no disadvantages, why wouldn't she know? Thus, in the following hour, Diao Diao really did teach Yao Moen the breathing method. You mean that as long as I breathe according to this method, I can eavesdrop on other people's conversations without being discovered? Yao Moen breathed evenly and looked towards Diao Diao suspiciously. In principle, that's the case. However, the method I taught you is more suitable for keeping out the cold. Diao Diao said seriously. It really is a lot warmer. You don't plan on going back? Yao Moen felt it and nodded. No, you go back first. I'll sit for a while longer. Diao Diao's smile was forced. Yao Moen knew that Diao Diao was still thinking about Han Genie, so she turned and went back to the inn alone. Just as Yao Moen turned a corner, she suddenly heard voices coming from above. One of them seemed to be Huan Luo. Thus, out of curiosity, Yao Moen immediately used the breathing method Diao Diao taught and quietly approached the roof of the inn. Kanglin, have you fallen in love with Xingwan? Huan Luo had asked the same question more than 10 times, but Qi Kanglin's state of mind was different each time. When Huan Luo asked this for the first time, Qi Kanglin felt that it was ridiculous. Not to mention that he didn't have a woman he liked, even if he did, it definitely wouldn't be Yao Moen. In his eyes, Yao Moen was just a chess piece. The second time, Qi Kanglin also felt that Huan Luo was being unreasonable. However, the difference was that at that time, he had some understanding of Yao Moen and felt that this woman wasn't simple. Every time after that, Qi Kanglin's perception was different. Only now did Qi Kanglin suddenly feel guilty. He had fallen in love, so much so that he didn't want Yao Moen to die even if he had to give up his life. You're hesitating, so I guessed correctly, you've fallen in love with her. Huan Luo's heart tightened. It felt like there was a hand clutching her heart. The slightest bit of force would cause her to feel extreme pain. Don't think too much. This priest is only carrying out a mission. Qi Kanglin gave an evasive reply. In reality, even he didn't believe his own words. Carrying out a mission. Riding on the same horse as her counts as carrying out a mission. Draping your robe over her counts as carrying out a mission. Qi Kanglin. Do you dare swear that you haven't fallen for her in the slightest? Huan Luo, who was usually cold and arrogant, was now questioning Qi Kanglin like a jealous wife. She looked like she was the legal wife who had caught an adulterer in bed. Huan Luo, that's not important. What's important is that she can popularize the flame coins and assimilate the entire eastern continent. Qi Kanglin tried to change the topic. Wrong. Huan Luo doesn't care about the flame coins. I only care about you. Kanglin, we grew up together. Don't you know about Huan Luo's feelings for you? Even if Huan Luo told you that night that Huan Luo had already placed you in her heart a long time ago, would you still be indifferent? Under the hazy moonlight, Huan Luo's face glistened. Her mournful voice was filled with extreme sorrow. Huan Luo, this priest doesn't want to think too much about these things before we succeed. Qi Kanglin didn't want to continue this topic. He was afraid that if his tone was too heavy, it would hurt Huan Luo's heart. He was also afraid that if his tone was too light, it would cause Huan Luo to continue being obsessed. Is it because you don't want to think too much, or do you already have that lowly commoner in your heart? Kanglin, even if you like her 10,000 times, it's useless. You should know better than me that mages can't tolerate her identity. Huan Luo glared at the man in front of her. For a moment, she actually hated the man in front of her. She had sacrificed herself without any regrets, but what did she get in return? But it was only for a moment. She is now the holy daughter of the Crimson Flame Nation. She is Holy Wan, Huan Luo's words were what worried Qi Kanglan the most. Xingwan. You believe that? Do you really think she's Xingwan? Huan Luo sneered at Qi Kanglan with disdain in her eyes. It's meaningless for us to argue about this here. Right now, our most important mission is to fully support her in promoting flame coins. Qi Kanglan turned around indifferently, unwilling to continue the conversation. She's Yao and Mo Wan. They were the untouchables of East Continent. The value of her existence was just a chess piece. No matter whether the flame coins could be popularized or not, no matter whether the untouchables in the East Continent could be assimilated or not, she had to die. This was the truth. Even if you don't want to face it, you can't escape the truth. His cold voice was like a clap of thunder that fiercely struck Yao and Mo Wan's head. That kind of earth-shattering shock caused Yao and Mo Wan to freeze in place, unable to move as if she had been petrified. Shut up. Qi Kanglan abruptly turned around. His silky palm wind landed on Huan Luo's chest, but it didn't cause much damage to her body. Even though Huan Luo didn't know that Qi Kanglan had used all his strength in this palm strike, it was still enough to shatter Huan Luo's heart into ice. You actually hit me for a lowly commoner. Huan Luo's tears rolled down like pearls from a broken necklace. She staggered back a few steps. The anger in Qi Kanglan's eyes made Huan Luo's heart ache. Remember, that person is called Xingwan. You are not allowed to mention the name Yao Mo Wan again. Otherwise, this priest will punish you according to the sect rules. Just as Qi Kanglan was roaring angrily, a flurry of footsteps suddenly came from the back corner of the inn. There's someone. Huan Luo's eyes emitted a bone-piercing chill. She dove down before Qi Kanglan. If that person was Yao Mo Wan, she would mercilessly kill her. In this kind of situation, her decisiveness wouldn't receive any criticism from anyone, not even Qi Kanglan. However, when Huan Luo rushed to the ground, she clearly saw Qi Xiudi squatting in the corner with the little snake in his hand. Xiudi. Huan Luo looked at Qi Xiudi in disbelief. There was an unconcealable disappointment in her eyes. Auntie. You still haven't slept. Qi Xiudi raised his young face and blinked at Huan Luo. Xiudi, why are you here? The moment Qi Kanglan saw Qi Xiudi, his heart finally calmed down. Chapter 601. Xiao Qing has been very impatient recently. She always sneaks out. Qi Xiudi raised the little snake in front of the two and replied seriously. Only you. Did you see anyone pass by? Huan Luo asked, unwilling to give up. No. Godfather, are you looking for someone? Qi Xiudi shook his head. No. Go back and rest. Qi Kanglan pursed his lips. His eyes seemed to unintentionally glance at Huan Luo before he turned to leave. Qi Xiudi, you really didn't see anyone. Huan Luo's eyes darkened and her voice was laced with killing intent. No. Qi Xiudi shook his head fiercely. Qi Xiudi sighed in relief when Huan Luo disappeared into the night. He turned to look at the reed mat behind him. Come out. The tender voice rang out again, but there was no response from within the reed mat. Xingwaner. She left. Seeing that no one responded, Qi Xiudi put the little azure snake back into his sleeve and carefully lifted up the reed mat. When he saw Yao Mo Wan leaning against the corner of the wall, Qi Xiudi retreated several steps in shock. Why are you scaring me? Qi Xiudi glared at Yao Mo Wan and complained. Thank you. The sound of the Qi Xiu flute caused Yao Mo Wan to wake up from her daze. Seeing that Qi Tsanglan and Huan Luo were no longer there, Yao Mo-wan's hand strenuously pressed against the ground, unable to conceal the shock in her eyes. She was Yao Mo-wan. This was the funniest joke she had ever heard in her memory. She was actually Yao Mo-wan. "Hey, where are you going?" Qi Xiu-di chased after Yao Mo-wan when he saw her stumbling forward. "Back to the inn." Yao Mo-wan's eyes were blank and her heart couldn't calm down. She had once doubted her identity as a holy maiden and even believed that she wasn't someone from Crimson Flame Country. However, she had never thought that she was Yao Mo-wan. This was truly laughable. "The inn is on the left." Qi Xiu-di reminded her with good intentions. "Oh." Yao Mo-wan nodded subconsciously. Then she turned around and returned to her room as if she had lost her soul. She had spent the entire night analyzing Huan Luo's words. Even though she didn't have any impression of it, Yao Mo-wan believed that Huan Luo's words in extreme anger couldn't be fake. When Yao Mo-wan found out that the woman she had always been jealous of was the same person as herself, her mind went crazy. She should be overjoyed. Yi Junqing loved her so deeply that he was willing to abandon the empire of Great Chu for her. There was also Han Jini, Chu Maobei, and Chu Maxin. None of their feelings for her were fake. In a single moment, she felt like she had the entire world. However, Yao Mo-wan wasn't happy at all. Even if the current her told the entire world that she was Yao Mo-wan, who would believe her? This was especially true for Yi Junqing. He probably wouldn't believe her no matter what she said. Furthermore, because Yi Junqing had used her to poison Qi Kanglan, the relationship between her and Yi Junqing was like fire and water. Even if Yi Junqing had done it for her, Yao Mo-wan still took this matter to heart. How did it end up like this? Yao Mo-wan blankly sat on the chair as she thought back to what she understood from other people's mouths. The bitterness in the corner of her lips spread to her heart. Who had turned her into this? Who dared to change her life? No matter who it was, she would make that person pay the price. A price in blood. After a night of contemplation, Yao Mo-wan carefully analyzed the current situation. Since Crimson Flame Country wanted to swallow up the 7 countries of Eastern Continent, they definitely had something to rely on. Otherwise, if the 7 countries allied together, their power couldn't be underestimated. As of now, she absolutely couldn't admit that she was Yao Mo-wan. First of all, it would only alert the enemy. If Huan Luo and the others found out that she knew the truth, they would definitely kill her to keep her quiet. Second of all, even if she said it, Yi Junqing and the others wouldn't believe her. Since it was like this, she might as well make the best of a mistake. Since she was Yao Mo-wan and since the 7 countries of Eastern Continent were inextricably linked to her, she couldn't allow Si Kongmu's ambitions to succeed. Since she was Yao Mo-wan, she should live with Yao Mo-wan's domineering and lofty attitude. The next day, Yao Mo-wan left the inn with everyone as usual and arrived at the border of Great Chu's Sherwood town before 5 o'clock. Just like when she first arrived in Xiang, Yao Mo-wan used all her saliva to buy a restaurant. With the previous lesson, Diao Diao was very careful when handing out money. Afterwards, Yao Mo-wan settled everyone on the 3rd floor and ordered Leng Bingxin to quickly find someone to make a signboard for the restaurant and name it Assembling Immortal Restaurant. 3 days later, Assembling Immortal Restaurant had an auspicious grand opening. They used the same method as Xinjiang's Assembling Immortal Restaurant. With Qi Kanglan and Diao Diao overseeing things, all of Sherwood Town's people were stirred up. Afterwards, Yao Mo-wan found 2 banks to exchange for flame coins and Great Shu banknotes. At first, neither bank dared to agree, but on the 2nd day, they both signed an agreement with Yao Mo-wan. After finding out her identity, Yao Mo-wan rarely spoke with Qi Kanglan. She was afraid that if her emotions became unstable, Qi Kanglan would notice something was wrong. However, after these few days of settling down, Yao Mo-wan was already very good at concealing her emotions. We can't continue like this. In the eyes of these common people, flame coins are just objects and not money that can be used, said Chi Kanglan in a low voice next to Yao Moen. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Xinjiang is the best example. Right now, there are already people using flame coins to exchange for things in Xinjiang. When Yao Moen saw Huan Luo staring at them from the corner, she deliberately moved closer to Chi Kanglan and pressed her cherry lips against Chi Kanglan's ear in an extremely ambiguous position. Perhaps. At such a close distance, Chi Kanglan's heart that was as calm as water suddenly rippled. The words that were originally stuck in his throat were forcibly forgotten. Let's not chat anymore. I just made an appointment with Taiping Money House's Fang Jingtsong. I'll leave this place to you. Yao Moen's cherry lips curved. When Huan Luo saw the brilliant smile, it made her even more jealous. All right. Chi Kanglan forced himself to calm down and nodded, but his gaze couldn't help but look in the direction that Yao Moen had left. Are you really that reluctant to part? Huan Luo's beautiful face was like that of an otherworldly fairy. At this moment, Huan Luo's face was covered in anger, making her seem even colder and more distant. If you don't like this place, you can always return to Crimson Flame Country. After that day, Chi Kanglan purposely maintained his distance from Huan Luo. Huan Luo has followed you since the beginning, and it's still the same now. It doesn't matter if you're willing or not, Huan Luo will follow you for the rest of my life. Huan Luo tightly pursed her red lips, her eyes filled with tears. Up to you. These two almost perfunctory words made Huan Luo's heart wrench in pain. Ever since she met Yao Moen, Chi Kanglan had become more and more unfamiliar with her. In the inner room of Taiping Money House, someone had already been waiting there for a long time. Holy shopkeeper is really arrogant. In Great Shu, no one has ever dared to make this crown prince wait for so long. When he saw that Yao Moen had arrived late, Chu Mabei's voice contained a hint of anger. Your Highness Crown Prince, don't be impatient. Wander's next words might make your Highness feel that waiting for 60 hours is worth it, not to mention 6 hours. Yao Moen wore a green robe with a silk belt tied in front of her chest. The golden hairpin in her hair gently swayed, making clear sounds that were pleasing to the ear. Oh. When Taiping Money House's Fang Jingtsong delivered Yao Moen's invitation to him, Chu Mabei felt that it was inconceivable. Now that the two sides had just shed all pretense of cordiality, there didn't seem to be a need to meet in the short term. Yao Moen calmly sat in front of Chu Mabei, her gaze sweeping over Fang Jingtsong who was standing to the side. All of you, withdraw. Chu Mabei naturally understood Yao Moen's intentions, so he waved his hand to dismiss everyone in the room. Even so, Yao Moen still looked at Chu Mabei with suspicion. Are you sure those people hiding in the shadows are reliable? Yao Moen very naturally lifted her teacup, her voice extremely casual. Shopkeeper, if you have something to say, please speak your mind. Chu Mabei looked at Yao Moen with a smile that wasn't a smile. He was very curious as to why she would take the initiative to find him. Wanner first has to thank Your Highness Crown Prince for not cutting off Wanner's path of retreat. Your Highness Crown Prince's contributions cannot go unnoticed for flame coins being able to popularize Stone Dock Town. Yao Moen blew away the green leaves on the surface of the teacup as she spoke leisurely. Yao Moen is in your hands. This crown prince doesn't want to and doesn't have a choice. Chu Mabei shrugged, a trace of helplessness in his voice. Yao Moen. Your Highness Crown Prince is truly infatuated with Yao Moen. When she heard these people mention Yao Moen's name, she always felt a faint sense of envy and even jealousy. But now, there was only warmth left. Great Shu's Crown Prince consort, it's only natural for this Crown Prince to be infatuated with her. However, how is Moen's current situation? Shopkeeper, could you tell me? Chu Mabe wasn't sure if the woman in front of him could tell the truth, but it was better than not saying anything. No matter how calm and steady he was, this was related to Yao Moen's life and death, so he couldn't ignore it. Yao Moen is fine. The ones who are terrible are the 7 countries of Eastern Continent. Yao Moen's hand holding the lid of the teacup slammed against the rim of the teacup. Her gaze was as heavy as water. What do you mean? When Chu Mabe heard this, a trace of darkness flashed through his eyes. He then took a sip of tea to conceal the shock in his heart. Intuition. Yao Moen answered Chu Mabe's question very seriously. Pfft, shopkeeper, using intuition to brush off this crown prince doesn't seem too honest. Chu Mabe raised his hand to wipe away the tea stain on the corner of his lips and looked towards Yao Moen with dissatisfaction. Your Highness Crown Prince thinks that Waner is brushing you off. In reality, Waner is being very sincere. If your Highness Crown Prince trusts Waner, then you can secretly help Waner circulate the flame coins to all of Great Shu within a month and make it prosper. Yao Moen finally cut to the chase and said seriously. Do you think this crown prince looks like an idiot? Chu Mabe put down the teacup and his voice gradually turned cold. Qi Kanglin, Huan Luo and Diao Diao were sent by them to monitor Waner. As long as Waner does well enough, there's still a chance for her to return. If she returns, Waner will definitely bring news that will satisfy your Highness Crown Prince. Out of everyone present, only Chu Mabe was the most scheming. Moreover, he was in Great Shu's territory, so this matter had to be handled by him. Them. Return. Can shopkeeper explain in more detail? Chu Mabe's interest was piqued by Yao Moen's words. No. Yao Moen refused very directly. Heh, you want this crown prince to take the risk to promote the flame coins just because of a few words from shopkeeper? That's not fair. Chu Mabe raised his brows and pursed his lips with a trace of disdain. Then forget it. Yao Moen's reply was out of Chu Mabe's expectations. When he saw that Yao Moen was about to get up to leave, Chu Mabe took a deep breath and made Yao Moen stay. Fine, he admitted that he'd gone overboard just now. Actually, there's still room for discussion. Chu Mabe relented. There's no room for discussion. Either Waner leaves right now and pretend that Waner never came, or your Highness Crown Prince will act according to Waner's method. Actually, Waner and your Highness Crown Prince both know that the reason you've traveled such a long distance to follow us is because you don't know anything about the power behind Qi Kanglin. We are your only clue. It's true that Waner was the one who took the initiative in this matter, but your Highness Crown Prince should be deeply grateful. Yao Moen coldly turned around and said each word clearly. That kind of lofty aura shook Chu Mabe slightly. Other than Yao Moen, this kind of domineering aura was rarely seen in this world. So this crown prince can only let shopkeeper Saint lead me by the nose. Yao Moen's words left Chu Mabe with no reason to refuse. Chapter 602. Waner wouldn't even want a normal person to hold Waner's hand. Yao Moen knew that Chu Mabe had tacitly agreed and inwardly sighed in relief. When she first woke up in Red Flame Country, Yao Moen had thought that her identity wasn't important, so she hadn't done much research on Red Flame Country. Now that her identity was confirmed, she naturally wouldn't just watch as Red Flame Country annexed East Province, so she had to find an opportunity to return to Red Flame Country. And that opportunity was the Flame Coin. In order to prevent Qi Kanglin and Huan Luo from following her, Yao Moen deliberately acted close to Qi Kanglin in front of Huan Luo. Her intention was to shift Huan Luo's attention to Qi Kanglin so that she could safely meet with Chu Mabe. Within half a month, this crown prince will definitely make the flame coin the main currency of Great Shu. Sometimes, Chu Mabe also trusted his intuition. Farewell. Yao Moen smiled cheerfully, then cupped her hands in salute. As she turned to leave, she seemed to have thought of something and looked back. How did Yi Junqing know that I was the fake Yao Moen? Yao Moen had been confused about this question for a long time. We found 2 women in Mong Yuan and 2 women in the south that looked exactly like you, exactly like Yao Moen. One called herself Shui Waner, the other called herself Yu Waner. How do you think we would believe that you were Yao Moen after seeing them? This wasn't a secret, so Chu Maobei revealed everything. No wonder. What if I said that I really was Yao Moen? Yao Moen lifted her brows with a slight smile. Then we wouldn't believe you even if we were beaten to death. Chu Maobei's reply was also very direct. That's right. Whoever believes that is an idiot. Yao Moen smiled faintly, then turned to leave Taiping Money House. When Chu Maobei returned to Chao Luo's residence, he heard the sound of sobbing coming from the main hall. Your Majesty, Chu Maobei has returned, said Yin Shua softly from beside Yi Junqing. In the blink of an eye, Chu Maobei had already entered the main hall. Chu Maobei didn't plan on telling anyone about his meeting with Yao Moen. After all, Yao Moen's promises were just empty words. He didn't want everyone to have high hopes only to be disappointed in the end. Princess Hanyue. When Chu Maobei entered the main hall, he saw Duan Zitong sitting by the table and crying. Princess Hanyue has found Emperor Xiao's whereabouts. As soon as Yi Junqing said this, Chu Maobei was completely stunned. He quickly walked over to Duan Zitong and sat down. This consort had never expected that Di Feng would be captured by someone in less than 3 days after I left the Great Xia Empire. Fortunately, this consort had long ago planted the United Heart Gu in Di Feng, so this consort used her own United Heart Gu to search for Di Feng and followed him all the way to the seaside. The United Heart Gu couldn't enter the water, so the trail was cut off. However, this consort is certain that Di Feng is still alive. Otherwise, this consort's United Heart Gu wouldn't have reacted. Duan Zitong sobbed as she explained the whole story. Same Heart Gu. It would be great if Moen also had some. Yi Junqing had seen how powerful Southern Gu's insects were and couldn't help but feel disappointed. Actually, this consort did plant the United Heart Gu on Yao Moen, but because this consort can only raise 1 United Heart Gu at a time, this consort removed the United Heart Gu on Yao Moen before she planted the Gu on Di Feng. Duan Zitong wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with a guilty expression. To the seaside. East Province is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. May I ask which part of the sea Princess Hanyue is referring to? Chu Maobei looked towards Duan Zitong. The purple sea that borders Lulan, replied Hanyue firmly. We've thought about it. Xingwan and the others first appeared in Lulan's Liangyuan. Now that we've lost track of Di Feng there, the people who kidnapped Feng Yihan and Xingwan should be working together. Yi Junqing analyzed calmly. There aren't any islands within 100 li of the Purple Sea. Where would they be staying? Chu Maobei found this inconceivable. Just because there aren't any islands within 100 li doesn't mean that there aren't any islands within 1,000 li. We won't just sit and wait for death. Since we have new leads, we have no intention of continuing to deal with Xingwan, and the others. After Yi Junqing heard the news Duan Zitong brought over, he had his own idea. King Chu wants to lead an army out to sea. Chu Maobei guessed what Yi Junqing was thinking. That's right. Right now, all the signs point to Moen being imprisoned together with Di Feng and the others. Since we have a lead, we can't just sit and wait for death, said Yi Junqing sternly. But we're not familiar with that part of the sea. If we rashly lead an army out to sea, the consequences will be hard to predict. Chu Maobei voiced his concerns. No matter what the consequences are, we have to try. Besides, going out to sea is a matter of sooner or later. We're willing to be the vanguard. Yi Juanqing's decisiveness was within Chu Mabei's expectations. It was just as Yi Juanqing had said. If Yao Moen and the others were really trapped in a certain part of the Purple Sea, then going out to sea was inevitable. Great Shu is willing to send 100,000 soldiers to go with King Chu. Chu Mabei no longer objected. Although Great Xia only has 10,000 soldiers, we will fully support King Chu. Great Qi also won't ignore this matter. Duan Zitong looked towards Yi Juanqing gratefully. The dangers of going out to sea this time are unpredictable. We won't disregard the lives of so many soldiers, so we've decided to only lead 5,000 elite soldiers. We'll keep in contact with the reinforcements at all times. It won't be too late to send reinforcements once we find a suspicious island. Yi Juanqing had already made his decision. When does King Chu plan to depart? Chu Mabei's heart sank when he saw the determination in Yi Juanqing's eyes. Everyone knew that this trip was dangerous. For Yao Moen, he might not necessarily do this. 3 days from now. At that time, we will meet up with Great Chu's navy at Liangyuan Commandery near the Purple Sea in Lulan, said Yi Juanqing solemnly. That's fine. This crown prince will also gather the navy to guard Liangyuan Commandery. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, this crown prince will have Huangfu Juanshou divide the navy into several groups to disguise themselves and enter Liangyuan Commandery to meet up with King Chu, replied Chu Mabei. Duan Zitong also expressed that she would immediately return to Great Xia and Great Qi to gather the navy. Pirates. Perhaps this exalted lord can also help. Han Jingyi's brows furrowed slightly as a beautiful figure appeared in his mind. Although that figure was beautiful, Han Jingyi's heart trembled when he thought of that face that was as ferocious as a wild beast the moment she saw him. However, for Yao Moen, Han Jingyi had no other choice. After this matter was settled, everyone split up to carry out their tasks. Duan Zitong left while Yi Juanqing ordered Yin Shui to hand his order to the old Prime Minister Qin Zhong so that he could dispatch the navy to Liangyuan Commandery. Chu Mabei also had Yin Xiong return to pass on the order to Huangfu Juanshou. Han Jingyi was the only one who could leave at any time. However, before she left, she appeared outside of the Immortal Assembling Tower. Uncle Jingyi. When Qi Di received Han Jingyi's signal, he snuck out of Assembled Immortals' pavilion at midnight and snuck into a deep alley. Uncle missed you so much. It's been a while since we last met. How did you get so thin? Did they bully you? Han Jingyi liked Qi Di from the bottom of his heart. He didn't know when they would meet again, so before he left, he really couldn't help but want to take one last look at Qi Di. How could they have the time to bully me? No one paid attention to me and no one played with me. Uncle, why didn't you come find me? Qi Di sounded like he was about to cry. A child's feelings were the most sincere, so he knew very well who was good to him. That was why when he saw Han Jingyi, he was filled with grievances. Uncle also wants to accompany you, but Uncle still has very important things to do, so Uncle can't come to see you during this time. You have to be good, okay? If anyone dares to bully you, Uncle will come back and get revenge for you, said Han Jingyi as he gently stroked Qi Di's shoulder. No. Where is Uncle going? Xiu Di, come with me. Qi Di tugged on Han Jingyi's sleeve. Can we go together? Han Jingyi was tempted. What do you think? A feminine voice came from above. Han Jingyi was speechless when she heard the voice. She looked up and saw Diao Diao sitting on the swallow-tailed roof. She was swinging her legs and wearing a weird smile on her face. Xiu Di, go back now. If your godfather knows that you are going to sneak away, he will ground you. Diao Diao looked at Qishou Di and said coldly, which made Qishou Di tremble. He is still a child. Why are you scaring him? Han Jingyi subconsciously held Qishou Di in his arms. Do you care about him? Diao Diao raised her eyebrows and looked at Han Jingyi. Of course. Just when Han Jingyi was about to say something, a cold light flashed and Qishou Di fell to the ground as if he had lost his consciousness. Han Jingyi angrily held Qishou Di in his arms and then jumped to Diao Diao's side. What are you doing? Han Jingyi did not understand Diao Diao's intention. He only thought that she should not attack a child. Take Qishou Di away. Diao Diao's voice was like a melodious yellow oriole. Han Jingyi was stunned for a moment and then sat down beside Diao Diao. You're not joking, right? Han Jingyi was filled with joy as he looked at the delicate face in his arms. Do I look like I'm joking? Diao Diao looked at Qishou Di as she pondered. Now that Qi Kanglan and Huan Luo were estranged, it was hard to say whether Huan Luo would use Qishou Di to deal with Yao Moan or use Qishou Di to get Qi Kanglan back. Either way, she didn't want to see it happen. Of course, this was only a very small reason. Diao Diao agreed to let Han Jingyi take Qishou Di away because she didn't want to lose contact with Han Jingyi. With Qishou Di, she had a reason to look for Han Jingyi at any time. Without this connection, what excuse did she have? This isn't a good idea, right? If Xingwan, and the others can't find Qishou Di, won't they go crazy? Han Jingyi didn't want to ruin Yi Juanqing's plans because of his own selfishness. Qishou Di is willing. Also, East is so big, they really don't have time to look for you. But Diao Diao hesitated. Don't worry, Jingyi will definitely take good care of Qishou Di. Han Jingyi swore. For some reason, he felt like he had some sort of fate with this child. If it weren't for the fact that this child had a godfather, he really would have taken Qishou Di as his foster son. Diao Diao needs to know where you're going at all times. Seeing that Han Jingyi hadn't gotten to the point, Diao Diao decided to just go straight to the point. That's a bit difficult, but Jingyi will write a letter every half a month to report that they're safe. If you don't agree, then there's nothing we can do. Know where they're going. Was he supposed to tell Diao Diao that Yi Juanqing was preparing to attack the Purple Sea and that he was looking for help? Then if I reply, will you be able to receive it? Diao Diao took a step back. Of course. Han Jingyi nodded. If you dare lie to me, I'll find you even if I have to search the entire East. Diao Diao warned as she agreed to Han Jingyi's suggestion. Although this noble one's martial arts are slightly weaker than yours, this noble one's words carry enormous weight, said Han Jingyi. Take good care of Qishou Di. This child hasn't been very happy in the past. It's rare to find someone you can get along with, so don't neglect him. Diao Diao was a bit reluctant to part with the unconscious Qishou Di in Han Jingyi's arms. Don't worry, this noble one will definitely treat him like my own, said Han Jingyi gratefully. He had a good impression of Diao Diao. Once Diao Diao left, Han Jingyi looked at Qishou Di in his arms and gave up on returning to the Chao residence. He headed straight for Phoenix Feather Manor. If he had gone alone, he would have gone straight to Penglai Island, but now that he had Qishou Di, he had to consider Qishou Di's safety. As a result, Yan Nanxing became his first choice. However, Han Jingyi hadn't expected that this trip to Phoenix Feather Manor would coincidentally solve Yan Nanxing's predicament. Chapter 603. Only at noon the next day did Qishou Di's disappearance attract Qi Tsanglan and Yao Imo Wan's attention. It must be Chu Mabe and Yi Juanqing, those lowly commoners. They clearly know that they can't win against us, so they use the child to threaten us. They're simply despicable and shameless. Although Huan Luo was cursing Yi Junqing, her eyes were staring coldly at Yao Moen. The saintess is not confident in her own martial arts. If it really was Chu Mabei's doing, then how did Chu Mabei's hidden guards manage to kidnap the child right under the holy maiden's nose? In reality, no matter how Huan Luo tried to make things difficult for her, Yao Moen never used her true qi. It wasn't that Yao Moen was generous, but that getting angry at someone like this would lower her status. Xingwan, do you even know who you are? How dare you say that you're protecting those lowly commoners? Fantasy Carrot's beautiful eyes widened in anger. I'm sorry, this holy maiden has lost her memory. I really don't remember who I am. Why don't you tell me? Who am I? Yao Moen's eyes were as black as ink. She was currently looking at Huan Luo with a piercing gaze that caused Huan Luo's heart to tremble involuntarily. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Now isn't the time to argue. Xiao Di is usually playful, and we've been busy promoting the flame coins for the past few days and neglected him. Let's split up and look for him. Qi Kanglan said solemnly. Just as everyone got up and was about to split up to look for the Qi Xiu flute, Diao Diao, who had been silently leaning against the door, suddenly reached out and stopped everyone. That Xiu Di left last night. Diao Diao naturally didn't dare to say that Qi Xiu Di had left with Han Genie, but where else could he have gone? Gone. Where did he go? Why didn't you say anything just now? Fantasy Flower looked at Diao Diao angrily. You didn't ask just now. Diao Diao looked towards Yao Moen as if pleading for help. Did he go back to Xiang? This child. Yao Moen quickly understood the meaning behind Diao Diao's gaze and casually reminded her. That's right, we're going back to Xiang. He really likes Qian Gui's dishes. Diao Diao nodded vigorously. How can you let him go alone? I'll go find him. Qi Kanglan looked at Diao Diao with slight reproach. No need to look for him. He will naturally write a letter when he arrives. Diao Diao hastily stopped Qi Kanglan. Let Ben Lei go. In any case, he'll only be a hindrance if he stays here, suggested Yao Moen. After some consideration, Qi Zhanglan agreed to Yao Mo Wan's suggestion. Even though Ben Lei was extremely unwilling, he still couldn't change Yao Mo Wan's mind. Although Huan Luo also didn't want Qi Kanglan to leave, seeing how obedient Qi Kanglan was to Yao Moen's words made her feel very uncomfortable. Especially after finding out that Qi Kanglan had feelings for Yao Moen, Huan Luo couldn't allow Yao Moen to live any longer. Therefore, she chose to take the risk. That night, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. When Meiji followed Huan Luo's directions to the back alley, Huan Luo was already waiting there. This is life-stealing powder, think of a way to mix it into Yao Moen's food. She naturally wouldn't personally do it to kill Yao Moen, so she decided to sacrifice Meiji. The Holy Maiden wants to kill Yao Moen. But with Yao Moen's death, the promotion of flame coins. Before Meiji could finish speaking, Huan Luo sent a palm strike at her. Meiji instantly felt an unbearable pain as if her chest was being torn apart. This holy maiden doesn't need you to remind me what to do. Just do as I say. As long as Yao Moen dies, this holy maiden will naturally give you the antidote. In Huan Luo's eyes, Meiji was the same as Yao Moen. They were all lowly commoners. Their lives weren't worth a single cent. Yes. Meiji endured the pain as she accepted the life-stealing powder. A cold light flashed through her eyes. Once someone finds out that you're the one who poisoned her, you know what to do. Huan Luo reminded her meaningfully when she saw Meiji accept the poison. Meiji's life was saved by Holy Maiden from Yi Hongyi. Meiji is willing to go through fire and water for Holy Maiden. If they find out, Meiji will take responsibility for everything. However, Yi Hongyi. Meiji hesitated. Don't worry. Since Yi Hongyi dared to make a move against this holy maiden will settle this debt sooner or later. Huan Luo's voice softened. Meiji will first thank Holy Maiden on behalf of the deceased Thousand Faces. Meiji bowed respectfully. When she turned around, her eyes were ice cold. In the end, she was the vice captain of the Iron Blood Corps. How could Meiji's thoughts be so simple? The current her wouldn't treat her life lightly for anyone. Before Yi Hongyi died, she had no reason to die. Meanwhile, in Yao Moen's room, Diao Diao stammered for a long time before she finally explained where the Qi Xiu flute had gone. She originally thought that Yao Moen would blame her, but she didn't expect that after she recounted the entire matter, she would only get a light chuckle from Yao Moen. I already said that you couldn't bear to part with Han Genie. Were you really thinking about the flute? Yao Moen's words hit the nail on the head. Diao Diao couldn't help but blush. You also believe that Han Genie wouldn't harm the Qi Xiu flute, right? When Diao Diao saw that her little scheme had been seen through by Yao Moen, she didn't hide it and immediately came over to ask for Yao Moen's opinion. Although the matter last time wasn't pleasant, this holy maiden believes that Han Genie's feelings for the Qi Xiu flute are real. Moreover, as the Supreme Lord of 10,000 Emperor City, he has his own pride. Unless someone incited him, he definitely wouldn't do this kind of despicable thing a second time. As for the instigator, they also wouldn't choose to repeat the same trick. Yao Moen's confidence came from her contract with Chu Maobei. That's right. Han Genie does things in an open and above-board manner, how could he harm the Qi Xiu flute? Diao Diao fiercely nodded, her eyes sparkling. Alright, I've already told Ben Lei to have Qian Gui write a letter when he returns to Axian Xiang. Qi Kanglin and Huan Luo are easy to deal with, but... Yao Moen's brows sank slightly as she turned to look at Diao Diao. Did Han Genie say why he left? In Yao Moen's opinion, unless it was something very important, Han Genie had no reason to leave. Diao Diao didn't ask, but Diao Diao guessed that it shouldn't be anything important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought the Qi Xiu flute. Diao Diao thought. I hope so. Yao Moen sighed lightly. Since she was Yao Moen, she should be responsible for everyone who cared about her. Moreover, Chu Maobei really kept his promise. In these 3 days, flame coins gradually became active in Shiwu town. Other than spending at Jushin Tower, the townspeople already started to use it to buy food, cloth, and even jewelry. This kind of effect made Yao Moen very satisfied. What made people even more happy was that the neighboring counties of Shiwu town also seemed to have started to become popular. With this kind of result, Yao Moen believed that her value in Sikong Mu's eyes would slowly increase. How is it? In front of the silk shop, Yao Moen watched as the 2 matrons used flame coins to buy 2 bolts of high-quality silk. She turned to look at Qi Kanglin, her voice filled with excitement. Do you like it? Qi Kanglin's reply made Yao Moen extremely stunned. Seeing that Yao Moen didn't say anything, Qi Kanglin walked into the silk shop and used flame coins to buy a bolt of mild-colored silk to hand to Yao Moen. What do you mean? Yao Moen's expression became even more stunned. You match this color very well. The seemingly calm and cultured Qi Kanglin's heart secretly beat rhythmically. This was the first time in his life that he had given something to someone. Is that so? Then Wander thanks Great Shaman in advance. In the days that she found out the truth, Yao Moen instinctively rejected Qi Kanglin. In Yao Moen's opinion, her situation definitely had nothing to do with him. But afterwards, as Yao Moen's emotions gradually calmed down, she suddenly felt that her previous actions were wrong. Not only should she not have distanced herself from Qi Kanglin, she should have done her best to get closer to him. As the Imperial Sect's great shaman, at a critical moment, he could very well become her life-saving straw. Even though Yao Moen felt that this kind of use was a bit dishonorable, especially since Qi Kanglan treated her pretty well, as long as she thought about how they caused her to lose her memory, Yao Moen didn't feel any guilt. Call me Kanglan to avoid suspicion. When Qi Kanglan saw that Yao Moen couldn't bear to part with the cloth he had chosen, his lips curved into a perfect smile. Under the sunlight, that faint smile was incomparably beautiful. Yao Moen hesitated for a moment. Deceiving a man like this was a sin. Thankfully, the current her truly didn't care about committing a crime. Especially when she saw Huan Luo's murderous gaze in the corner, Yao Moen's mood improved greatly. Warner, go back first. After Qi Kanglan heard Huan Luo's 1,000-li transmission, he instructed her softly, then walked towards a nearby corner. Yao Moen naturally knew why Qi Kanglan had left. Her eyes flashed, but Huan Luo had already disappeared from the corner. However, what Yao Moen didn't expect was that when she turned around, she actually saw Yi Junqing's figure in the crowd. When she thought back to the past and everything Yi Junqing had done for her, Yao Moen's heart instantly felt warm. However, just as Yao Moen was about to walk forward, she saw Yi Junqing turn around indifferently and walk away as if he had seen the god of plague. Yao Moen found it funny and hurried to catch up. Hey! Feeling guilty. When Yi Junqing saw Yao Moen blocking in front of him, his expression turned ugly. If they weren't in public, Yi Junqing would definitely say, "Good dogs don't block the way. Move aside." Yi Junqing's gaze turned cold as he spoke with great self-restraint. "I don't want to move." Yao Moen acted extremely shamelessly. Not only did she refuse to move, she even took 2 steps forward. "Don't force me to move." Yi Junqing felt like he was about to be infected by the plague. He abruptly retreated a few steps, then looked towards Yao Moen with disgust. "Go on, no problem. As long as you hit me once, I'll hit Yao Moen twice. In any case, I won't be at a disadvantage." Although compared to Chu Maobei, Han Jini, and the others, Yi Junqing wasn't the most intelligent, nor was he the most courageous. Yi Junqing's feelings for her were the most unwavering. Yao Moen had always believed this. "What do you want?" Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen coldly. In the end, he was defeated. "Treat this shopkeeper to a meal. This one." Yao Moen's gaze landed on the Kong Lu restaurant beside her, so she walked into the main hall. Outside, Yi Junqing hesitated for a long time. When Yao Moen mouthed the 3 words, "Yao Moen," he was speechless and followed in indignantly. In a private room on the 3rd floor, Yao Moen ordered 10 of the restaurant's specialties and a pot of first-rate new hong. "I heard that Yao Moen is Great Shu's crown prince consort. No matter how much you like her, what's the use?" Yao Moen placed the cloth Qi Kanglan had given her to the side and continued to eat. "Eating still can't stop your mouth." Yi Junqing glanced at Yao Moen, who had no table manners. "You're not eating?" asked Yao Moen kindly when she saw that Yi Junqing had no intention of moving his chopsticks. "I can't eat. The money for the meal is here. If you dare touch Yao Moen in the slightest, we won't let you off." As Yi Junqing spoke, he took out 300 taels worth of banknotes and slapped them on the table to leave. "Don't worry, I won't do anything to Yao Moen. I'll just tell her who it was that kissed Wan on the rooftop so passionately and said that he only loved Wan. If it wasn't Yao Moen, then it was this Wan. At that time, Yao Moen's state of mind was no longer there, so she used this matter to amuse herself. You dare to speak nonsense." Yi Junqing's foot stopped in midair. He looked towards Yao Moen with sharp eyes. "As long as you sit back down." Yao Moen pouted towards Yi Junqing's chair with an extremely arrogant expression. After weighing the pros and cons, Yi Junqing could only sit back down. Chapter 604. Obedient. Yao Moen nodded in satisfaction and happily picked up a mouthful of fragrant fish. Don't get too full of yourself. If anything happens to Yao Moen, we'll definitely cut you into 8 pieces. Yi Junqing couldn't do anything to Yao Moen, so he could only spit out ruthless words. You want to kill the donkey without removing the millstone. Without Wan you guys won't be able to find Yao Moen even if you work yourself to death. Yao Moen said with complete confidence. That's not entirely true. Yi Junqing sneered coldly at the person on the other side of the table. Yao Moen's heart trembled slightly. The chopsticks in her hand froze in the air for several seconds before returning to normal. If you guys had a way, would you still be wasting time with Wanner in Stone Dock Town? Yao Moen seemed to have no intention of asking as she lifted her brows towards Yi Junqing. Yi Junqing seemed to realize that his careless words had caught the other's attention, so he decided not to say anything. He crossed his arms over his chest and lowered his eyes, pretending to doze off. Yao Moen knew that Yi Junqing had grown wary, so she didn't press on. Just as the atmosphere in the room was turning strange, a 7 or 8-year-old boy suddenly knocked on the door and walked in. Are you Saint Shopkeeper? Rather than calling him a boy, it would be more accurate to call him a little beggar. That's right, I am. Yao Moen put down the chopsticks in her hand and looked towards the little beggar in confusion. This is for you. The little beggar didn't waste any words. He immediately stuffed a note into Yao Moen's hands and ran off. Yao Moen's eyes darkened as she carefully opened the note. When she saw the contents, her brows couldn't help but furrow. What happened? Asked Yi Junqing instinctively, his eyes filled with confusion. Yao Moen didn't reply and got up to leave. Hey! He left just like that. Your cloth. It was only when Yi Junqing got up that he saw the cloth that Yao Moen had forgotten on the side of the table. Send her back to Juxian restaurant for me. After throwing this down, Yao Moen quickly left Kong Lo restaurant. If it was up to Yi Junqing, he would definitely toss this piece of cloth onto the streets for beggars to pick up, but when he recalled Yao Moen's earlier threat, all of his arrogant thoughts instantly turned to dust. Yao Moen walked through several alleys before finally entering a simple and crude inn. Under the guidance of the innkeeper, Yao Moen walked into a relatively clean private room on the 2nd floor. When she pushed open the door, it was completely empty. After waiting for the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the person finally arrived. The Juxian Tower is much more convenient than this place. Why do you have to go so far? Yao Mo Wan poured herself a cup of water and drank it. It wasn't that Yao Mo Wan was putting on an act, but that she was really tired from running. Meiji thought that the Holy Maiden wouldn't keep the appointment. It was none other than Meiji. Tell me, why did you avoid Huan Luo and Qi Kanglan's line of sight and meet me alone? Yao Moen didn't know much about Meiji. She only knew that Meiji, Thousand Faces, and the others had been bullied in Crimson Flame Country. Because of Leng Bingxin, their circumstances had gotten a bit better, and it was also Leng Bingxin who begged her to take them out of Crimson Flame Country. Of course, it's necessary to guard against them. Meiji wants to ask Saintis, how much do you trust me? Meiji's face was as cold as ice. That depends on what you say, replied Yao Moen solemnly. I'm talking about Lady Holy Maiden's past. Meiji's words caused Yao Moen's expression to freeze. Yao Moen lifted her eyes and looked meaningfully at Meiji. The meaning behind her words was for her to continue. Although Meiji doesn't know how those bastards in Crimson Flame Country made you lose your memories, there's one thing Meiji can be sure of. You're not some saintess at all. You're Yao Moen. You're the Empress of Chu, Yao Moen. Meiji felt that her words were shocking enough, but unexpectedly, Yao Moen's expression didn't change much. Oh. Yao Moen rested her chin on her hand and looked towards Meiji with interest as she replied casually. You don't believe me? Meiji was astonished to see that Yao Moen was as calm as usual. And then, Yao Moen didn't give Meiji a definite answer. She wasn't sure if this was a ploy by Huan Luo to test her. And then your existence already made a certain person feel threatened, so that person had Meiji poison your food. This is life-stealing powder. Since things had already reached this point, Meiji had no leeway to back out. Huan Luo. Am I really so hateful that she dares to take my life without your orders? A trace of disdain flashed through Yao Moen's eyes as she looked at the paper bag on the table. When it comes to love, a woman's intelligence is zero. At first, Meiji also felt that Huan Luo's request was extremely stupid. If I die, someone will come out to pay with their life. If I'm not wrong, that person will be you, right? Yao Moen looked towards Meiji with eyes as deep as the sea. If I wasn't forced into a desperate situation, Meiji wouldn't have taken such a risk. Now that Huan Luo is forcing Meiji to poison you, Meiji told her the truth. If Huan Luo finds out about this, I'll definitely die very miserably, said Meiji honestly. Since you've made a choice between Wan Er and Huan Luo, then Wan Er will naturally let you know just how correct your choice was. However, Wan Er is very curious as to what kind of information Huan Luo has on you for her to be able to use you so wantonly, asked Yao Moen. Does Holy Maiden still remember Thousand Faces, by Zhan and Mo Chang? When Meiji mentioned those three, tears welled up in her eyes. I do. This Holy Maiden had good intentions in letting them leave, but they were so happy that they forgot about home. However, this Holy Maiden has a good temper. Even if they don't return for the rest of their lives, this Holy Maiden won't pursue the matter. Yao Moen had some complaints about those three leaving without saying goodbye. It's not that they don't want to return, it's that they can't return. Meiji's voice was choked up as her hands gradually clenched into fists. Who did it? Yao Moen could already guess a bit from Meiji's expression. Yi Hongyi. It was Yi Hongyi who killed them. If Huan Luo hadn't appeared in time, Meiji would have died as well. Meiji's heart still ached when she thought back to that scene. Yi Hongyi. Yi Hongyi's still alive. Since Yao Moen already knew who she was, she naturally knew what kind of existence Yi Hongyi had in her heart. Ha, it really is just like that saying, a scourge lives for 1,000 years. Not only is he still alive, his martial arts have improved by several times. Meiji can't even take a single blow from him now. As Meiji spoke, the veins on her forehead bulged and her eyes blazed like flames. Damn it. Does this mean that Huan Luo can also be considered your benefactor? Perhaps because of her amnesia, Yao Moen's hatred for Yi Hongyi wasn't as strong as before, but this didn't stop her from wanting to kill Yi Hongyi. After all, they were irreconcilable enemies, so amnesia couldn't change that fact. Huan Luo only saved Meiji because she wanted to use Meiji to threaten Nameless so that Nameless could bribe Gue Dozi's eldest disciple, Gue Wu. That's how Yuan and Shui Wan came into existence. Back then, Yi Junqing and you became enemies because of Huan Luo. That's not all, Huan Luo had already poisoned Meiji. If I dared to go against her wishes, the only path left for me would be death. Meiji knew that Yao Moen was suspicious of her. Even if she was in Yao Moen's position, she wouldn't easily believe these wild and unrestrained words. You're going to die either way, so you want to find a way to live. Yao Moen trusted Meiji even more than Meiji had imagined. Of course, this was all because Yao Moen had heard the truth that Huan Luo had blurted out that night. If I succeed, then it's Meiji's fortune. Perhaps I'll be able to kill Yi Hongyi with my own hands. If I fail, then at least I'll have tried my best. After I die, I'll be able to give Thousand Faces and the others an explanation," said Meiji resolutely. "You're loyal and affectionate. This saintess likes it. You should go back. If you stay out for too long, you'll attract Huan Luo's attention." Yao Moen sighed lightly. She had gained a new understanding of Meiji. "Then you believe that you're Yao Moen?" Meiji looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. "That's not important." Yao Moen smiled slightly, but didn't give Meiji the answer she had prepared. When Meiji saw Yao Moen leave with the life-stealing powder, she froze for a moment. She left just like that. She hadn't even told her what to do next. A trace of bitterness flashed through Meiji's heart. Perhaps this time, she had lost the gamble. After Yao Moen left, Yi Junqing really did as Yao Moen said and delivered the cloth to Jushin Tower. "King Chu. It's rare for King Chu to grace us with his presence. Hurry and come in." When Diao Diao saw Yi Junqing, she walked over to greet him. "This belongs to your saint manager. I'll have to trouble you to tell her that we've delivered it. She mustn't forget what she promised us. Also, if she dares to carelessly throw things around again, no one will be able to deliver it to her." Yi Junqing ignored Diao Diao's eagerness. He casually handed the cloth over, then turned to leave. "What's going on? Who stepped on his tail?" Diao Diao pouted. Only now did she notice the cloth in her hands. It was soft and smooth to the touch. It was definitely top quality. Just as Diao Diao walked up to the third floor with the cloth, she met Qi Kanglan and Huan Luo's strange gazes. "This cloth isn't bad. Do you want it?" Diao Diao saw that Huan Luo was staring at the cloth in her hands, so she asked in a rare show of generosity. This saintess doesn't care for the things of Eastern Continent's lowly commoners. Huan Luo's voice was filled with schadenfreude. "Remember what you said. Don't try to steal it from this lady later." Diao Diao lifted her brows and glanced at Huan Luo, then happily delivered the cloth into Yao Moen's room. Once Diao Diao's figure disappeared, Huan Luo looked towards Qi Kanglan with gloomy eyes. "Although you think highly of her, she looks down on you. In the end, she's just a bad person. She's already been played by Yi Junqing once, yet she's still looking for him. Kanglan, are you sure it's worth it for this kind of woman?" Huan Luo's lips curved in disdain, her eyes cold. Qi Kanglan was speechless. He flicked his sleeves and left. After Meiji returned to Immortal Assembling Tower, Huan Luo had hinted for her to act quickly. Yao Moen hadn't given her any response, so Meiji had been at a loss for the entire afternoon. Yao Moen only returned when it was 10:00 in the evening. In her hands, she was holding a hamster in a metal cage. "Master, when Yi Junqing came, he also brought over a cloth. Diao Diao really liked it." In the living room on the third floor, the food had already been prepared and everyone had taken their seats. When Diao Diao saw Yao Moen walk in, she immediately went to greet her attentively. The word "greed" was clearly written on her face. Yao Moen carelessly carried the hamster as she glanced at the schadenfreude in Huan Luo's eyes. When she saw Qi Kanglan sitting there indifferently, she reached out to pull Diao Diao over. "Logically speaking, you've contributed the most to Immortal Assembling Tower. Now that you've spoken, this shopkeeper should reward you with that cloth, but I can't. That cloth was given to me by someone who holds a very important place in this shopkeeper's heart, so this shopkeeper won't give it to anyone else. But don't worry, tomorrow, this shopkeeper will definitely buy 10 identical cloths for you. How about it?" Yao Moen's words caused the entire situation to change. Huan Luo's proud expression instantly turned icy cold. On the other hand, Qi Kanglan's eyes seemed to overflow with splendor. "Shopkeeper, you've made up with Yi Junqing already. When did this happen?" Compared to that cloth, Diao Diao cared more about the relationship between Yao Moen and Yi Junqing. How could it be Yi Junqing? We just met by chance. Yao Moen replied lightly and sat down on her seat. At this time, Meiji just happened to walk in with a bowl of ginseng soup. Chapter 605. Bring that bowl of ginseng soup over, this shopkeeper's darling wants to drink it. Yao Moen called out unintentionally when she saw Meiji enter. Meiji wasn't an ordinary person. When she saw the hamster in Yao Moen's hands, she suddenly understood. She stopped and looked at Yao Moen awkwardly. Shopkeeper, this ginseng soup was specially prepared by the kitchen for you. How can it be given to a hamster? Meiji purposely didn't move forward. Since it was prepared by the kitchen for this shopkeeper, then bring it over. Yao Moen urged. Meiji swallowed lightly and glanced at Huan Luo. Huan Luo's gaze turned cold. She knew the situation wasn't good, but she didn't say anything. Seeing that Huan Luo didn't react, Meiji could only brace herself and bring the ginseng soup over. Little hamster, you're in luck. This isn't something normal people can afford to drink. As Yao Moen spoke, she poured a spoonful of ginseng soup into the wooden trough of the iron cage. The little hamster seemed to understand Yao Moen's words and immediately started to drink. Master, what a waste. Diao Diao couldn't help but shake her head when she saw the little hamster drinking with relish. However, the second after Diao Diao stopped talking, the hamster suddenly stopped moving and started to squeak. In the end, its belly flipped over and it died. The entire process took only a few seconds. They didn't even feel the hamster's pain before it died. Everyone in the silent main hall was shocked. Yao Moen was especially furious. She suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Meiji. What's going on? Yao Moen looked at Meiji angrily, her expression as cold as ice. This. Meiji doesn't know. Meiji really doesn't know. In reality, there really wasn't anything in the ginseng soup. Yao Moen had already smeared the life-stealing powder Meiji gave Yao Moen into the wooden trough of the iron cage. You don't know. Meiji, you're too daring. If you're innocent, then drink the rest of the ginseng soup. The one who spoke wasn't Yao Moen but Huan Luo. Meiji's heart turned cold when she saw Huan Luo like this. If she hadn't bet on Yao Moen, the result would be obvious. Meiji didn't do anything to the ginseng soup. Saintess, please investigate. Meiji kneeled on the ground, tears streaming down her face. If you don't, why wouldn't you dare? Huan Luo said aggressively, her gaze sharp. Meiji knew that Huan Luo wanted to silence her. If she continued to argue, it would be pointless. Thus, Meiji silently got up and walked towards Yao Moen. She had placed all her bets on Yao Moen. Just as Meiji was about to take the ginseng soup, Yao Moen picked it up first and threw it to the ground with a bang. Meiji, although this shopkeeper believes that you didn't do this, from now on, you don't need to interfere with Jushin restaurant's meals. You're not allowed to touch even the water used to make tea. Yao Imo Wan's actions shocked everyone present. Especially Lang Bingxin, she was really worried for Meiji. After all, during the time they spent together in the Crimson Flame Nation, they still had feelings for each other. Shopkeeper, Bingxin thinks that if Meiji didn't do this, then the real culprit must be eager for Meiji to die. What a good way to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Lang Bingxin's words were directed at Huan Luo. As Gue Daozi's last disciple, she really didn't need to be too polite to Huan Luo. Sister Gue. What are you trying to say? Huan Luo naturally understood Lang Bingxin's meaning. She stood up angrily, her eyes as cold as ice. Say whatever you want to say. Huan Luo, don't think we're all blind. We can all see how Ping Yunchu looks down on the shopkeeper, but this time, you've gone too far. You actually dared to poison the shopkeeper. We're both saintesses, but doing this seems like you're trying to kill each other. I wonder what kind of reaction Venerable One will have when he finds out. Lang Bingxin wasn't afraid of her and immediately stood up to argue. Kanglan, you know me. This saintess disdains such filthy things. Huan Luo looked at Qi Kanglan guiltily. However, when she saw that Qi Kanglan's expression was as dark as water and his eyes were as cold as ice, she instantly lost some confidence. Just as the situation was in a deadlock, Yao Moan slammed the table again. The culprit might not be one of us. Perhaps it was Chu Mabe and the others. This saintess hopes that this matter will end here. We'll just have to be careful in the future. As for Mei Ji, this saintess has already made a decision. Alright, sit back down and eat. Seeing that Yao Moan wasn't going to pursue the matter, Ling Bingxin glared at Huan Luo before picking up her chopsticks as if nothing had happened. During the entire meal, no one was satisfied with the food. The full moon had just risen, and the night was hazy. The night wind blew past, causing the candles on the table to flicker. I knew that the great shaman would come. The tea has already been prepared. When the breeze brushed past, a white figure rode the wind and arrived. A faint fragrance followed. You suspect that Huan Luo was the one who poisoned him. Qi Kanglan's voice always carried a sense of vicissitudes and depth. It was as if he'd experienced 10,000 years of hardships, and all that was left was a sigh. I'm not suspecting, I'm certain. Yao Moan's words were light and breezy, as if she was saying that tonight's dishes weren't bad. Her calmness surprised Qi Kanglan. Where's the evidence? Even though Qi Kanglan had the same thoughts, he hoped that his guess was wrong. Great Shaman really hopes for Wan to find evidence. Her curly eyelashes perked up slightly. Her eyes twinkled like stars, causing Qi Kanglan's heart to tremble. This shaman guarantees that there won't be a next time. Qi Kanglan tacitly admitted his guess. Other than Huan Luo, no one would dare to do this. MN, the great shaman's friendship with Saintess Huan Luo isn't shallow. It really makes one envious. Yao Moan deliberately met Qi Kanglan's gaze. The ambiguous feelings made Qi Kanglan's heart more and more restless. This shaman only treats Huan Luo as a younger sister. We've grown up together, so there's no lack of sibling affection. However, this shaman will not allow her to run amok. Yao Moan was very satisfied with Qi Kanglan's anxious explanation. To be able to have this kind of unclear relationship with Qi Kanglan, there were only advantages and no disadvantages for her. It's just a younger sister, ah. This cloth is pretty good, thanks. Yao Moan pretended to be relieved as she brushed the props on the table. Her lips curved into a smile as bright as a spring flower. In the deep alley, Huan Luo glared at Mei Ji with her beautiful eyes. She wanted to tear Mei Ji apart. Useless thing, who told you to make a move today? Mei Ji's temper was unreasonable. Just this afternoon, she was still urging Mei Ji. Saintess, please calm your anger. Mei Ji didn't think that Yao Moan would buy a hamster. It was an accident. With Lang Bingxin's words, Mei Ji was certain that Huan Luo wouldn't take her life so easily. However, she couldn't avoid suffering a bit. As expected, just as Mei Ji was explaining in a low voice, a gust of wind struck her. Mei Ji instantly felt a dull pain in her chest like it was being burned by a raging fire. Accident. You're going to let it go just because it was an accident? Yao Moan is already on guard. It'll be difficult to deal with her in the future. Huan Luo looked at Mei Ji furiously. If Saintess believes Mei Ji is willing to try again. Mei Ji knew that she couldn't defend Huan Luo, so she pretended to curry favor. Try again. Are you deaf? She doesn't allow you to touch the food, not even the water. If you touch it again, you'll be walking right into a trap. You can't do anything right, but you're good at spoiling things. Huan Luo shouted hatefully. She casually flicked a pill from her sleeve into Meiji's mouth. This is... Meiji looked at Huan Luo in shock. This is the antidote. If they find out that there's poison in your body, it'll be a huge problem. Although Huan Luo was unwilling, she had no choice but to remove the poison in Meiji's body for safety reasons. Meiji thanks Lord Saintis. This was something Meiji hadn't expected. It could be considered a bonus. Remember, even without the restriction of the poison, if you dare betray this Saintis will still have a way to make you wish you were dead. Huan Luo scolded coldly when she saw the joy in Meiji's eyes. Meiji wouldn't dare. Meiji will definitely follow Saintis' lead. Meiji realized that she was overjoyed, so she immediately hid the emotions in her eyes. The next day, Juxian restaurant was as usual. It was as if nothing had happened last night. After Yao Moan arranged everything, she used the excuse of buying cloth for Diao Diao to go to Taiping Money House. In the back hall, Chu Mabe had also been waiting for a long time. Shopkeeper Saint has brought good news for this crown prince. After receiving Yao Moan's secret letter, Chu Mabe was slightly excited. If Yao Moan could bring reliable news, then Yi Juanqing's trip would undoubtedly be less dangerous. Does your Highness Crown Prince still need this shopkeeper's news? Yao Moan's cherry lips curved as she looked towards Chu Mabe coldly. What does shopkeeper Saint mean? Chu Mabe asked in confusion. I presume that your Highness Crown Prince and Yi Juanqing have already received the news. Tell me. Yao Moan sat down in front of Chu Mabe and got straight to the point. Yesterday at Kong Lu restaurant, Yi Juanqing's action of raising his brows had given her some clues. After a night of contemplation, Yao Moan was certain that Yi Juanqing would make a move soon. Didn't shopkeeper Saint say it yourself? We don't have a second method apart from you. What's going on today? Are you not confident? Chu Mabe couldn't figure out Yao Moan's trump card, so he tried to sound her out. It's fine if your Highness Crown Prince doesn't want to say it, but you'll have to bear the consequences. Yao Moan could tell that Chu Mabe was trying to sound her out, so she decided to throw caution to the wind. When Chu Mabe saw that Yao Moan was about to leave, he couldn't help but sigh. This woman in front of him always used this method to scare him, but he just had to be afraid of it. Shopkeeper Saint, don't be in such a hurry. This crown prince really did receive some news. Has Shopkeeper Saint heard of Purple Sea? Chu Mabe instinctively felt that this Sheng Wan was somewhat trustworthy. Purple Sea. Never heard of it. Yao Moan shook her head. Then that's strange. This so-called Purple Sea is the sea near Lolan's Liang Yuan. Now there's news that Emperor Xia and Emperor Qi might be in that sea. Chu Mabe divulged a bit to observe Yao Moan's reaction. Liang Yuan. That's the first place Wan went to when she first entered Eastern Continent. Purple Sea. Yao Moan's brows furrowed slightly. When she left Crimson Flame Country, she had been covered with a black veil, so she didn't know the route from Crimson Flame Country to Lulan. However, there was one thing she was sure of: Crimson Flame Country was surrounded by the sea. When he saw Yao Moan's solemn expression, Chu Mabe believed that Yao Moan really didn't know where Purple Sea was. It seems that they're also on guard against Shopkeeper Saint. Yao Moan's reaction gave Chu Mabe some confidence. It seemed that the people in front of him weren't on the same side as Qi Kanglan and the others. They were most likely threatened. Since that was the case, perhaps he could believe this great shopkeeper Saint's words. I told you a long time ago. It's just that your highness didn't believe me. If this shopkeeper's guess is correct, does Yi Junqing intend to go to Purple Sea? Yao Moan's heart sank slightly as she looked towards Chu Maobei suspiciously. Shopkeeper Saint guessed correctly. King Chu is heading to Liangyuan Prefecture tomorrow, said Chu Maobei. Isn't he being too impulsive? If he really did encounter a strong enemy, would King Chu still be alive? Said Yao Moan with a frown. There was a hint of reproach in her voice. How could he not treasure his own life? This crown prince doesn't think so. Since we've already confirmed that the mysterious power is in Purple Sea, we should at least take the first step. Could it be that we're just going to sit and wait for death? Chu Maobei thought. Chapter 606. Then why aren't you going? Yao Moan was anxious, so her words naturally lacked proper etiquette. Ahem. This crown prince needs to stay behind to promote flame coins, right? Chu Maobei found a high-sounding excuse for himself, but in reality, he was still brooding over this matter. His feelings for Yao Moan had never been as deep as Yi Junqing's. Your Highness Crown Prince doesn't feel guilty. In this shopkeeper's opinion, it's true that Yi Junqing treats Yao Moan as the Empress of Chu, but has your Highness truly treated that woman as the Crown Prince's consort? Yao Moan was well aware of the reason why Yi Junqing had sent troops to Zihai regardless of the consequences. Saint Shopkeeper's words are a bit off-topic. If Saint Shopkeeper is truly worried about King Chu's safety, would you be able to find out the true identity of that mysterious power as soon as possible? As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy. Only then can you emerge victorious. Chu Maobei changed the topic. Easy for you to say. Do you think this shopkeeper is a god? However, this shopkeeper knows that the mysterious force you speak of is actually a country called the Crimson Flame Nation. The emperor's name was Qi Chuan, but he could be considered a puppet. There was an imperial sect in the Crimson Flame Nation, and the sect leader, Sikong Mu, was the spiritual figure in charge of the Crimson Flame Nation. Qi Kanglan was the high priest of the imperial sect, and Huan Luo was the saintess. Although they said that the shopkeeper was also the saintess, the shopkeeper was clearly not. As for Diao Jiao, his martial arts are not weak, but his specific identity is unknown. Yao Moan originally didn't want to tell Chu Maobei this information too early. After all, she still didn't know how strong Crimson Flame Country was. However, now that Yi Junqing was going to campaign in Purple Sea, she had no choice but to tell him everything in hopes of increasing his chances of success. After hearing Yao Moan's introduction, Chu Maobei was silent for a while before he finally spoke. Holy Shopkeeper is truly attentive towards King Chu. What kind of person was Chu Maobei? No matter what he asked earlier, Yao Moan had stubbornly refused to say anything. Now that she knew that Yi Junqing was heading to Purple Sea, Yao Moan even mentioned the name of Crimson Flame Country's emperor. This is Wan, her sincerity. Wan, hopes that your highness can still stay and do his best to promote the flame coins, even if Wan, isn't in Stone Dock Town. The moment Yao Moan found out that Yi Junqing was going out to battle, she decided that no matter what, she had to go with him. Shopkeeper Saint, don't worry. This prince will naturally do what I promised you, but there's something this prince doesn't know, if I should say. Chu Maobei was being kind. Yi Junqing only has Yao Moan in his heart. No matter how well this shopkeeper treats him, it would all be for naught. But this shopkeeper is willing, what to do? Yao Moan knew what Chu Maobei wanted to say, but she was none other than Yao Moan. Then there's really nothing I can do. Chu Maobei shrugged, a hint of helplessness on his lips. Ever since she returned from Taiping Money House, Yao Moan had been racking her brains for an excuse to get rid of Qi Kanglan and the others to meet up with Yi Junqing. How could she get Yi Junqing to take her with him? 2 flowers bloomed, one on each side. Han Genie brought along the Qi Xiu flute and played along the way. Finally, they arrived at the Phoenix Feather Manor. Behind the majestic Phoenix Feather Manor was an unbroken chain of mountains and lofty ridges. As the #1 manor in the Dongzhou continent, the Phoenix Feather Manor was built in a unique style. The numerous rooms were connected in a way that was not abrupt. The waterside pavilions and winding corridors were unique in their originality. There was no lack of elegance amidst the solemnity. At this time, Phoenix Feather Manor looked very festive. Every corner was filled with red silk and a red carpet extended from the outside of the manor into the manor, seemingly without end. Uncle Genie, do they know you're coming? Along the way, Qi Xiudi finally saw the prestige of Han Genie. Everywhere they went, the people there would respectfully greet Han Genie with the utmost respect. How could Qi Xiu Flute know that everywhere Han Genie went, they were all subordinate branches of myriad imperial city? When a supreme lord arrived, they were naturally extremely respectful. In reality, Han Genie didn't care about these things, but with Qi Xiu Flute here, he only wanted to give Qi Xiu Flute the best treatment. This really isn't it. Let's go in and take a look. Han Genie pulled on Qi Xiu Flute and entered the manor in groups of 2s and 3s. When they reached the end of the red carpet and reached the main hall of Phoenix Feather Manor, Han Genie finally saw some clues. This was the rhythm of a grand wedding. The main hall in front of them was obviously the wedding hall. The big red sheath character was refined with pure gold. On the high-quality red sandalwood offering table, red candles flickered. The tables and chairs on both sides were inlaid with glazed jade. The entire wedding hall was incomparably luxurious. How many times has it been? Beside Han Genie, 2 women dressed in gold and silver whispered. The 4th one. I heard that young Lord Yen was almost married off in Longxi. Who knew that when it was time for the wedding ceremony, young Lord Yen didn't appear? Instead, a big rooster came. This is really a sin. The bride will die of shame. The first woman seemed to have a very bad impression of Yen Nanxing. Isn't it the same twice in Phoenix Feather Manor? Old Manor Lord had prepared everything. In the end, young Lord Yen said that he wouldn't do the ceremony without the wedding ceremony. He even injured the bride, causing the bride to refuse to marry no matter what. The second woman's tone wasn't very friendly either. I wonder if the ceremony will be successful this time. The first woman shook her head and said suspiciously. I heard that old Manor Lord lied to young Manor Lord by pretending to be sick. He drugged young Manor Lord and sealed his acupoints. As soon as the bride arrives, the ceremony will be immediately carried out without delay. This time, there won't be any mistakes. When the second woman said this, there was actually a hint of schadenfreude in her tone. At the side, Han Genie suddenly understood. No wonder Yen Nanxing didn't follow them when they left Xiang. It turned out that something had happened here. Xiu Di, do whatever Uncle Genie tells you to do later, okay? Actually, whether Yen Nanxing took a wife or not didn't have much to do with Han Genie. But coincidentally, Han Genie really needed Yen Nanxing to accompany him to Pinglai Island. Thus, this grand wedding was destined to not be peaceful. Just as Xiu Di nodded in understanding, he heard the wedding matron shout, "The bride is here." Han Genie followed everyone's line of sight and saw a bride dressed in wedding attire leisurely walking in with small steps. According to etiquette, the groom should be holding the bride's hand and walking into the wedding hall together. Due to the special circumstances of Phoenix Feather Manor, at this moment, the bride was waiting in the wedding hall. Not long after, the wedding matron shouted, "The groom is here." When the crowd heard this, they looked over. This groom was special. Not only was he tied up, even his mouth was gagged. Han Genie raised her eyebrows slightly. She saw the groom in wedding clothes being pushed over. She fixed her gaze on him. Who else could it be other than Yan Nanxing? First bow to heaven and earth. When the wedding matron saw Yan Nanxing being pushed into the wedding hall, she immediately shouted. This was all ordered by Old Manor Lord. When Yan Nanxing came in, there was no need to care about the red tape. She directly told them to bow to heaven and earth. As long as they bowed 3 times, the matter would be over. In the middle of the wedding hall, the newlyweds bowed to heaven and earth. The bride's face was covered with a wedding handkerchief, so naturally, her expression couldn't be seen. However, Yan Nanxing's expression was already hideous. To be honest, this was the first time that Han Genie had seen Yan Nanxing so ugly. Second bow to your parents. The wedding matron was afraid that something would happen during the process, so she hurriedly shouted the second time. After another bow, when Yan Nanxing raised his head, his facial features were already unrecognizable. On the other hand, Old Manor Lord and Old Manor Lord's wife, who were standing on both sides of the offering table, were smiling like flowers. This scene couldn't help but make people suspicious of Yan Nanxing's identity. Were they both his biological children? Seeing that the wedding matron was about to shout, husband and wife bow to each other, Han Genie moved in front of the wedding matron and sealed her acupuncture points. Wait, Yan Nanxing, are you so impatient to find a concubine for Xiao Di? 8 sedan bearers. It seems that in your heart, Lotus Flower isn't even considered a legal wife. You are so cruel that you actually lowered your status as a biological son to that of a concubine. Han Genie's words were like a bolt from the blue that suddenly resounded in the wedding hall, causing all the guests to be stunned. What was even more surprising was that at this moment, Xiao Di was very cooperative. He wiped his tears and walked in front of Yan Nanxing. Father, don't you want Xiao Di anymore? Sob sob. Seeing Xiao Di crying so sadly, Han Genie couldn't help but sigh. Good acting. What's going on? Come. Untie young Manor Lord. Beside the offering table, Old Manor Lord's chi and blood surged and his eyes were like torches. Hearing this, a servant untied Yan Nanxing and pulled out the embroidered handkerchief from his mouth. Xiao Di. Father has let you down. I've let your mother down. The moment he was untied, Yan Nanxing suddenly reached out and hugged Xiao Di in his arms, crying bitterly. The scene in front of them was too shocking. The entire wedding hall was immediately silent. Only the bride threw away the wedding handkerchief and stared at Yan Nanxing with her almond-shaped eyes. Yan Nanxing, you heartless man. The child is already so big, and you actually didn't give this child's mother a title? How can I, Sai Yinhua, marry such an ungrateful animal like you? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Old Manor Lord, for you to be able to raise such a son, Yinhua really admires you. Goodbye. Under the speechless gaze of the crowd, the bride, Sai Yinhua, flung her sleeves like a gust of wind and left without leaving a single cloud behind. Actually, Sai Yinhua originally did not want to marry into Phoenix Feather Manor. If her father had not been bribed by Old Manor Lord, she would not have compromised to marry into his manor. Now that she had this opportunity, she naturally wanted to slip away. Seeing that there was no bride in the wedding hall, the old manor master was so angry that he wanted to beat Yan Nanxing up. However, he didn't expect that Qi Xiao Di would call out, "Grandpa," and all of the old manor master's anger instantly turned into ashes. You! What did you call me? Old Manor Lord's eyes were blank as he turned to look at his wife. You damned old man, you scared my precious grandson. At that moment, the old madam who had not spoken for a long time seemed to have figured out the ins and outs of the matter. She immediately ran in front of Xiao Di in ecstasy and hugged Xiao Di lovingly. Ah! Then do we still worship this wedding hall? Old Manor Lord was in a dilemma. Worship my ass. Change it to a celebratory feast for my precious grandson. Everyone can eat and drink as they like, no gift money. Oh my precious grandson, quickly let grandma hug you. Old Madam then pulled on Xiao and walked towards the square jade table that was filled with delicacies. Stinking brat, is that really your son? Old Manor Lord looked at Yan Nanqing suspiciously. Absolutely. It's just that Lotus's identity is special, so I never dared to let the two elders know about us. Otherwise, your son, I am also a normal man. Why would I hate marrying a wife? Yan Nanqing's ability to follow the vine to the melon was perfect. Really? Old Manor Lord was still hesitant. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Yan Nanqing wanted to get up, but he felt weak all over his body. Then, he looked at his father with a pleading expression. Here. If I find out that you lied to me again. See if I don't sever our relationship as father and son. Old Manor Lord half believed and half doubted Yan Nanqing as he handed the specially made antidote for the bone-softening powder. All poisons, as long as the word specially made was added, there was no antidote. This was because no one knew how many things were added to the specially made antidote. Listen to what Lord Father said, how would I dare? Yan Nanqing took the antidote and immediately felt his whole body relax. When he got up, Old Manor Lord had already run to Xiao Di and kissed it until the sky turned dark. At the side, Han Jini crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at Yan Nanqing with interest. How are you going to thank me? Would it kill you to come out earlier? I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat. Yan Nanqing grumbled, but in his heart, he was really grateful to Han Jini. Yan Nanqing knew the Sai Yinhua who wanted to marry him. Ever since he was young, that female Yiksha disliked his masculine appearance and often ridiculed him. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat her, he would have cut her into pieces long ago. Unfortunately, her father and his father were sworn brothers. Every time he made a move, he would be punished. In other words, the Sai Yinhua was his nightmare. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.